Sid said, you know.
So number is not even funny. It's only hitting away from my daughter.
Yeah, there were no cameras.
Well, the mics
here.
are on,
So
we'll get started. So I'd like to start by saying that we acknowledge that we are gathering on the traditional territory of the Mohawk people of Akwesasne. So we're on the same agenda as the last 2 days of budget talks, but we will go through roll call. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bernadette Clément,
Présent.
Councillors Claude McIntosh, Elaine McDonald,
present.
Sid Gardner,
Ici.
Patty-Lynn Hébert,
Présent.
Councillors Moïse Dupel,
Present.
Glenn Grant, Todd Bennett,
Present.
Justin Towndale,
Present.
Eric Bergeron,
Present.
and we are waiting on Councillor Hall.
Okay. So, is there any disclosure of interest? I've repeated that every time, so I'd like to, again, Councillor, a new disclosure? No new? Okay, so we've noted the twice that you've mentioned. Councillor Hébert, no new disclosure?
Same, yeah.
Okay, any other disclosure? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Hébert.
So I'm not sure exactly how we're going to handle reviewing the operation. Likely we're going to go through department by department. So when the Ontario Works budget does come up, I'll walk away and, you know, we're not officially moving into a motion to review that usually, but I'll just sit somewhere else.
Okay. So, I'd like to just recap for yesterday and then check in with Madam CAO. So, we had capital presentations for the last 2 days, so those are now complete. I see a table back there, Madam CAO, of the managers, and I'll expect you to introduce them before we start. And so we left off yesterday with this session going into questions on the operating budget. So we will focus on the operating budget, and all of the managers are here so that you can answer questions from council concerning operating matters. There will also be an opportunity to have discussions around any motions that councillors might want to make concerning operating and capital. So the entire budget is up for debate. I don't know if there were any questions that required any answers from yesterday before we start. Madam CAO, were there any outstanding issues that required an answer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mhm.
So I think that Mrs. Bailey will at some point help council understand when we use debt reserves and funding from the tax base for different components within the budget. So I think she'll provide an explanation on that. Potentially we could do that following operating budgets. If we're going to kind of get back and talk about capital, it might be the appropriate time to do so.
Mm-hmm.
What I would recommend is, I think first of all, I'd like to introduce
Yes.
who is joining us this afternoon. So I think everybody remembers Mr. Stephen Golden yesterday from the Glen Sterling Lodge, our administrator. We have Mr. Len Tapp. He is our division manager for transit services. Mr. Carl Goodwin is here for environmental services. Michael Fothrop, our division manager for infrastructure. Mr. Jamie Fothrop for recreation and city facilities. Mr. Charles Bray is our acting CBO. And then we also have our deputy chief of fire, Mr. Jeff Weber. I would also like to extend a thank you to our chief, Mr. Danny Aikman, to join us this afternoon briefly, understanding that, you know, it's a fairly big process involving all areas, so he will join us for a little while this afternoon as well. My recommendation would be, Madam Mayor, if we look at the budget book and we go on to get into operating, I think the easiest way to orchestrate facilitating questions would be to potentially, if we would like to go to page 06, which is council's operating budget, and perhaps what we could do is we could just go through one at a time and field any questions on those budgets, unless council would like to proceed in a different fashion.
So I'm going to check in with council and make sure that we're clear on that and then seek consensus around that. So we would go through in the order that they're presented in the budget book. And I would simply ask if there are questions concerning that particular operating budget from the floor, and then we'll take it from there. If people have motions as well pertaining to operating, they should come up at this point too. And any motions that you feel are connected to the discussion at hand, then we will take a look at whether they're moved and seconded and then have debate. Does that sound okay for everybody? Okay. So, if we go into the operating budget tab, may I ask Madam CFO to just summarize that chart for the operating budget, the one on 01?
Chart on 01, the pie
Yep.
chart. That shows the operating expenditures for the city.
Mhm.
It details the percentages of each category, so we see that salaries and benefits make up the majority of expenses related to operating expenditures. We have the same type of chart related to our revenue on the following page, where taxation and government funding, for the most part, support our operating budget.
Thank you. So the first budget in the budget book is the council budget at page 06. So are there any questions concerning the council budget? Councilor Bergeron.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here to answer questions. Who are council questions directed at?
Madam CAO?
Madam CAO.
Okay. Figured it's.
If I need help, I'll look to some of my, or I'll go and get Diane down the hallway.
That's right.
Ms. Brown could help.
So, I mean, I'm particularly interested, and I'm trying to be respectful of the motion yesterday. I'm particularly interested in items that in 2019, and this covers actually quite a lot of questions, I think, as you answered this one. Actual spending in 2019 versus budgeted versus why, if that spending was off in 2019, we would re-budget the same amount. So I'll start with that one because it actually covers, I know yesterday I was quoted saying 90, I've narrowed it down quite a bit overnight, I'm sorry. But that's a big one. That to me covers a lot of the questions that I had in each individual.
Understood.
item.
Okay, so through you, Madam Mayor, if I look at council's budget, if I want to take a look at how council will finish at the end of 2019, council is likely going to come in slightly under budget. The main contributing factor to that typically is if council were to review the report that has your council expenditures on it, so it's the report that comes to council. It is tied closely to the expense accounts of the $1,250 per counselor. To be fair and honest with council, those accounts are really not, they're not fully utilized. They're utilized for some things that come up, but council does underspend in those accounts. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you reduce those amounts. I think that they're there for a good purpose, but council has been very good to not come close to those types of expenditures. There are sometimes some expenditures in public relations under, I'm going to say a little bit more of the mayor's budget on that summary report that might be a little bit underspent, but I know that we're trying to take on some new initiatives, so I think that we will utilize more of those dollars. Other significant items within council's budget is certainly the conferences component and membership. So when we're looking at memberships for organizations, AMO, FCM, AFMO, some other organizations, those are also, and then outside of that, the other items are pretty standard as far as technology, cell phones. So I'm not sure if that answered your question.
It does in part, but it leads me to my second question, which is, in 2019, the budget submission would have included these services and rents breakdowns. If something goes over budget, sometimes it comes back to council, sometimes it doesn't. Can you give me a broad overview of when that would come back to council in terms of operating expenses? And, I mean, an example that I have listed, you know, in the next item, CAO budget, is the expenses are higher than what we budgeted in 2019. The budget is the same.
Yeah.
So the percentage looks similar, but the actuals are higher. And this is a broad question, but it's also related, I think, to each department. How do we deal with that? I know it goes into reserves and that type of thing, but how is it that the actuals can be higher than budget without it coming to council?
So through you, Madam
Go
Mayor,
ahead.
it's a good question, and it does, there are many scenarios where actuals might come in higher than budget. I will use some categories that are larger items such as potentially fuel, winter control, depending on how that activity pertains. So then what we do is we provide these quarterly reports to council with the variances on it. If there's a projection of, if the city is projecting potentially a deficit overall, then we bring a report back to council. We will show that there's gonna potentially be a deficit, but what we will also do is say, we're gonna follow up with a report to council if we think that we need to do something about our expenditures to prevent that deficit from drawing into reserves. So we did have a scenario, I believe, a few years ago where there were some things that were beyond the city's anticipation, typically in tax write-offs, sometimes in winter control. In years like that, if we're not able to absorb those variances, so we will sometimes look at other areas of operating that we can scale back to be able to come in on budget. If we're not able to do that, we come back with a report to council and we'll look at capital projects that we will suggest actually get deferred. And then those capital projects would be put on the following year's request for capital submissions to be funded yet again in the following year's budget. So it really kind of depends on what the item is. If it is related to a very specific expenditure, then we will come back to council via a purchasing report or through a report to council to say this has gone over budget, this is how we're proposing to fund it, typically with capital. So capital, if we're gonna go over on a capital budget, we usually come back to council with a report to say how we're going to fund that. So whether or not we're gonna finance more, whether or not we're going to take additional funds out of federal gas tax to pay for it or reserve, or we might propose that the project is funded from working reserves and we're going to pay that back in the following year. So capital very specifically will come back to council. Sometimes on operating, we'll try and manage that within the city's budget overall.
Okay, thank you. That covers quite a few of the different departments, because it would be the same answer for all of them, assuming. I want to be a little more specific, since we're talking about council, and this, I think, will also cover all of the departments. We didn't really go into this last year, and that was one of my big concerns of the budget last year, was I didn't ask these questions. So when I look at things where the 2019 actual budget is at zero, things like accommodation and meals, transportation, contracted services under services and rents for council, no money was spent in 2019. I'm curious, and this covers quite a few of the 90 questions I had. Why would we then budget in amount that is greater than zero? And I understand that we do it, we average it out over a few years, but some of them are $0 in 2018, $0 in 2019 in terms of actual spending, and then we budget an amount. And I think that's a council discussion for, if it's zero, why are we budgeting it? But I'd like an answer to that, if I can.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I think that for some of those, we might have to look at a couple of examples for you. Sometimes what we do is when we're working through budget process, we will decide that it makes sense to reallocate some expenditures from one GL account to another account to be more consistent with what we've seen across city departments. So, for example, accommodation and meals, and food provisions, and certain travel expenses. In some of those areas, we want to be consistent. So as we get into discussions, there's always going to be line items from one year to the next where we say, yeah, you know what, that is not the right place for that budget to be. Let's put it in line with the rest of our city departments, and we're going to take that out, put it in another line item. If there are line items where there's been 0 in 1 year and something comes in the next year, it could be because there's something that needs to be done. And then what departments typically do, they take a look at their operating budgets and they might scale back something in another area to make sure that overall, what we have in increases in the operating budget overall are kind of within a certain component. So city departments typically, when we're working through this process, we like to see operating budgets come in somewhere in the 2.5% range, unless there's something that's going on that absolutely prevents that. And one of those components sometimes can be salaries and benefits, depending on what's occurring with staffing and collective agreements.
Thank you. To continue on that, I don't have a lot of questions about salaries and benefits. I kind of get how that rises every year, and it's pretty well outlined here. I want to be specific in council spending so that I understand the logic moving forward. One of the items is contracted services. Last year, we budgeted $7,500, but we spent 0. So the first question is, what would qualify as a contracted service of council? And then if it was 0 in 2018 and 2019, why would we continue to add it? I understand your answer there on some averaging on different things, but in this case, I think it falls outside of that answer. So,
So,
clarify.
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes.
can. So for council, and I'm gonna look, I think Mrs. Bailey wants to speak
I
to it.
assume most questions.
And,
would be-
and it will, we would have had, some money put aside for the integrity commissioner, for council, right? So that is a new item, that's a new item for council to deal with. We weren't sure at the beginning of the year what the requirement might have been for council. We wanna have those funds there, and budgeted in case there is a need. And so that's an item. It's new through the Municipal Act to make sure that we have appointed an integrity commissioner. But the last thing we want is if we need to engage the integrity commissioner to turn around and have a conversation, okay, so how are we gonna pay for it? Because we didn't budget for this. That's not the intent. So it's a relatively small amount. It's up to council if they wanna have it budgeted or not, but that is what that particular item is there for.
Thank you. So to continue on that, and I agree, an integrity commissioner is a valuable add to our budget. I know that the actuals are 0. Is that just because they haven't billed us yet? Or we know some bills are due?
So, if I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, part of the work that the integrity commissioner did in our first year was training.
Mm.
So that is not put through this. So the contracted services that we have here for the integrity commissioner would be if council needs to engage the integrity commissioner to do an investigation or to look into an item. Or if there's a complaint that's brought forward, we want to make sure that that is available. And we do not want that to be part of a debate for council to try and figure out in the heat of that moment, how are we going to pay for it?
So that's exactly the kind of answer I'm looking for in terms of these questions that I'm asking, so thank you. That explains contracted service to me very well in terms of why it should be in our budget and why I would approve it. I'm not gonna be putting forward any motions right now. This is all questions, and then ideally, it will just be at the end. The next question in terms of council is that you mentioned that we have been underspending in terms of our expenses. And to me, that says, okay, let's budget less. We have $12,575 for council expenses, but we've never really crossed the, that Jeff again.
That's like the Academy Award where they're turning on the music. Sorry, I had to go there. It's been a long day.
Somebody calling in a question.
Have a ringtone budget, is that, comic relief is always welcome. So, I mean, I've lost my train of thought a little bit, but in
So-
terms of,
right.
what I just asked, why would we not just say, okay, council expenses have never crossed $6,000 in the last 2-3 years. Let's just make it $6,000 this year instead of the 12,575. Is that because council hasn't directed that as, let's spend less?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. Although a couple of years ago, council did reduce those accounts from $2,500 down to $1,250. So that's a decision of council.
Thank you. So that's a motion I will make at the end of all these questions. In terms of, council, that's all my questions, and these answers are exactly what I've been looking for. Thank you.
There were 2 hands, oh, 3,
Put me on the list?
sure thing. Did you want to go ahead now, Councilor McIntosh?
Yeah, I want to thank Councilor Bergeron for yielding the floor to me. As I say in Congress.
You've got the floor,
Small
Councilor.
potatoes, what I got to deal with. The Integrity Commission 7,500 comes as and doesn't make any difference where it goes, but council budget. Why wouldn't legal be the same way when it comes to council issues?
Through you, Madam Mayor,
Mhm.
I don't believe that we've used legal counsel for council, right? We use legal counsel for city matters.
We did once with the former council, when the mayor, Elaine, Carrie Lynn, and somebody else needed legal help from the.
So in that scenario, we wouldn't be budgeting for that. If that came up, so kind of back to the variance conversation, we would reflect that as a cost of legal expense that was incurred,
Yeah.
but then we would reflect it as a variance at the end of the year, right? And when those types of items come up and they're not budgeted, we monitor them closely. We know that there's under expenditures in other categories. So as long as overall, at the end of the year, we think that we're on track to meet budget, then we don't, we're not gonna come back to council every time for those smaller items.
Fair enough. The board honorariums and CPS, which is Cornwall Police Service, and GSDL is Glen Storyton Lodge.
Yeah.
We budgeted 17,736 for honorariums. Duh.
So that, through you, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So there was a resolution passed or a bylaw passed from council in the previous
Chairs.
term, where if the chair position is occupied by a councillor or an elected official, I think it would include the mayor as well, it would compensate that individual because as chair, at the time the discussion was there's a fairly significant amount of work and time commitment along with that. And so that was a decision of the previous
Okay,
council.
I made the motion for that one. But I was just wondering why we don't have a chair currently from the city on Glen Storyton Lodge.
Right.
It's South Glengarry.
Right.
So that money,
We could consider adjusting that.
okay. Back to the expenses. We have money left over. Where's that? Is it going to general funds, diverted?
Through
You
you,
don't
Madam.
use the full amount every year.
Right, so through you, Madam Mayor, that would fall within our variances at the end of the year, and it would be a contribution to the city surplus overall.
Okay. And when it comes to expenses, I've been here 5 years and I still don't know what it can use expenses for. Somebody tells you can use it for that. I've never really, been told these are legit and these aren't legit. You follow me?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, there is a council expense policy.
Mm-hmm.
So the intent of that policy is to certainly allow council to use their expense account. There is often a requirement to attend many events within the community. It could cover payment of tickets. It does cover the cost if there's certain additional office supplies that you would require that, are not provided, through my office or through Diane Brown. It would allow for mileage if council had certain mileage expenditures. So the policy is there. What it does not include is cash donations, right? So if you want to make a donation in cash, the policy speaks.
Okay, that came up one time, I forget which way it went, I know there was
We
a
can
decision made.
circulate the policy if
Yeah,
council would like to have a
just
copy of it.
Okay, I'm interested in Eric's motion he's gonna make on expenses. I never knew how we could spend $2,500 when we have, but apparently we could.
So then there was Councillor Lebag and then Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to speak to the expense questions.
Sure.
Too bad. Just trying to convince him not to cut them. He walked away.
Oh.
Oh, well. So we've already cut our expenses, right, last budget, and so they're quite low at this point in time. What is it, 1,500 per councillor? or-
Madam
$12.50.
CEO.
12, right. And I don't think any of us will likely touch that. However, we may have a year where we need to use that a little bit more than others. So I would be in favor of keeping it as is. I get all kinds of requests for things that I can put through there. Obviously, the tickets to events that are very high costs that I wouldn't be able to afford otherwise, right? So it gives me an opportunity to be out in the community a little bit more. I've also had groups or nonprofits or different community members looking for a room rental at the Benson Center, whatnot, and $30, let's say. And so I've had that paid through my expense account before, and that seemed to have been fine. And then often I have requests for swag. So an example, there was a small group of, I think they were knitters or scrapbookers or some kind of craft. There was a little conference at NAV, and there was 40 of them, and they wanted a bit of swag, and so I requested through economic development, and that was put under my budget. So there are opportunities to spend quite more in some years than others, so I wouldn't want us to cut this, and then next year we're a little bit more active in the community, or, we have more requests, and we don't have that opportunity to spend. So I'd rather it just be a surplus, and I'll repeat this all over again when Council Bergeron makes his motion.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions on the Integrity Commissioner fee and expenses. They're going to be the same questions, so I'll ask them both. Why not have an Integrity Commissioner reserve and a council expenses reserve? And so that if we use the 12,000, then next year's budget's gonna have 12,000 in it. But if we only use collectively 5,000, then next year we don't have to budget 5,000 to top it back up. That way the 1,200 is always available to us, but we're not having to budget 12,000 every year. It's just that it's always there, so the top up is what we're actually gonna be budgeting, so we know exactly, one year to the next what we're spending. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Madam CAO.
So through you, Madam Mayor, we could look at doing that. It's a relatively small dollar amount, right? And we try to manage variances for the city overall.
Okay.
The only concern with doing something like that is that you get inundated with how many reserves we have. It ends up on a reserve schedule. It is a little bit, I would say, depending on the dollar amount, we would prefer not to have to maintain the reporting and the requirements on reserves and reserve funds all the way through our financial statements. So depending on the amount, if it was something more significant, we absolutely would want to do that. And that's what we use some of our other reserves for. Winter control is a good example, right? So we try to budget a little bit more aggressively, knowing that we have the reserve to fall back on. And in years where we don't have as much, we top it up and we try to stable that out. But when it's an item like $7,500, council would prefer to reduce that amount. We could reduce that amount if we
Okay,
could,
understood. Yeah,
but it's not big enough.
I understand. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Gardner.
Okay, where does it fit in? I went to the FMO conference on behalf of the city council. The expenses came out of that $1,200, some of them?
Through you, Madam
My
Mayor.
lodging, my
Through you,
gas
Madam
line?
Mayor, no. So on that report that comes to council with council's expenses, you will see that there's conferences. So there's a specific account for conferences, which would show your registration for the conference, if there are any travel expenses. any meal expenses, as well as your hotel or your overnight accommodation. So that is separate from the, otherwise your $1,250 would not be sufficient.
The reason I asked it, because someone said $1,200. Anyway, okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments concerning the council budget?
I'd like to make a motion.
Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
So I would like to make a motion that we add funds to the budget to create a staffing position in support of our strategic plan.
Oh, okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Bao? Do you want to speak to that motion?
Yeah. So, first off, I want to start by saying this is a position, I think, it's not a slight towards administration. As a matter of fact, in my opinion, administration in our city is a little bit too lean, and there might be way too much on some people's plates, and so I understand that. And in my opinion, a position like this would go a long way to helping staff with a lot of these reports that we tend to ask for, and then get impatient when we don't get them back in a certain time frame. The idea would be, I think, so we come to council and we want to, for instance, I'm going to be bringing forward shortly a motion to get going on the campground. There's going to be a lot of work in that report. There's a lot involved in what's going to have to come to get that going. And I look at somebody like, Mr. Fothrop over there, who's got a desk full of papers like this already of stuff he has to do, and I'm going to throw this report on him, and then whoever knows whatever else report we're going to do. I think if we had a staff liaison person, when we come to council with a motion like that, then that would be that person's responsibility to do all the research, fact check, find best practices, do all those things that really are taxing our administration right now when we want to move ahead with something of a large scale. And even with the amount of little things we have, I would think if I was an administrator, to get a big project is one thing, but to get nailed with 4 or 5 little ones all the time, every couple of weeks, I could imagine if it was me, I'd be going, when am I supposed to get this done? And so I think it would be a tremendous help to our administration. I think it'd be a tremendous help to us in getting reports back in a timely manner. I just feel it'd just be a much more effective way to do business. And I would imagine that this person could also lobby on our behalf. So the university is a good example. I mean, we kind of got into that game a little bit late.
We got in on time. We didn't
dropped
get
the ball
the
along the way. And that's something that this person would have been able to help with, I think. So these are the kinds of things that I think this person would help with. I think it would make us much more efficient. I would be willing to bet that it would probably save us money down in the long run, because this person would be looking out for things like, maybe there's grant opportunities for some of these grand ideas we have. And they're on these kinds of things. So I think there's some value there. They're going to be able to. I circulated a paper to everybody beforehand, and on the second page, there's 5 bullet points there about what the senior staff person could do. So I don't want to read them all to you, because I know we all can read. But the advocacy alone, I think it was Mayor Clement who said that this is an activist council. And that probably, if I was an administrator, would make me very nervous, because I already have a job to do, and now I'm going to be getting all these requests on top of it, and so it's going to take a while. So I often hear my colleague down here, Councillor DePel, would say, "Geez, we put that motion forward 6 months ago, and I'm still waiting for a report." That is the kind of frustration I think that would relieve. Another example, I think, would be the waterfront pop-up thing we talked about back in October. But Mr. Fothrop was so busy, and then the curling came up, and all these things came up that are real things that he has to do. You can understand how that's going to drop down the line. But if we had somebody else to help out with those things, then that would have probably come back to council a couple months ago, because we're not overtaxing an administrator to do all these little things. So I'd be willing to bet that while it's going to add salary to the budget line, and I know that nobody wants to be keen on adding salary. I think in the long run, we're probably going to save ourselves some money, and there may be some opportunities for us to get some back, as far as grant opportunities or lobbying governments for matching funds, just lobbying our members of parliament and our members of provincial parliament, just for the help we need sometimes would be another role I would like to see that person do. So I would venture to guess most administrators would love to have help with that, and I'm pretty sure most of us that are keen on putting motions forward would feel a little more comfortable knowing somebody's going to do that research for the administrator, so that when a report comes back to council, they didn't have to spend 10, 15, 20 hours in a week that they probably don't have to get these reports done. So this isn't a slight against council. In my opinion, this is a, you know what, you guys are doing a great job. This is what I want to do to help you.
Any further debate? Councillor Hubert?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to my colleague for moving this motion. I'm 100% in favor of this. There is a word that most elected officials love, but I hate, attrition. When I hear that, I hear someone's going to have a heavier workload. And I know sometimes it's done strategically and can work, but in my opinion, it's just adding to our administration, our managers, and our staff overall. And they're here to make sure the city is operating, that the doors open every day, and the streets are plowed, and that the operations are happening. However, like it was mentioned, we seem to have this activist council, this engaged council that has that has the desire to progress as a community, that has a desire to move forward new initiatives, and you know, manage at a macro level, right? We're the ideas. We're not here to do the, you know, the smaller stuff. And so we're bombarding our administration with these requests. Every council meeting, we have these new motions we want to bring forward. And I know how much work goes into these really great reports that come back from administration, but I'm also very concerned about what things might be missed or not getting the attention that it deserves, because these are more projects on the corner of their desk. So, you know, we talked about 2 new committees for the waterfront plan that's going to be implemented. This person could support those kinds of committees. They could support the new environment committee that was just formed. Certainly the strat plan, because as much as administration continue their work and make sure that it aligns with the new strategic plan, they're not necessarily the ones that are going to come to us and say, hey, we're going to ban plastic bags because it's in the strat plan. That's up to us. But every time something like that comes up, it comes with all kinds of additional work. So this person can really have a mandate of implementing our strategic plan, and not just making sure that everything we do sort of fits in there, actually progressing as a community. And I know sometimes we have these passion projects and we want to make them happen, and there is desire to help with creating these reports, but I think it's quite inappropriate for council to write these reports back to council. They should come from a staff person, administrative person that can do the proper research and bring forward comparisons from other communities. And so unfortunately, I feel like us bringing forward this motion will have community members saying, well, is council not doing their job? Shouldn't they be doing this work? I think there's a lot that we are doing. We're probably doing more than many other councils have done in the past. But this report side of things, the funding, the grants, that, you know, all of these opportunities are, I think, being missed, and we've got 3 more years to go, and I think we got a lot of gas in our tank, and we just need a little bit more support for that. And the lobbying, I think that's excellent. There's so much we could be doing at that level, but we're a little tapped out. And then the last thing I want to mention is we love public engagement. It seems like every time we want to make a decision, we have to do public engagement. And Miss Meldrum is excellent at doing public engagement, but that's not necessarily her job. She she's the information coordinator, right? So she's here to communicate what's happening out to the community. And so having her involved in public engagement is great, but I think we're getting to the point where, you know, she's probably at, you know, any given time always planning something regards public engagement. There is probably enough public engagement work to happen that could fill an entire position. And it's really great when we have an idea, we want to go to the public and ask, what do you think? Should we do this? Should we not do this? But I feel like there's another missed opportunity for doing public engagement in between these issues that we bring up. So a constant conversation with our community to make sure that the issues that that they have, or the passions that they have about our community are brought forward to council and addressed, and not another burden to our administration. So I'm 100% in support of this. I know it'll add money to the budget, but I think it's definitely worthwhile, and I hope we have enough support around the table.
Thank you. I have Councillor Mack and then Councillor Grant.
You know what amazes me? I walked in here at 3 o'clock, and I saw this for the first time, and I'm amazed that some other councillors are so well-versed on what's in here, because I just got this at 3 o'clock. I have no idea what's in it. And yet, we got people standing up saying, this is great, let's go for it. Just got it, 3 o'clock. We're talking about another staff position. I haven't heard anything from the administration saying that, hey, you gotta get us help. Did we not elevated two people in management positions a while back? Remember the help out? Was there promotions or anything?
Madam CAO?
So through you, Madam Mayor, we did do some reorganization a few months ago where we took city facilities, including all of our buildings that were part of the Municipal Works Department and our recreation facilities, to create a city facilities department. We did do that, and we realigned our outdoor parks group
It was a good
in
move.
with Municipal Works. So I'm not sure if is that what you're
Yeah,
referring
that's the
to?
one time.
So we did create a division manager position within that through elimination of another position that we had in another department.
I'm not gonna get you engaged in the debate by saying you feel your staff really needs this at this point, but, I'm saying I just got this. And there's no salary, no real terms of reference. We talk about more reports. I don't know. I don't have any figures. Did the last council have half the reports that are coming in now? I don't see anything on that. Maybe they were the same, and, you know. We've always had a lot of things on our plate. 1972, Ed Lumley put together the biggest package in the history of the city by himself. It was called we got 18 million from the feds. And, you know, and we talk about lobbying. We're gonna have this person lobbying, we're gonna have this person doing this, we're gonna have to do that. You know, I'm not even gonna consider a vote on this today, because I just got this. You know, I don't know, if somebody, you know, how, Counselor, if you read this, you're, you know, how you read this in the last 10 minutes decided that this is just a great idea, good for you, but I'm saying, I'm a little slower maybe, and it's gonna have to take some time to absorb this, you know. I'm not even gonna consider it, not at this point, it's just ridiculous.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't support this right now. It's, there's too much misinformation here for me to support it. I believe what I would support, and it's unfortunate that we talk about it, but a report from administration to talk about if this is a concept, is this a concept work for our community? Who does that person report to? What would be the salary conditions? Is it a unionized position? There's so many other questions. To just look at this, funds the budget to create this position, there's too much information missing for me to honestly be able to support. So I would support a motion that would say report to ask administration for a report about this conceptual position. So I can't support it as it's written right now.
Councillor DePel?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I won't support the motion either as it stands, because we have a motion on the floor, but we have not all of the information as the cost of it, how it's going to affect the budget. So we're making a motion at budget time, but we don't have any dollar figures behind it to show us actually what that does to our council budget.
May I turn to Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a lot in short order, so I think your comments are absolutely fair game, because this could be a big step for us as a council. So rather than even postpone this and ask for a report by administration, I would love to see some spade work done. So maybe a committee of councillors struck who might come up with the pros and cons of creating, this is another unique position, I believe. And it seems to me that given the lists of things this person could do, we're talking about 5 people. And I'm just wondering, who gets to direct that person? Like, is this an assistant to the CAO? Is it an assistant to council? And then in that case, is it council, individual councilors who phone this person and say, I want this done now? Like, I think one of the reasons that Ms. Meldrum is so effective is that she doesn't have 10 people telling her what to do. At least I hope she doesn't. And if I've ever done it, I apologize. I don't think I have. But I think that if this person is perceived as the counselor's gopher, this person probably wouldn't last a week before it would tell the council where to go. So I think there has to be a whole lot more spade work before we can vote on it. Because the concept of advancing our strategic objectives is really important. And so if we think a person's the way to do it, let's do a whole lot more spade work so that when it comes here, there won't be questions in our heads, you know, like we won't be voting blind.
I am going to turn to the CAO at some point, but I'm still taking questions, if that's okay, because I think Madam CAO might be able to answer some of those questions. I had Councillor Bergeron, Councillor Hollingsworth, Councillor Towndale.
Thank you.
Councillor Bergeron.
I just flat out can't support a motion that says city council adds funds to the budget. What funds? How many? That's why we're here. That's what budget is for. So if this motion maybe had the amount that we're talking about, I would probably consider it on a different level, but to me that's not possible to add to the budget without knowing that. I do recognize that strategic planning is what we as a council do. And we had some pretty good meetings last year about strategic planning, and we came up with some plans. Now, to me, that is the role of administration, is to execute what we decide as strategic planning is. And so I'm somewhat confused to the full need of this. And if the need is that there just isn't enough capacity for that to happen, I'm willing to look at that. I'm willing to have that discussion. But I realize things like at the meeting I missed a few weeks ago where we passed remote worker strategy. That was a strategic planning initiative. That was one I fought very hardly. I felt really important. Once that passes as a strategic plan, I expect administration to be working on that. And so I suppose part of my questioning would be, what in the strategic plan are we not able to execute as a result of what we have decided that isn't possible in our actual operating budget, which we're currently going through? So I kind of agree with, I definitely agree with Councillor McIntosh that this is too, not enough information and too soon for me to vote on. I think after we go through operating, I'm gonna ask for a little recess to kind of reassess where we are, but this would definitely qualify as something I need to think over a little bit more. Thank you.
I have Councillor Hollingsworth and then Councillor Towndale.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question to the clerk. Technically speaking, if this were a regular council meeting, wouldn't this be considered a new business item? Because we're talking about council making a decision that involves finance and where this person sits in the pay scale and a myriad of other things, like questions that have already been discussed. Technically speaking, isn't this really new business? You can't expect council to make a decision on this based on like a motion. I don't know where the person's gonna sit in the corporate structure. It says answer to, in the motion, if I'm not mistaken, answer to council and administration. Well, who then becomes the immediate superior? Is the CAO basically this person's superior, or do they take direction exclusively from council? And if council says one thing and the CAO wants something else, what does this person do? Because that doesn't really seem particularly clear to me in the motion. We're talking money, benefits. Like, is it are we going to hire this person on a contract basis, 3 years and then you renew, or are we going to make this person a member of the corporate structure for now and forever? So Doesn't this kind of become a new business item?
So I'll turn to the CAO first.
Yeah,
Sure.
perhaps, Madam Mayor, if I could respond to that. So during budget deliberations and meeting with councils, there will always be items that will come up that I would say might not necessarily require a new business motion. I don't think that a new business motion is necessarily the right avenue for this, although if council wanted to make a motion for a report, I think that absolutely is to get more information. So part of what happens during budget deliberations, council is taking a look at whether it's levels of service, whether it's staffing, whether it's, I keep using levels of service, but you're gonna increase or decrease or scale back or
Right.
add something. We can't have a new business motion for every one of those items that council might want
Sure.
to discuss. But nonetheless, it's always in order if council wants to put forward a motion for a report to get more information based on comments. I'm trying to keep track of the comments that are being made. That would be in order.
Okay, so that being said, your worship, maybe I'll try and be as succinct as possible.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I have no idea how much money we're talking about. Second of all, I don't know where this person fits in the corporate structure. I don't know who ultimately is their boss, and we have kind of a bit of a generic job description, so that's fine, but I'm not prepared to commit some money that I don't even know how much. Like, there's no way I could conceivably do that and feel comfortable. I don't think I've, been responsible, and the motion, perhaps well-intentioned, doesn't, in my opinion, give me enough data to feel like I've made a good decision or not. Certainly a report, a committee, if there was a ad hoc committee perhaps put together to say, let's review this and see. Councillor McIntosh makes a valid point. Are we coming up with more new business items than previous councils have? I can't even imagine if that's true or not. I have no idea. So, as it stands, as it's constructed, cannot support this motion. If there was a report or a committee to say, let's make it more formal, sure, but this unfortunately doesn't work for me. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I make a motion to amend the motion, possibly?
It's not her motion.
Well, it's Councillor Bennett's motion, yes. What was is it a friendly amendment?
I don't know, so I want to ask if it's
Okay.
okay.
Then go ahead.
My concern is that the motion will be defeated, which means we can't bring it back unless we have two-thirds majority, correct? And so if we were to change the motion, and it's probably not allowed, change the motion to have administration come back with a report on this kind of position, then we may have the support. So if we were to defeat this today, I think it dies completely. But it may not die if we ask for a report. So I don't think that's a friendly amendment, but
Motion.
I'm not sure how to kill this motion to come back with that motion.
Motion
Madam
to def-
CEO.
It's a motion to defer.
Okay, yeah, that's in order. So then can I move a motion to defer this, and have administration review and come back?
Pending report from.
Pending report, thank you, from administration.
Is there a seconder for the motion to defer? Councillor Towndale? So now debate is on the motion to defer. Councillor Bennett, Councillor Towndale, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was actually about to do that myself, but I wanted to make some comments on this topic, and I will just briefly. I am supportive of this for a number of reasons. I think they're already covered by my colleagues, so I'm not going to repeat them. But I think, some interesting points were touched on, because I don't know if we are bringing forward more than we did last term or previous councils or whatever it is, but when we are an activist council, and when we all bring forward motions to achieve goals or programs or anything like that, it does add to the workload burden of administration. And one example I'll use is I brought forward the motion about council size and wards in December of 2018, and the initial motion, I wanted a consultant. Council didn't really agree with that, so I amended it to remove that word. We were told we can have that report done in-house. Well, the report came back 8 months later suggesting we go to a consultant. And that just tells me we weren't able to do that report in-house, but I waited 8 months for that. And that's what I got back. So that tells me there is some sort of need here for assistance. What that looks like, I don't know, but in this case, you'd have a person who might have some flexibility in that manner. Other cities do it, and of course, they are larger than us, so, you know, that is something to consider, but it does help the process. So it is something I think we should explore. I mean, I'm in favor of it. You mentioned it a few times, speaking previously, I think, so it's not the first time I've heard this. But right now, I think I agree with Councillor Hebert. Let's defer this for a report to come back, get some more detail, have another debate on it. It looks like it won't be part of this year's budget, but, you know, it's something we can look at going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have certainly heard what everyone has to say, and I think more information is always better, so I will support the deferral as well. I think once council gets an opportunity to see the benefits of this and get some costs, I can tell you there are more than probably more cities that have this type of position than don't, and I know our MP was quite shocked to learn that we don't have this position. So this is something I think will be very valuable, and I'm sure a report back from administration would show that to everyone, and it'll be a better conversation at a later time. So I will support the deferral.
Councillor Grant?
I'm feeling kind of left out, Madam Mayor. I put
we're
my
on the
hand up before
yeah.
that was done.
We're on the deferral, though.
I know, but, I mean, I put my hand up before that was,
Yeah, you were on the first list.
yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Gardner.
You know, I mean,
No, go
I
ahead.
don't need a bottle, but I'd like to get my words in, and I understand.
Sure.
I think Councillor Grant hit it on the head. I think everybody around here, I had notes saying, would we bring that person in from within, somebody with experience that knows how the system works? The cost is not there. I brought this up about 2 months ago at a meeting, and it was discussed and knocked down, and I think this report should have come in with those questions that are being asked by council as the cap cost and who's going to manage that person, where where that person is going to come from. I will definitely support the deferral. That information is needed before we go forward.
Thank you. Councillor Grant and then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering, if it's a deferral, is there a time limit on this, and what are we deferring?
So my understanding from Councillor Abad is that it's a motion to defer this and to bring back a report on this request from administration.
So basically, they're going to answer, I know the CEO was taking comments that we took note of it. So I would like to see a time period on this, because if it's an important enough position, then I think we can take money out of working reserves if that's necessary. So it isn't lost for a year. It could be 2 months, whatever.
So I'll ask Madam CEO to speak to that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that a report could be brought back for the meeting in March, would be my recommendation. Just with respect to some of the comments that are made around the table, I think I'd like to talk about the unfinished business listing, if I could, just for a couple of minutes. There are, I think, more items from this current council than we have seen from previous councils for the unfinished business listing, but not significantly more, but it's the types of items. So the items on the unfinished business listing are typically new type of projects or items to overturn policy decisions, bylaws, zoning. So I'm going to say that they require a tremendous amount more of time than we have seen in the past. Typically, for many councillors that have been on council for the last number of years, sometimes new business motions are really just a request for information or an update on something. What we are seeing with our unfinished business listing is items to do something new that we haven't done before. I think that, and sometimes the reports that we bring back, we're bringing back a report to just provide a little bit of information. And I think what we've heard over the last several months that sometimes is not meeting council's expectations. They want something that's much more in-depth. They want something that will help understand how you put that project forward. It might involve benchmarking, might involve research with other municipalities. It's going to involve a more in-depth analysis on costing, depending on what it is. Creating new committees, terms of reference, policies. So there is a fair amount of research that is required for some of the new business motions. It's not something that we're always able to turn over quickly, depending on what other items we're dealing with in city departments. So I think that a few more items on that listing, but the real reality is the types of items that we're seeing on the listing are very different and new overall, as far as looking at implementing, whether it's pop-up businesses in the park, whether it's a campground, whether it's, and even to an extent, looking at the size of council and award system. I think the initial thought was bring a report back to provide some information with respect to what it is, whether or not council would like to proceed. But then through that now, there's going to be a tremendous amount of public engagement, surveying. So that's a fairly big item as well. I think that if council's looking at a position, administration would be happy to come back with a report. I think the role, we would want it to be well-defined. We'd want to understand what the individual is going to be working on. And at the end of the day, if it's an item that's going to help council move items forward in the municipality, I want to make sure that it's set up to be successful out of the gate and that we're able to properly recruit for it and move it forward.
Okay, thank you, Maureen. What I would like to see then is in the deferral is March is for the March meeting, so we have what gets measured gets done, and it's already, Maureen's already said it's doable. So do you mind putting that in the
Councillor Bath?
the amendment? And so I'll support that.
There was another question that you had to the CAO around whether it can still go in the budget this year.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if council would like to set aside funds in the budget this year, that certainly can be done. I would recommend it would be an amount that would be in place for maybe 6 or 7 months of the year. Obviously, it's not going to be a full year position at this point in time. By the time job descriptions are drafted, information's brought back to council, recruitment efforts take place, it's probably, I would envision that the position wouldn't be on board until likely May or June, first part of June, sometime in May. So that could be a consideration where you cut the costs kind of in half. That would provide a little bit of a leeway maybe in setting aside funds. To Councillor Grant's comments, it could be funded from working reserves. Per our policy, we'd want to pay that back in the following year. But it could be done that way as well.
Councillor, on the deferral, I think I still had Councillor Hollingsworth. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. One, I think, quick question to the CAO, maybe back to the CFO, we're not sure yet. When we hired, so we had a new position created a couple of months ago, correct, to make sure or 6
Madam
months ago?
CAO?
So through you, Madam Mayor, we created a new position, which was the Division Manager of Facilities and Buildings. But that was as a result of not filling another facilities position at the Glenstone Lodge. So what we did was we tried to bring all of the resources that would deal with our recreation facilities and our municipal buildings into one department, because it was all siloed. We had a position at the lodge, we had some positions in municipal works, we have some positions in recreation, and so we brought them all together into one department. And we also have a asset management position that we're going to be recruiting for. We did that with the elimination of some other positions in municipal works. So we haven't added headcount. What we have done is we've realigned our resources to try and more effectively manage that component of the city's.
Then, that being said, maybe I can couch it a different way. Have we ever added to our head count halfway through the year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only time that we would do that is if we had funding from, so sometimes in some of our shared services, social services, the Glenstone Lodge, we will get funding from the province that will pay for a resource. We will recruit for that, whether it's for programs, whether it's for nursing, we will just recruit for that. If we wanted to add a head count during the year that we do not have budget for, we would not do that without coming to council, and I likely would not bring that to council unless it was something that required some type of emergency, but we would wait and we would deal with that in the following year's budget.
So you're suggesting currently we have no real mechanism to deal with our budget in terms of adding another human being to the corporate structure on the fly? Say, gee, wow, we didn't think we needed this. We have 5 people, now we need 6. We have no real official policy, methodology of dealing with that. Is that making sense?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is not something that we would not typically do. If we do not have a planned budget for it through this process, we would not add a head count. We will, in our budget process, sometimes go over in some of our part-time and overtime wages because of circumstances that occur within our city departments, but we don't add a head count mid-year.
So, is the prudent decision to put money in the budget?
So I could recommend to council, or if council thought that coming back with a report that they'd be supportive in an effort to want to move the budget forward, council could consider putting forward a motion to add, for example, I'm going to say an approximate amount of, I would recommend $50,000 because it would be salary and potentially benefits. I do not see this position as being unionized from what I'm hearing. I also do not think the position would be it would be full-time, so then there would be a benefit component. By putting something like that in the budget, it would allow flexibility. We only have a little over half of the year to fill the position with, so that likely would work. We could get the report back to council for the March meeting. The reality as well is that we're not going to come back to council with a bylaw for rates until likely after that, based on getting education rates and other information to the province. So we're likely not to bring our bylaw for taxation at that point in time. And if that item is defeated in March and is not proceeded, we could contemplate removing it from the budget and adjusting our rates prior to that bylaw coming to council.
That being said, Your Worship, on the motion to defer, I still think we have to defer, but I think depending on the nature of the vote, we may have to literally add the prudent decision. If it's an operating cost, it should be in addition to the operating budget. So I'll wait and see how the vote shakes out. With your indulgence, maybe make a motion after the vote to put something in the budget to accommodate what may have to happen later. Thank you.
Would such a motion be in order? If the motion to defer were to be accepted, would a follow-up motion to be prudent, putting in an amount of money into the budget, would that be in order?
Madam Mayor, if I might, I would say if that is what council is thinking about doing, I would defeat the motion for deferral, go back to the original motion, and then following that motion, ask for, or amend the original motion to also ask for a report to allow council the flexibility to make that, so set it to the original motion, set aside the funds, and then have a second motion asking for the report. And if the item gets defeated in March, then at that point in time, it can be removed from the budget prior to the rates being approved.
Can I just,
Go ahead.
so that I'm clear on what we're doing, could we not technically motion to defer and a subsequent motion to allocate X number of dollars into the budget simply as a line item for future employee, said employee, whatever the number is? Like, So the motion to defer could still be voted upon and taken, and if assuming that everybody defers, a follow-up motion to say, I would like to add an additional $60,000 to the budget, under, wages and benefits, and you could put it under council's line item, right? Because technically, I guess it's a council decision. Do it that way. Would that be keeping everything in order?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that would work as well. I think you want two motions.
I think that would be my preference. I don't know what my colleagues want to do, but depending on the vote, subsequent motion to say we'll add X number of dollars to council's budget pending this decision based on the deferral. So we'll let it shoot.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I support the motion to defer. And I think, though, it might be in order for us to give direction to administration, because to come back with a report on such a broad-based motion within a month could be kind of tricky. For example, as I look at the, we're talking about this position. We haven't nailed it or named it. Like, is this a researcher position? But then somewhere else I see leadership in something. So then do we defer to this person's, almost like give over the political leadership to somebody that we've hired? So we have to narrow this down. And I suggest we start, if we do go ahead with this, as narrow as possible in the beginning so that it can grow, rather than come up with something really big and have it crash and burn in 3 months and then, we'd never revisit it again. Like some of the list of things a person can do here. Pop-up businesses, that's municipal. But a French university campus, that's provincial. And then accessing immigration programs, that's federal. This person's gonna be all over the map. One person can't do all this. So let's narrow it down, and to do that, maybe Councillor Bennett and a couple of others would talk to administration so that when it comes back to us as a deferred motion, it's something that's not impossible. Because right now, like, it's lovely, but it's utopia. It's impossible.
Can I go back to Madam CAO on the timeline for the report? You did say the first meeting in March.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's only one meeting
Okay.
right now scheduled for March. Typically, we only have one meeting in March, so the
that meeting-
report can come back. I think that I have quite a few notes on the feedback from around the table, so in an effort to kind of be a little bit efficient in trying to move on through our budget process, I am happy to reach out and get comments from council on any matters they think that, and I am familiar with one or two other positions in other municipalities, so I think a report can be brought back.
Any other speakers on the deferral?
I hope,
Councillor McIntosh and then Councillor Gardner.
what I'm confused here is where does this come from? If the fire chief needed more men, he comes to us and said, hey, like we did 3 years ago, I need 4 more guys. We debated, yeah, he said, here's the need, and we said, we agree with you. Administration isn't coming to us with this, saying, we're swamped. And I think we've been very receptive to everything Marine's asked for. That's why I'm confused that if you're overloaded, Marine, and if this report says you guys just,
So my understanding is this is very much a councillor motion. It's not an admin motion.
no, I'm, okay, but
It comes from council.
we've been told that they can't handle the work we're giving them.
I don't think that's what Councillor Bennett is saying.
They're having, it's hard to, it takes time to do all these reports. We're not getting them on fast enough.
That's just a portion of it. But
Yeah, it's a big part.
So
I give up. No, forget it.
Councillor Gardner?
Yeah, I'll support the deferral on the condition that we go forward with Councillor Hollingsworth. Motion to put the money in the budget. I'm looking at what happened with university. I also am looking at one of the issues we had a problem with to bring AFMO here was to have the manpower to organize it. So I approve having that extra person. but I want the information that's needed in terms of unionized, non-unionized, part-time, full-time. I want all that information and a further recommendation
Okay.
from
So you're done? Any further discussion on the deferral?
So
Councillor Dupont?
Clarification on the deferral, because we've
Yes.
spent an hour and a half on
Yes.
on this item alone. So the motion is to defer.
The motion is to defer to request a report from administration and that it's going to come back at the only meeting in March. I think that's correct.
Which will have all the costs and everything.
Further detail as per the notes that have been taken by the CAO in response to your comments, all of your comments. Okay. So I will, if everyone has spoken, I'll speak to the deferral. I'll support it. Clearly, that's where this council wants to go. I do use the word activist quite a bit in describing us, all of you. This is a council that is very engaged. You've heard me use that word. There are ideas, there is energy in this room, every meeting, at all times, in between meetings, and that's a good thing. And so when I met with all of you, as I had individual meetings with all of you, as I did at the top of the term, I did that again the beginning of this year, and I will do that again next year, because I think it's a good opportunity for me as the mayor to reset and to get us a chance to talk to you about your priorities and how you saw the last year. So the sense I get over this last year is that we are losing sight of our strategic plan. We're getting a lot of things done. Operationally, I think it's been a really good year, and I think we've moved a lot of things forward as a team, as admin and council. But council has a set of priorities that need strategic attention. And so this position is about strategic priorities. It's about keeping this council in line with those priorities. So you've given examples, you've heard examples of where we need to go. Bear in mind that this is a unique or a new position. And I'm going to say from this chair that we want to position this city in a way that we are going to attract. Full stop, attract. Attract. You can fill the blank there. It can be investment, it can be residents, it can be attract. Bring profile to this city. We are, I think, graduating into a place that wants to go from 47,000 to 50,000. So this position is clearly aspirational, right? It's supporting those aspirations. And yes, it's new. And so yes, there is uncertainty around that. But with CAO and admin, we can get some clarity. We can study what other cities have done. Places like Kitchener, places like Belleville that have staff that are assigned to the strategic plan of their communities. Because we're now going to be in competition with other communities to attract. That's where we are. That's what 2020 is now, is positioning. Positioning Cornwall to attract. Making sure that we are always top of mind for provincial governments and federal governments. And for that, we need some support. We need follow-up. And so that's how I see this position. So my only concern with a deferral is whether we're going to be able to put money in this year's budget. Because we're already done over a year of this term. And if we want to leverage the energy in this room, around this council chambers, then we need to do it sooner rather than later. We don't want to wait a year or two down the road. We're planning this budget, and we're looking 5 years down, 10 years down. This position could help us with that planning, with that long-term planning. Is it hard to pin down exactly the reporting schedule, the money? Yes. Same as it's hard to pin down an operating schedule for the Arts Centre. Same as it was hard to pin down an operating schedule for the Benson Centre. But we did it because this city builds things and we get things done. And now we need to move to 50,000 people. That's where we are. And that's what this position is about. But I'm getting a sense that we want to defer, get more information, and I certainly will go with the consensus and support the deferral. As long as we can have some discussion sooner rather than later. I'd hate to see our success further deferred. I'm tired of deferring the success of this city. So I'm going to call the vote on the,
What are the recommendations? The bilingual position?
beg your pardon?
One of the recommendations would be a bilingual position.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
One of the recommendations would be a bilingual position.
That's not in the outline.
Oh, she said the CEO said she was marking down comments, so.
Okay, so we'll mark down that comment. Thank you.
I'm not asking about it, just saying, that'd be it.
Okay, but it's certainly not in the proposal in front of us. So the motion to defer, I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of the motion to defer? Against? Carried. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Well, Your Worship, I'd like to make a subsequent motion then, and I don't know what the number is. I'm reluctant to sort of pigeonhole. I'm gonna suggest 60,000 in the operating budget, through council's operating budget, to accommodate potentially hiring this person. And while that 60,000 is perhaps finaglable, depending on what the real need is, to put a number to it, that's what I'm gonna suggest, if I can get a seconder. So $60,000 in the budget to accommodate this potential new hire.
Seconded by Councillor Gardner. Debate on this? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't support that because I believe that we have the ability to debate whether we want that position, and at that time, if there is a dollar value, we can take it out of working reserves and pay it the next year. I don't like putting money in the budget on a conceptual plan. We're not dealing with reality yet. Let's deal with reality when the report comes back. So I won't support any dollars at this time in the budget. We look at what our salary and benefits are 46% right now, and I don't want to see any more in there until we can deal with the reality of a situation.
I then have Councillor Bergeron and then Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I won't support this motion for a few reasons, but one of them being, and I talk about this a lot, the process. And so putting money in a budget for something this council has not agreed should exist is, in my view, not how budget process should work. And Councillor Grant kind of just touched on that in maybe a different way. So I would not approve anything, and I talked about this yesterday with the Arts Center, things that we don't actually know the true cost. So your motion is to put $60,000 aside. What's going to happen, I would suggest, if this motion passes, is when this comes back in March and I say, I don't know, I've read this report, I don't agree with it, I'll hear things like, well, we have the money in the budget, let's do it. So to me, that conversation is one. That is the same conversation, and this is where how we debate things kind of matters, and the timeline of how we set aside things. We have working reserves for these types of things to come to council. They do come to council quite a bit. I'm not opposed to this position. I'm opposed to this motion. And I would welcome the report. I would welcome looking at it. I would look at it very independently from this budget, and I would weigh that. And the other thing I would do is look at what are our priorities. So if we are looking at saying, let's add $60,000 to this budget for this position, which I won't support, what is that more important than? And that's kind of my line of questioning today in terms of our priorities, and the capital budget motions that I'm going to make are, if we are doing certain things, then what's falling behind? What isn't our priority? I don't hear that a lot. So I would love to hear why, if we're adding this to the budget, what is it more important than? And I respect that you don't have to say that. But to me, I would need to hear that in order to support this motion, and so I won't be supporting.
Councillor Bennett?
Actually, my hand was up just a second, the motion, so.
Oh, okay. Any further comment? Councillor Mack?
Are we talking 60,000 a year or 60,000 for the remainder of this year? Like, is that the, are we asking 60,000, that's what the position pays?
Madam CAO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that the 60,000 would be there to make sure that we have enough money to cover the position for the remainder of this year. So we'll come back with a report, but 60,000 salary and benefits would likely, I think would likely not cover that position for a year. It would need to be, it
I
would need to
agree
be,
with you on that one, because.
need to be a little bit more than that.
Yeah. It would take a lot more than 60,000. If you went that way.
Councillor McDonald?
I'll support the motion because I think that if the money's there, it'll be easier for council to make the decision to actually, it'll be one less hurdle. So I do support, and allocating the money is not spending the money, but it does make it easier to spend it later. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Want to wrap up?
Absolutely.
Councillor Harlingsworth?
Didn't think I'd get, just take this laying down. If I know, your worship, or I'm anticipating having to put a new roof on my house, I start putting money in a bank account ahead of time to prepare for that. So, we have a motion to defer a report. While that may not come to fruition, and we may say, forget it, we're not gonna, hire this person, to me, it makes more sense to anticipate having to hire this person than to just sort of say, well, no big deal. I think by taking money out of reserves for what is clearly an operating expense is kind of a, I don't know if the word is fooling ourselves, but we're ultimately deferring that little tax increase till next year, because not only would we have to find whatever, let's say the salary is 80,000, not only next year would we have to find 80,000 for that person next year, but we'd also have to find 60,000 for 50, 60, 80, whatever the number is for this year. And so really, whether you increase taxes for this position this year or increase taxes twice as much next year, you still have to deal with it. Now, worst case scenario, council says, you know what, we don't want to hire this person. And we now have $60,000 sitting in an operating budget for council that isn't being used. Well, that doesn't mean we're gonna go and spend that $60,000 on something else. You could conceivably move that money into a reserve or leave it as it is and allocate that to next year's council's budget. The truth of the matter is, and I've been around for a little bit of time, I have yet to see taxes go down. I've never seen administration come to us and say, guess what? The operating costs have gone down this year, everything's fine. So my point is, whether you take that 60,000, borrow it from reserves and tag it onto next year's budget, or whether you just come to terms with the fact that you may have to spend this money, like your roof, or your driveway, or whatever, and start putting money into a bank account now to get ready for it, we're kind of sort of fooling ourselves a little bit. And I'm just trying to keep all the line items, all the lines in the budget where they're supposed to be. Hiring a person is an operating expenditure. Therefore, it should be in the operating budget. Maybe my colleagues don't see it that way, but that's how I see it. Hence the motion. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion? I will be supporting the motion. Councillor Hollingsworth?
My try.
Ditto. So all in favor of the motion? Against? Madam Clerk?
Carried.
What was the reading?
6 to 4.
4 in favor. Thank you.
That was a unanimous motion.
Unanimous?
Next item,
Calling it that.
Madam CAO?
CAO's budget. CAO's budget.
Yes.
Were there any other questions for council budget? Sorry.
Oh, no, I think we were done.
We-
I ended the
Sorry.
question period, and then we went into motions.
Okay.
So now we're on questions for the CAO's budget. Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. I just want to ask a few questions. I think maybe it's for you, sir, over there. It's been awfully quiet during this.
Mr. Clark,
Uh,
HR?
Yep, Mr. Clark. Haven't heard his phone go off in a minute. Generally speaking, and this is again, this is the first time it comes up, this is again one of those questions I would have asked in every department. So it will summarize for all departments if you can. When we see a car allowance, is that typically part of a contract, or that's a budgeted item that we have decided someone in the city gets funding for a car?
Yes, Mr. Clark.
So do you mean that someone using a car or a specific car allowance?
So in the CAO's budget here of salaries and rents, a car allowance is allocated. And I don't want to be specific to the contract of the CAO.
Okay.
And so I mean, in general terms, our car allowance is part of a contract, an employment contract, or this is something council has decided is in addition to?
It is part of an employment contract.
Okay, thank you.
And they're limited, but they are part of it.
And that is the case for all car allowances
Correct.
in this budget?
Yep.
You just answered about 12 of my questions.
Just tell everybody.
Yeah, but it's a motion I won't make if it's in a contract, essentially. Next question relates to mileage. If we have a car allowance, why would we have mileage? Listen, I don't think it's for you, it's for the CAO in general. I'm assuming mileage means not related to the car allowance. It's a separate, it's for separate things.
Madam CAO?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, it would be for separate items. So mileage is typically claimed when travel is done outside of the area. So I would attend, as an example, I would attend multiple meetings in Kingston, sometimes once or twice a month. And there's a mileage component via our city's vehicle policy that pays for, similarly for council as well as any city employee if they're using their own personal vehicle.
Thank you. Also in services and rent, we see quite a bit of advertising, and I have a feeling that's directly related to communicating with the public. The budget for advertising has kind of dropped in the last few years. Is that because we're getting more efficient at using social media, or the role has helped bring that down?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the Public Information Coordinator is part of the CAO's budget. So advertising absolutely is included in that. Part of perhaps the drop in advertising is also money that is spent in individual departments for advertising. So there's been, although it's been reduced in this budget, it would be reallocated potentially in planning department for notices, for example, in other areas where we have to put in certain components of advertising.
Okay, so that leads me to the next question. Advertising specific to what the CAO and the information officer is doing, you've separated that now in that it is department focused.
So the city has, we have our City Hall Bulletin
Mhm.
that is published every 2 weeks.
Yep.
That would cover, that cost would be covered here. However, there are times where departments need to advertise specifically for certain circumstances. So as I referred to within the planning department, there's a requirement that they might have to do some planning notices outside of that City Hall Bulletin, advertising for positions for recruitment. Some of that would fall through human resources.
Thank you, that explains it. In terms of items that are not in your budget but that are spent in 2019, things like special project, that almost always has to be a motion of council. We've added to your plate and said, we would like this, and so it adds to the budget typically.
So as an example, this year or recently, we're undertaking a review with MNP to do the municipal works review. That is a special project. So we do have money in our reserves for special projects. Some of those funds have been set aside previously, typically for those types of reviews. We have not budgeted additional funds for special projects over the last couple of years to try and, I think, manage that a little bit more tightly. Plus, there is a little bit of money set aside in special projects, so if that money gets depleted, then we will come back. But special projects is funding that is typically there for initiatives that council would like to do, and we have not set aside budget, but it's important to make sure that we're able to proceed with some of those, typically in relation to audit.
So to follow up on that answer, in 2020, the submission is $0. That's just typically the submission, and then if council decides to add to it, that is our prerogative.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. However, we do have some funds that have been, so typically in the past, we have been budgeting about 20, if I take a look at special projects, we were budgeting a fixed amount every year, but we weren't always spending it. And we do have some funds that have set aside, so we've stopped budgeting for it at this point in time. Once those funds are expended, then we will, if we have any special projects coming forward, we'll come back to council. And we do have, again, an option to go to working reserves. We would prefer not to do that for small projects, but we do want to have some funds available to council during the year if there's certain initiatives that they want to undertake.
Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh?
Oh, caught me off guard. The allowance for car vehicles, there's no mileage in town, so we have to run around. That allowance takes care of, the mileage comes when you leave town, you're going to Kingston, Ottawa, and those places.
Madam CAO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is exactly right. The mileage is for typically traveling outside of, I would say outside of SD&G, traveling to Ottawa,
Yeah.
Toronto,
Ditto for
Kingston.
department heads too, with the allowance.
That is correct.
And the comment, it's not unusual in the private sector, but some private sectors, people buy the car, the chief executive officer. So I find it pretty reasonable if you're supplying your vehicle for the corporation. That's fair.
Any other questions? Next item. Clerk's Department?
Yep.
Questions? Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. Well, I'm trying to minimize the number of questions, and as they come up, I'll ask because they're general to all of
There's no
these.
need to minimize questions. You will be
Let me
fully
rephrase. I'm trying to
allowed
group
to
group
answer,
questions
ask all the
together.
questions you need.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
It's about grouping questions together. So I would have the same question in other departments.
You have
but
full
This is
range,
the first time it will come up.
full range.
In clerk services, we have a budget set aside for lease agreements. I don't have an understanding of what that means. So can you provide some examples of what it is the clerk services is leasing, and is that internal? Is that an internal revenue and therefore just a budget neutral item?
Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So through our division, we lease the fleet of photocopy machines throughout the entire city. We lease the postage machine that takes care of the mail for all the departments. We also lease a car for the messenger services. So those are the big three.
So as an expense, that's, as a revenue item, it's also counted internally.
Yes.
Thank you. One of the items under your portfolio is legal fees. And we are setting aside $100,000 this year in legal fees, but in the last 2 years, it's been much higher. And I won't get into why or what I do know about that, but why would we not budget to match what has been seen? I think this may be a question for the CAO. We're budgeting $100,000 in legal fees, but in the last 2 years, we've spent over $250,000. I would rather that match what we're actually spending. And the question, again, is broad but specific. How do we come up with that number? And I assume it's the same across all departments, that decision-making process.
So on the issue of legal fees, I'm going to turn to the CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With respect to legal fees, there are different scenarios that come up in the organization where we might incur legal fees, but then there also might be opportunities for recovery of those legal fees. So back to your point, as far as budget goes, we have talked at length internally whether or not we should be increasing those legal fees. Another component, looking at legal fees, some of the items where we are incurring some significant legal fees also might be tied to certain projects and capital projects, and we might assign those costs to those projects as well. So, it's a good question. I think we would like to try and be a little bit, I think we want to try and keep those legal fees down a little bit, have some of the fees that are occurring be a little bit more representative directly to the departments that are incurring those costs. These fees are more so fees overall for fairly general nature items.
Thank you. On that note, I mean, the clerk services last year, we budgeted $388,526. But the actual spend was over $500,000. This again will be broad but specific. That, it's implied that that money is either coming out of our working reserves or through the revenue change that's happening in the clerk service.
Sorry, what line are you looking at?
Services and rents has gone up versus actual. So
Right.
what we spent last year was actually higher by $150,000 from what was budgeted. Curious about that process. When you do go over, those monies implied come from working reserves, but not always. There are decisions made there.
So I'd redirect you back to the last report we would have brought to council with our quarterly variances, so that third quarter report
Yes.
would have had those types of items identified on it with the pluses and minuses.
Madam CFO, did you want to add anything to it?
I don't think so, other than when we're looking at variances across the corporation, we may not go to reserves to fund specific items if other items are under budget across the corporation. We balance the city's budget overall.
Right, and I appreciate that. And when I look at variances, it's typically budget to budget, not actuals to budget, which is always kind of what I'm looking at when I go through these budget numbers, is what did we actually spend versus what are we budgeting for this year? And so a lot of my questions relate to, well, if it was higher, why would we keep it the same? And some of those have been answered already, so I'll try to be, again, a little more general on those. I think I understand your answer. It does come back. I do see those at council. I suppose we, as a governing body, then, we're not approving services and rents line by line here. We don't, you're allowed to go over the budget of, I don't even know any of these items here, contracted services, which is $2,500. It shows an actual of $5,300. Because that falls in your range of spending, as long as it's brought back as a variance to us, that's acceptable.
Madam CFO?
That is correct. We have a purchasing policy that outlines the authority levels or signing authority for administration and to council. And our quarterly report to council will show variances that we want council to be aware of that may impact our year end.
Thank you.
Madam CAO, did you want to speak to Councillor Bergeron's comment about previous years of legal fees compared to this year's?
No, like I think when we look at the report that's brought back to council quarterly with variances, if, it might be worthwhile, when we bring back the fourth quarter report, hopefully we'll have more dialogue with council when that report comes in front of council. We try to, in that report, also group areas to show, we kind of want to explain what really did happen in the past year at a relatively high level, right? So we're not going to get into $2,000 or $3,000 variances. Typically, when we're talking to departments, we're looking for variances that are a little bit more significant than that. And then we group categories together. So you'll find that maybe legal fees might be over, if you were to go through all departments, legal fees might be over in one area, but then we might be underspent in other areas, right? So, again, it's an item that we look at for the city overall.
Councillor McIntosh?
So if I understand, I think Eric's reading from a different document than we have in front of us. We budget $100,000 a year for legal fees?
Yeah, he's got
Are you reading that?
So we budget $100,000 within the clerk's department for legal fees, right? We would also have legal fees that we would budget in human resources. We would also have legal fees that we would budget, or we do adjuster and other fees within insurance. So there's legal fees that are spread out
Okay,
across various
I just thought the
departments.
100,000 was low because the company I worked for in previous life, they budgeted probably about that. And after I left, they probably cut the budget in half. But we're covered by insurance, aren't we, in some of these cases where we have to retain lawyers?
Absolutely. So,
And-
but there would be a deductible and then we have adjuster. So we have sort of an adjuster legal account in that division, when you get to financial services.
And do we pay the law firms a retainer?
And then we might have some legal fees that we incur that we're also anticipating we might try to recover depending on what the litigation item might be.
And when it comes to the representative for the city, that comes up to tender? Is
Through you, Madam.
BLG, they're on contract to us?
So through you, Madam Mayor, based on our most recent purchasing policy, that would not come up for, that would not come up to be RFP'd. And I think that's a fairly common practice across municipalities because I think that depending what your needs are for certain legal matters and circumstances, it should be. Now, if the city were to consider changing legal counsel, I think that the administration would be coming back to council to say that we would like to change providers.
Okay. All right, thanks.
To Councillor McIntosh's question or comment about the document that Councillor Bergeron was referring to, Madam CAO?
Isn't that, you sent us, I think, rents and services?
There was an email that went out that
Yeah.
had that broken down for every department.
It's not in this doc.
If anybody would like a hard copy, we can get hard copies printed.
I've got it on my BlackBerry.
Does everybody have access to that document?
Going there now.
Any further questions? Next item, Human Resources. Questions? Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. When I look at this budget, first thing that stands out to me is that, and I realize this is maybe revenue neutral, but I don't see a full explanation of internal revenue changing by about $80,000. What's the trend there? What are we talking about? And why is it trending that way, I suppose?
Mr. Clark?
Thank you. And Ms. Bailey can help me out if I misspeak here, but I believe it's attributed to us with improvements for WSIB. So we've been trending negatively for the last 4 or 5 years. I think we could be a little bit better at managing it, and we're seeing that improve this year.
So, sorry, WSIB as a revenue,
I think it's been reduced.
it's been reduced, but so, can you clarify how WSIB would contribute to our revenues? Means there's, you'll be the expert to answer that. I suppose.
Well, this is where I would ask for Ms. Bailey's help then.
Yes, for the process. So, Mr. Clark is probably more so familiar with the costs of WSIB, which is under financial and transfers. So you'll see that that cost has gone down because his department has completed an analysis. And what we see is we're trending down in payment of WSIB benefits. Then financial services takes over, and if expenses have gone down, that is a cost to departments across the corporation. So we're recovering, or HR is recovering less revenue from departments.
Thank you. So I don't see that in finance and transfers generally because we only get the overview of it. And so answering that question does in fact answer exactly the types of questions I'm trying to get answers to, which is why would it go up and down? By asking a question about revenue, I've received an answer about expenses as well, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you. Car allowance would be the same on that one. Accommodation meals, you've already answered in general as well. So my own handwriting is escaping me here. I'm showing a lower than average. Just give me 1 second if someone has a question.
We'll wait.
Yeah,
Counselor
so
Townsend?
arbitration and grievances, sorry. Really, I tried to last night condense things. The grievances seems to be similar, I'm guessing, similar answer to what we just received in terms of legal fees, in that we budget for what we're hoping for, we deal with what we get. I see quite a difference, though, in what we're budgeting for $115,000 versus close to $300,000 in arbitration grievances last year. Again, can you speak to the trend of that, why we would budget lower than what we've seen in the last few years, and maybe how that budget submission came to be?
Mr. Clark?
Thank you. So we're a bit at the discretion of the 7 unions within the city. I'd say a lot of it has probably been tied up with some of the interest arbitration work that we've had. The ONA group has the same thing. So where we're not necessarily seeing, long drawn-out arbitrations for what we would call rights matters, the interest arbitrations take on more prep work and a lot more activity going into it. So from an interest arbitration, we've been perpetually behind in one contract, and it just continues to kind of be what it is. We're not seeing a trend in an increase, I would say, in some of the other arbitrations, where, again, they're what we would call rights arbitrations for just general grievances about disciplines or violations of the collective agreement and such, but we are seeing that up a little bit, but there are often cases where we're solving those within shorter notice.
Thank you. So that answers part of the question, but the amount we're spending versus what we're budgeting is very different. And we're budgeting less than last year, but we spent way more than we budgeted last year. So there must be at some point a decision that, what's coming forward is known a little bit. Professionally, I assume you know the what's coming down the pipeline. And the decision is, we're going to budget less. This, to me, is one of those things that maybe we should be budgeting more, and why not? And that's kind of the point of the question here is, if it's so high in years past, and you've answered the trend a little bit here as best you can, but why would the budget request be specific lower than last year if we know that we've been spending more traditionally?
Mr. Clark?
Thank you. I would have to go back and look, because I think the last 2 years with the work stoppage, and this year with just the ongoing nature of the interest arbitrations, I think that number is more in line with what it had previously been outside of those two anomalous years, so to speak. So a very valid point. I'm hopeful that this year we get back to more of a static line, because I necessarily wouldn't think the last 2 years were indicative of my first 3, so to speak.
I think that's exactly the answer I'm hoping for. Thank you.
Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was the question I was going to ask.
Any other questions? Next item. Financial services. Questions? Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you. So in the bullet points of financial services, there's an increase in services and rents of $227,000. That's not insignificant. If I could get a summary of that, I mean, I have the breakdown, so I see the numbers, but perhaps maybe how it is that's come to be and where these are being addressed.
Madam CFO?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. So a lot has changed in the way that ITT is doing business, and it's reflective in these numbers where we're more so leasing our softwares instead of buying our softwares. So looking at services and rents alone, without looking at purchase of goods and also our line for debt, we need to look at them all together because of the way we've changed business. And so a report came to council when we moved to O365 and Outlook, and we decided to lease that software instead and not purchase it. Therefore, we're not incurring a loan and debt moving forward. So if you take a look on page 015 of the budget book, and we look at purchase of goods, services, and rents, and financial LTD principal and interest together, there's actually a change year to year of just over $9,000 or 0.6%. So that was part of the communication on moving forward when we went to 0365.
Thank you. It's a great explanation. As it relates to ITT, is that the trend? And I know we've had a few reports come to us this year. Software is moving more towards licensing monthly, yearly, instead of that bulk purchase price. And is that why the change from one to the other in terms of the budget?
Yes, it is, and that's what we're seeing in other departmental softwares as well, not only our corporate softwares.
So again, good example of a question that would have been otherwise for other departments as well. Can you give me a highlight of what contracted services would be for financial services? It's not really detailed,
Contracted services?
generally speaking.
1 minute. I believe contracted services for, it would be for accounting, it would be our audits with MMP and
So these are things we must contract out. It's not like we're hiring someone because we don't have enough of a position internally. This is something that must be done externally.
it's our external audit.
Generally speaking, in terms of contracted services, that is the case. It must be done externally because we don't have the resources internally.
That is what we use contracted services for, that line item,
Okay,
for the most part.
thank you.
Any other questions? Non-departmental? Is there any questions? Councillor Bennett and then Councillor Towndale.
Thank you. My question is about the impact assessments. So the new ones are coming out, 21, 24. Have we learned any lessons that will help protect us from what happened over the last 4 years in regards to them making another big mistake? I'm not sure if there's anything we can do to safeguard against that, but I'm just wondering if, I'm hoping, I'm assuming it is top of mind.
Madam CAO?
You know what I'm saying? Like they made a big mistake with us 4 years ago. They learned anything? Is there something going on that's going to protect us from this happening again?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm going to say no. I think that part of what's happened with impact assessments, it's a judgment. We're learning that, I think more and more often, what is happening is those values for large properties are at risk as far as fluctuating values, especially, we've looked at our retail, we've seen it happen in our DCs. With respect to residential, I don't have any concerns because it's a big enough, broad enough portfolio. Although I do anticipate in the next valuation that we'll see our residential properties probably increase in value based on what I'm seeing in the market and sales in Cornwall. How we deal with that, unfortunately, still has to be the conscientious effort to make contributions to a tax stabilization reserve.
And that's still not the case.
We do have, MPAC is being a little bit more, they're bringing information forward to municipalities through these cycles a little bit earlier, so we can look at the information. So at least we have an opportunity to take a look at it. If we think there's some errors, we might be able to bring it to their attention. But as far as some of their determinations of values, I'm not sure that, I can't say that we're not gonna see that risk again. And the risk is probably the greatest, the first year after they've determined those values, because if they've dropped a property value, that gets fully absorbed in year one. So I'm not sure if that's answers your question.
Yeah, I was just
but-
wondering if there were any safeguards in place or if they've changed anything the way they do it. I was hoping they learned a lesson, but it doesn't sound like they really did. I understand they'd be quiet.
Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you. In regards to taxes written off, I know here specifically it talks about impact, which Councillor Bennett asked about, but a number of years ago, we decided to phase out the vacant commercial space rebate. I'm just wanting an update in terms of when that comes into full effect. I think it was this year, but I just want a confirmation on that if I could get it, please.
Madam CAO or Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is this year, I believe, that it's been phased out, but this year, we would need to budget for applications from 2019. So they have until, I think, February 28th to place a vacancy rebate. And then moving into 2021, there wouldn't be a vacancy rebate program any longer for the municipality.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner? Councillor McIntosh?
Through you to Tracy, when we phase in phase out the rebates, any idea what kind of added income that'll give, revenue?
The phase out of the vacancy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have that with me, but I could provide it to
No,
you.
it's okay. The other thing is, what is a charitable rebate program?
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor,
Excuse me.
any charity that owns property or is renting property has an opportunity for a charity rebate with the municipality. An application is filled in and that is budgeted for.
Like the Legion and these places?
Pardon?
The Royal Canadian Legion and places like that? So-
Uh,
Any charity.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I don't know if this fits in.
Councillor Gardner?
I don't know if this fits in, but the province with is there any charge that's come forward with the health units, where they went supposed to go from 25 to 30? Are there any charges in this budget that have increased over last year? Have you heard from the health unit to find out whether we're paying more in taxes here this year, since they made that change?
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have heard from both the Eastern Ontario Health Unit and the Reason Region Conservation Authority. We have put an increase in their budget, a number that they've given us. That's on page P1 under City Partners. And I understand that Reason Region Conservation Authority probably has already had their board meeting now, maybe, I think it was last week or the week before, so we're waiting to hear. Eastern Ontario Health Unit are meeting on February 27th, but they have given us a preliminary number for this budget.
And it's preliminary because the government hasn't made up their mind how they're.
I can't speak to that, but you'll notice if you go to page P1, last year Eastern Ontario Health Unit was at 750,000 and they're at 817. So it does look like they've increased it more than what would be considered cost of living.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Next item. Ontario Works. Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I had one question in the services, services and rents, just looking for an explanation. There's a line item, I think it's employee-related, number 545, which is very vague. Just looking for a more detailed explanation on what that is.
I'm sorry, what was the number again? Line 545, you said?
Yeah, it's line items 3070, employment-related, number 545 in the line by line, if you want to call it that.
Ms. Morgan?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so that's a direct expense for client services, and that fluctuates based on the funding that we receive from the province. So that's a direct service to clients.
Okay. Okay, good enough. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. In the same spirit, contracted services is dropping drastically this year. Can you highlight what that means and why?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so if I can speak generally to all three of our divisions, because I believe there's a significant drop in relative line items. throughout those divisions. One of them is specifically as it relates to the drop in federal funding, provincial funding from those ministries, and so there's a direct in and out expense that you, or anomaly you'll see there, so it's in and out. With respect to housing, as an example, most of the contracted services that we charge through that line item are direct services to clients that we pay to third parties like Cornwall Electric, Union Gas, those types of expenses as well. And so as the funding from the province drops off, we have to reallocate, and some of them are 100% provincial funding, like the Chippy program through housing.
Councillor Bergeron?
So to continue on that, when provincial funding drops and levels of service starts to be come into question, how do we address levels of service? How do you address levels of service in general? Does the city make up some of that? Is that something you would bring forward if you thought, you know what, this is too low, we need to address this? How would that kind of come back to us?
Ms. Morgan?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So that's where it's distinct amongst each of the divisions. The budget for Ontario Works is based on the caseload numbers. So as caseload numbers drop, the number, or the funding drops, so theoretically there are less clients to serve. So there's an allocation per benefit unit that we receive based on our caseload. Childcare, it's based on a new census that was taken, and they base their funding on the new census. Whereas for housing, the municipality has always been, in recent years, the largest contributor to social housing. However, we quite often over the last several years have received 100% dollars from the province and the ministry, the province and the federal government, to offset additional special projects. So it fluctuates based on the division and the funding that we receive from those various levels of government, and for what purpose.
Thank you.
Madam CAO?
Madam Mayor, if I could just quickly comment. We also, not too long ago, had multiple reports that were brought to council from paramedic services, the Glenstoran Lodge, and social services, including all the divisions, talking about potential impacts from provincial funding. Not so much of an effect in 2020, but there will be impacts in 2021. So I think, you know, as part of your question, if we have not seen major cutbacks in funding for shared services and programs. However, we are now starting to feel through the communications coming from the province that could be the reality in 2021.
Any other questions? Childcare services? Questions?
No, she already answered that one. It was, she knows.
Any other questions? Social housing services? Questions? Glenstoran Lodge? Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. You finally get to participate. Thank you. Just a couple of items. One of the key highlights here in your summary is that overall there's an increase in resident services of about $250,000. Some of that is capital. Can you explain what isn't capital and what that means?
Mr. Golden?
Sorry, on page 024, paragraph 4.
So in there, there's increases in resident services. You got the salaries and put into that benefits, as well as the overall revenue. I looked at those capital.
Madam CFO, did you want to add to that?
So what you're looking at is on page, also on page O25, resident services, there's a change of 248,000, or 48%.
Yes.
And so I'm just taking a look at, it's so small, my computer. Most of that is related to salaries and benefits, as Mr. Golden has responded to. We have seen some decreases in foods in that area, and in an increase in contracted services, a small increase there. We also have some IT, if you'd like to speak to that for resident services.
Mr. Golden?
So there's a bit of an increase in IT services, so, for IT, there were, $17,000, for telephone service update and fiber optics, that IT is currently doing. As well as we have just modernized our system, electronic documentation for our residents. So before, all the documentation was done manually, we're going point of care usually, making sure that all the care is properly documented in order to increase revenue for the Ministry of Health and Welfare.
Thank you. Your services and rents are going up roughly 10%. And the two biggest line items specifically are adding telephone lines and something just generically called, what's the word here? Other outside equipment. Can you give an idea of what those things are and why so many more telephone lines are needed this year?
Madam Mayor, if you look at outside equipment, what we've done is line 3640, we added $18,000 to that line and subtracted it from line 3770, which was plumbing and heating, about $18,000 mainly now just to COVID. And as well for the line 3690 contracted services, there's an increase because prior to this year, our funding, our NIP program funding was being received from St. Joe's. The nurse practitioner was being paid directly by St. Joe's, so it's not into our budget, but now St. Joe's are giving us the revenue on a monthly basis, and the revenue, the expenses of the nurse practitioner is coming out of our budget. So as a result, we are now seeing a higher increase in contracted services rate, but there's an increase in revenue from the Ministry of Health for that purpose.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that budget? Paramedic and emergency management services? Any questions? Fire services? Any questions? Cornwall Police Service? Councillor Bergeron?
I had a few questions written yesterday, but most of them would be for the Police Services Board. I just, if you can, Chief Aikman, can you speak to the CALIA accreditation, what it means to the city and why it's important? I don't have it in the...
Can you come to the mic, Chief Aikman?
So, in CALIA, as we, my predecessor was a commissioner of the Commission of Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies, and it's an accreditation process which the police service has been going through over the past decade or so. Most recently, in November, we underwent an assessment here in Cornwall to assess our standing in regards to our current assessment phase, and that was a very positive experience for the service. What it is basically the ability for a police service to demonstrate professionalism and accountability and transparency to the community. And the way I would phrase it would be, I can tell you all that I want, that we do a good, effective job at policing the community, but we're actually able to demonstrate it through this CALIA process.
It's kind of like an ISO certification, but specific to.
It's the police version of that, right?
Thank you. That's it.
Did the chair of the Police Services Board want to comment?
I think he did a wonderful job.
Chief Aikman, did you want to speak to an item that came up yesterday around the decrease in your budget from a provincial funding perspective?
No, but.
So,
That came up during our discussions.
Okay, I appreciate that. We receive grants as other departments within the city receive grants on an annual basis. Over the past 10 years, the provincial government had been uploading the costs associated to court security. And over an 8-year period, they brought us up to 100% coverage in terms of what it costs the Cornwall Police Service to provide court security at 29 2nd Street West and 26 Pitt Street. The Police Services Act of Ontario requires the police service within a jurisdiction that has a courthouse to provide security and to provide security for any prisoners that are housed within that facility, facility as well. So it costs us approximately $1 million a year in salaries and benefits to fulfill that function. This courthouse locally is quite busy. On any given day, there's a minimum of 5 court courtrooms in process. We provide security at each of those courtrooms as well as the management of the prisoners within the facility. In 2018, we were funded up to 100%, which is approximately $1 million. For reasons that weren't really clear to us in 2019, that amount was reduced by approximately $40,000. We were able to absorb that into our budget. This year, we just received notification in the past week or so that the amount attributable to that has been reduced by approximately 13%, $132,000, and thus the revenue associated with that grant has to be reduced. And I'm not really sure what the percentage impact on the budget is, but I'm sure Mr. Scrimshaw could articulate that for you.
Councillor Bennett?
Is there a way that this court security could be done by auxiliary officers, or is that something that has to be a?
We staff it with 10 special constables.
Okay.
Supplemented by 6 part-time. There is not right now we do not have a full-time police officer working in the Court Bureau. We have in the past, but as an as-need-be basis, if there's a heightened level of need for security, we will deploy police officers to the courthouse.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor McIntosh?
Some time ago, the president of the Cornwall Police Association, I believe, expressed some, not concern, but frontline officers thought maybe you didn't have enough. The department wasn't sufficiently staffed. In your view, is you've got it enough to cover? You always need more.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I provided a report to the Police Services Board in the fall, in which I asked for supplemental officers to cover vacant positions as a result of occupational stress injuries and people who are absent from work. And they agreed to provide us with 4 supplemental positions. And we're currently in the process of recruiting for those positions as we speak. We've hired 1 recruit officer who's at the Ontario Police College right now undergoing training, and we're looking at 3 more for the April-May intake. So I would say in general terms we are staffed appropriately if everybody was able to be deployed for the jobs that exist.
Now, when you started on the police force, stress wasn't even mentioned. and today it's become a factor of life.
I think it was dealt with differently back in the 80s, and I don't think it was recognized in terms of the impact the work police officers do in terms of their mental and physical health. It's one of the reasons that we've implemented an employee wellness program, and that's part of our budget in 2020.
That's what
as
I
well.
lead up to, is that people need help now and get it.
It certainly has been identified as a far greater issue. Back when I first started, people may have dealt with their own personal problems by abusing alcohol or whatever other means was there, but now we're seeing far more impact in terms of mental health issues.
When you talk to other chiefs in the province, do they have concerns about number of officers going off on stress leave?
It's a growing trend, and we're hoping to keep it under control, but we're certainly not immune to it coming here in Cornwall.
Sure.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was at a Region 2 meeting recently, and this is not unique to Cornwall. Every other police force talked about it. Some are a lot greater than ours, and how they deal with it is differently as well. I think we deal with it, and from my observations in the police board, we deal with it in a very professional way.
Any other questions? Councillor Gardner?
Just a quick question, Chief, through you, Madam Mayor. Chief, in the past, they used to hold a lot of the court cases in some of the motels here because there were too many for this provincial courthouse. Is that still the case, and how do you handle it?
So when the new courthouse was built, the Justice Building, when I started in policing in 1981, had the provincial court on the 4th floor, and there was only one court room in use. Superior Court matters were heard at 26 Pitt Street. When they built the new courthouse, there's enough courtrooms there for them to house both Superior Court and Provincial Court matters, or Ontario Court of Justice matters as they're called now. And so there are, I believe, 9 courtrooms available, of which, as I say, the information I have is we operate at a minimum of 5 a day, courtrooms being used.
So that's just not happening anymore in the motels. I know some of the court cases were held at Ramada Inn at some time, but it's not happening now. That's really all I want to know.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chief Aiken. Municipal Works? Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. So I think this question was covered in capital. One of the items is that our leased vehicles has dropped by about well over $100,000. Is that a result of capital expenditures, meaning that we no longer need to lease vehicles? We're spending money now to buy vehicles, and so that one is just no longer a line item.
Mr. DeWitt?
Sorry, Mr. Rush,
I
I'm
was
not
looking
here
at
today.
the table here.
That is exactly right. We're no longer leasing vehicles, we're trying to move towards purchasing vehicles.
So in the capital budget, those are decisions we make so that it saves you operating.
With regard to lease, yes, lease costs, yes.
The next item is city equipment, and I know this is kind of internal budgeting and almost revenue neutral, but there's a trend going down that city equipment rental is dropping, and it goes from about 390 to 260. Is this because of capital purchases that you don't need to rent as much equipment? Is this specific? Can you just talk to that trend generally and why this department would see a trend going down?
What's been happening in the past, through you, Madam Mayor, sorry.
Yes, of course.
What's been happening in the past is we're finding that there was a lot of equipment was being rented out, or accounted for by daily hours of use, and we're finding that the hours of use was overextending or over accounting for what was actually going on. And so now we've moved towards more auto charges so that the actual costs are actual. So if we give you an example, we were vehicles were charged out on an 8-hour day, but when you look at the engine hours that ran that day, it was actually running like 2 hours a day. And so we try to allocate it, or try to rationalize the rental charge on those vehicles by engine hours, and that's what we're moving towards.
Okay, thank you. It's a good example of how, and I appreciate it's internal, so may not actually affect taxation. It's a good example of policy that we maybe don't know about here that can affect how we go about things. The next item that I've heard in the previous councils that's kind of been discussed was grass cutting. And in 2019, we're looking at about $375,000 of grass cutting. But in 2018, it was zero. Is that because that was shifted to your department? It was somewhere else before? And the last question, which I think is the biggie, is that enough to be cutting grass specifically in our parks? I know that we were leaving some grass uncut and some not cut. Can you talk to that policy in general? Because I don't know that I know the answer to that.
Mr. DeWitt?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll try to. What's happened in the past is we were we've actually contracted out, before we were cutting the grass and we were not contracting, we were doing it internally. We found that we've moved to contracting out because in the past we were using, in a quick answer, we were using our sidewalk machines, which are $144,000 piece of equipment, and they were being used in the wintertime for snow removal, of course, on the sidewalks, and in the summertime we were using them for cutting grass. We found that the rental charges associated with that were, because they're $150,000 machine, were just exorbitant, and we felt that it was more cost effective to rent this equipment or to contract the grass cutting. With regard to the costs that happened in 2019, there was a relatively high cost of contracting the grass up, but as you know, we've had a very wet season. Of course, the grass grew more often or longer than it should have. With regard to, there are areas that we are not cutting grass and we're trying to move to a naturalization effect, and therefore, again, we're saving money on cutting grasses.
So let's dive into that a little bit. Naturalization is there a policy? Is there a set, every park gets cut here? Where would I find that if that is in fact the case?
Wallow?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we had come to council a couple of years ago now with the idea of naturalizing where we could. There are some parks, for example, Gano Park is a good example, where there were ribbons that were cut and really unnecessarily. And so the goal was to try to, and we've really looked at goals of other municipalities, other urban locations, of perhaps reaching something in the order of about 20% naturalization. We're not near that at all. I'm not sure if Mr. Fothrop has using a bit of memory on where we are, but we're probably something in the order of, certainly single digits, as opposed to the ultimate goal of 20%. I would say that with the efforts that we've put in place, and there is naturalization that is sort of spread all over the community, in parks and in city lands. Relatively speaking, we expected some complaints, but I would suggest that the complaints we received have been minimal. We have received a few and have dealt with those as they come in. I think Mr. Porter continues to monitor that. So I'm not sure, Jamie, if you have anything to add there.
Mr. Fothrop?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a very accurate account. We essentially were looking at parks that had sort of very low usage areas, passive areas. We have some parks that are rather small, but are a high percentage of that space is used for recreation activity. And we have other parks. Centennial Park is a good example. I'm not sure if
Thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
So the first day, I asked the question, during budget deliberations, when we stop cutting grass in residential areas on properties that we own, I asked the question of what the cost was, or the cost saving was, to stop cutting grass in those areas. Especially when the residential areas, people have their flower beds, and so between 2018, I guess that's when we stopped cutting that grass. What was the saving?
Mr. Fothrop?
Mayor, there was two, I guess, initiatives that, there's one, we're talking about naturalization of park space. The other issue was their boulevard maintenance. So what became a growing problem was certain residents taking issue with cutting the grass on the boulevard in front of their home. And it became a problem over years in such that someone would refuse to cut it, well, then the city would send a contractor out to cut the strip in front of the home. And I believe it was 2018, the bylaw was amended to make that a requirement of the homeowner to deal with it. If their property fronted on that street, it was their responsibility to cut the lawn. I don't have any exact figures to give you off the top of my head as to what we saved.
I think if I may interrupt you, across from Councillor Bennett's home, near the Bulls Drain, that area is a mess. The grass, it isn't? I was called down there last year.
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. What
Maybe
I'm
he's
saying-
cutting it.
I'm not suggesting the areas around the sidewalks and stuff like that. What I'm asking for is those areas that I had to visit last year because of people were calling our properties, not the properties that just, the ones that grew to about 3, 4, 5 feet, stuff hanging all over the place, and mosquitoes, people not being able to sit out in their backyards. How come we stopped cutting that?
Mr.
I'm not
Fothrop?
asking all over the city, but residential areas where we own the
Madam
property.
Mayor, yes, there are residential areas where you'll have something like the Bulls Drain. Residential area where it was previously cut on a weekly basis. And similar to some of these park spaces, that activity was being done more for aesthetic purposes, and space wasn't being actively used. And so as a cost-cutting measure, those types of areas weren't cut anymore. There have been some complaints where, especially where a property might back onto it and they have growth coming over that's affecting their private property, where we adjusted and had our contractor go out and sort of cut sort of a ribbon around the area immediately if the property. But as far as returning to cutting the entire area, those entire areas on a weekly basis, that we stopped that. There were some initial complaints at the beginning, and I'll say they largely have died down, and most have adjusted to the
It's not a good answer when I'm getting phone calls and people are giving me crap because we're not cleaning up, not specifically around sidewalks, but around their properties that are well kept.
Any other questions? Roads Division? Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. So this one is the first time it's come up, but it's, I think, again, kind of departmental policy. Equipment rental, internal rental is around $775,000 this year, down about $100,000 from last year. What I'm looking for is an answer to, is this because of capital expenditures? What I find when we approve capital is that we don't necessarily know the long-term operating value of that, and I'd like to see those things tied together. So in this case, I have a feeling we're talking about, we've been purchasing some equipment, and so your equipment rental costs go down. Is that in fact the case?
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, City equipment rental is used for only the purpose of having departments charged for use of equipment from the municipal works fleet. It's not about capital, but the revenue that is collected by the garage, the municipal works garage, through this internal recovery, is used to support maintaining those vehicles. So in essence, it is supporting or maintaining our capital asset, but it isn't to purchase or replace a capital asset.
So, thank you. I appreciate it's not to purchase or replace. My question is kind of the opposite. When we purchase and replace, do we see an effect on these type, and I know these ones are internal, but there's also a line item here for outside equipment. At what point do we say this piece of equipment, which is either internal and or rented, is better to come to council as a capital request so that our operating costs in the long run can go down? It's a little more generic, but very specific here.
So this is equipment that is owned by the city and rented to other city departments. Each year, the Municipal Works Department does do an analysis of what their recovery should be in order to submit, in order to recover the necessary monies to support their assets that the corporation uses.
So where does that go?
The revenue,
No.
the recovery?
Yep.
The recovery is with Municipal Works Garage. It pays for fuel, it pays for tires, it pays for maintenance, etc.
Sorry, I don't mean specifically the dollar figure, the decision that it's time to use internal recovery to purchase something versus not.
So we don't use internal recovery to purchase anything.
Okay,
We use internal recovery to maintain the asset that's in use.
got it. Thank you. Related, but in this case, Roads Division has outside equipment of $765,000. These are, I'm assuming, based on projects we know that are coming down the line and equipment that we don't have. And close to what you were just answering, how would we make the decision, or how would it come to council to say, this is equipment we should buy instead of continuing to rent? I think you had started on that answer, and maybe a little more detail on when it would come to council.
Madam CFO?
So after I speak, I'll redirect the question to Mr. DeWitt. This outside equipment rental is just that. It's our hired equipment list for larger types of equipment that we would not use on a regular basis that could cost, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars or $1 million, where it's better off to rent through an outside company. But if Mr. DeWitt would like to speak further on that. So it is rental of vehicles.
Mr. DeWitt?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So really what's happening here is, for example, and I'll just give you an example. We have snow removal from dead-end streets and from the BIAs, and we just don't have the amount of equipment that's required. If you can imagine, we put out up to like 6 or 7 packages out every night, or when required, to have snow picked up. And when I talk about a package, I mean a payloader and 3 or 4 dump trucks. Payloaders loading the dump trucks, and you'll see 3 or 4 of those packages out, between 11 and 7 in the morning, in places like 2nd Street, the BIAs, etc. So they're just contracted equipment.
And so, and maybe this is the point I'm not hearing a specific answer to. If we are doing this, and $750,000 a year tells me over a few years, that's a few $1 million. At what point is the policy, or is there a policy that says, oh, we should buy this as a capital request and not continue to pay rents on these? And that's the part that I'm still a little vague on.
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the supervisor at the Municipal Works Garage does keep that type of analysis. A good example would be a grader that we used to own, and now we no longer own it because we've understood that it's better to rent that vehicle when we need it, or that piece of equipment. So he would come to his supervisor and let them know, just like we did with the fleet that we used to lease and now we own. So those analysis are being done and would be brought to council if we could provide that same service in a different way.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Transit services? Questions? Councillor McIntosh?
Thank you. For you, Glenn. Our costs are going up for transit, obviously. What point does ridership even out and our costs keep rising?
Mr. Tapp?
Well, there must be you must say, well, you know, we can max, like, after a certain point, the ridership increases if they're gonna be very incremental, while your costs keep, you know, outpacing that.
Yeah, revenue is never going to pay for service.
Yeah.
So, to try to offset those type of things is to buy new equipment, use the government funding so they're try to find as much external sources as we can. But you're right, that's, you know, it's always going to be, you could increase the fares by 2%, but but some of the things that we can do is, you know, prepare some things internally. But I really don't have a good answer for you. It's just,
Lack of, I'm not sure, are we tapping out on the? Yeah, the service has increased, improved tremendously over the days when, you know, you went to a bus stop and there was an estimated time that they could arrive if they arrived, so obviously, you know, ridership has increased dramatically since the early days of the private contract. Yeah.
it has, the cost per rider is still the same, but there are more riders. And I guess at some point, increase the fares, try to offset the cost, it's going to be very difficult. But I think that the governments are recognizing the transit system component and that they're taking in more and more.
Yeah.
The people committing, you know, the city of away, it's taking a hundred, but yes, that's.
Could be worse, you could be running Ottawa Transit. Anyways, it's a good service.
Madam CFO, did you want to add anything to that?
Maybe further to Mr. Tapp's comments, it isn't related to the actual cost of providing the service where we're seeing major increases in transit. It is in reviving the fleet and taking advantage of those government dollars, and the city's share of that is financing. And so you'll see in our summary that the costs are associated with most of the increase is related to our debt charges and some financial costs for the software for the fare boxes, et cetera, that we spoke to.
Any other questions? Infrastructure planning? Any questions from council? Councillor Bennett?
I just have one. I'm a little bit uneducated on how this works. So if a project, we're redoing a major section of the roadway, the budget was this, that's what the contractor said they could do it for. There are times when projects run over budget. Is that the contractor's responsibility because they went over budget, or do we have to cut them another check?
Mr. Michael Foster?
what about, is weather one of those factors that was unforeseen?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we would, the only thing we would consider is an extension to schedule. So if there was significant weather delays over and above, typically what we see in the news, we may potentially consider it in terms of schedule, but we wouldn't consider it in terms of the cost. And even really, we usually don't consider it very much in terms of schedule.
Thank you.
Madam CAO? Any other questions? Waste Management Services? Councillor McIntosh?
Where's Carl? Oh, there he is. The, when it comes to the determining the lifespan of the waste site, how do you determine that? I just found, I thought they dug a hole and buried the stuff. Now I find out it's compacting day after day after day. Is there a way you can measure how much, you can only compact so much after a few years. How do you determine we've got 8 years left, 10 years left, 12 years left?
Mr. Goodwin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, what we basically do is the C of A says there's a certain treaty volume. When we have a contract that comes in and measures that treaty volume and then calculates how much of that space is filled, and then we guess, like, this is how much waste we've gone in, and then we project that forward. So it's a 3D picture, and then we see what the leftover would.
Did he do this every day or every week or?
To be honest, I can't remember the exact schedule. I believe it might be monthly. It's fairly regular though.
So this.
And we report the official numbers in the annual report. The annual report has an end of the year measurement, and I believe we are keeping up to date. Might be as often as monthly, or at least is quarterly, and a very official one that goes to the ministry at the end of the year.
Yeah. So this is some way of gauging whether the contractor is really doing the job.
Mr. Goodwin?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we do two things. So what we do is we have a weekly, when we look, because we pay the contractor for the amount of waste that they place in site, and then the amount of cover material, and that's a charge. So we monitor that inventory, and then we then can take that daily sort of monitoring of the quantities that are going into that space to cover, and all those materials go over the scale, so we measure them over the scale, and then we can quality check them with the 3D measurements.
Okay. Interesting operation.
Yeah, very.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Economic Development? Councillor Dupel?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just wondering, under the commentary of salary and benefits, it talks about a 0.4 FTE has been added. So the salary line has gone up 9.34%. I'm just wondering, through you to Mr. Boileau, if it talks about the different conferences and special events. So I was wondering what the difference would be from like last year to this year for attending events. Like how many different events are we talking about? And how much of that $60,000 is in this 0.4 FTE?
Mr. Boileau?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So this actually has to do with the recreation budget and the economic development budget. The reason for that is because within the recreation budget, you'll recall that we started overseeing the marina management. And so that represents approximately a 0.6 position. Because we would like to move forward with that position as being, rather than rehiring or trying to hire someone for a 0.6 position, which is a very difficult thing to do, we saw the opportunity of, this council and others have talked a number of times of trying to do more with event attraction. And we see an opportunity, given that event attraction conferences are typically in the winter months. So for example, the one that we were successful in attracting, I was going to say broomball, but it's curling and hockey, was at the Sports Alliance. And so those typically occur in these winter months, and we see that that opportunity is there now to if we're going to hire somebody to run the marina, that we would perhaps try to get somebody who can assist with events attraction and actually getting involved. And that's the one thing that we haven't had in the department, is someone who could actually help with when they do come to Cornwall, to actually roll up their sleeves and help that organization with the event. So that's really, and to answer your question on the percentage, I think I would have to remove from that increases for the steps within the department and the cost of living that occurs within the department. I don't have that number, and I'm not sure whether finance would have the number, the balance of that versus that position. I don't have it here before me.
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the number for the position itself, the point four, is $35,000.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Questions? Councillor,
Just for a little bit of sorry.
Councillor Bergeron, and
Oh,
then Councillor-
absolutely, go ahead.
Councillor Bergeron?
I have a few questions. In services and rents, can I get an idea of what lease agreements we have as they relate to economic development? Is this again an internal item, or are we actually leasing some items here? It's about $40,000.
Mr. Boileau?
Actually, I'll refer to
Mr. Peters?
Thank you through your worship. Good question. So,
So maybe
Madam CFO?
the lease is for their space of the complex,
So it's an internal item.
internal item.
Excuse me. And when I had asked about leases before, that's not always the case when it comes to lease items in the budget. Sometimes it is external.
Correct, as the clerk mentioned, our copier fleet, it's external.
Thank you. I see again an item here that we had talked about at the beginning, I think in the council budget. I have an item of leased vehicles, but $0 spent in 2019, but again, it's in the budget in 2020, and it leads me to question why would we add something like that to the budget? I don't need an answer to that one, it was kind of answered before, but it is another example of that happening in our budget.
Mr. Peters?
if you wish, through you, your worship, that was put in there to handle should we have additional events. We have one vehicle with the department right now. If there was a conflict between a tourism trade show and an economic development, investors coming into town, we'll be able to fire a vehicle. It's there to accommodate that activity. Last year, we were able to successfully manage juggling between the uses. But in the past, it hasn't always worked out that way.
Thank you. Can you, Ms. Peters, while you're here, talk about the municipal accommodations tax in a little more detail than we see here? It's not clear where in the budget that goes, how it's being dispersed internally to this department, and what we're spending that money on. If you could give an update on that.
Certainly,
Mr.
and
Peters?
Thank you, through you, your worship, and then I'll perhaps refer to the CFO. So, in 2019, I believe the funding form of the municipal accommodation tax is that 45% of the funds will typically flow into the department for use for tourism to offset tourism expenses such as marketing expenses. A further 45% of the funds collected is used to fund the tourism development fund.
Thank you. To be a little more clear, do you have the rough, or maybe the CFO would, how many funds actually came to us in 2019? It seems to be spread out through the budget here.
Madam CFO?
Just 1 second, I just found
I'm gonna count that if you want.
So I do have, so in 2019, we have collected $611,000. We project, because not every accommodation partner has submitted yet, so we think that that could be closer to 650. And like Mr. Peters said, 45% of that is to our tourism, 45 to the outside tourism, and 10% kept for administration between tourism and finance.
So, thank you. So that 10% is also to us. We administer.
Yeah, so I think financial services does the accounting for it. We keep 40% of that 10%, and tourism keeps 60% of that 10%. I think.
Okay, so, I mean, I have, I think, a few reports from council, not from budget, to about that. It still seems a little bit vague to me in terms of how we're making decisions on spending that. When I look at, is this maybe why net cost to tourism under summary activity is so low?
It's
Madam
exactly
CFO?
the reason. The accommodation tax that the city is now receiving is a new revenue source and able to support that activity for the city.
And so, a little more specifically on that, our net cost of tourism in 2020 is $15,000, but it was never really much higher than, we'll say it's $40,000 to $70,000. If we're adding all that revenue, it means we're adding a lot of expenses. I think that's maybe the report I'd be looking for through council, is where are we spending that on increasing tourism activity in the city of Cornwall?
Mr. Peters?
Your worship, I'm happy to provide that report in greater detail. In general, in the 2020 budget, shows a modest decrease in marketing dollars for the tourism department. For example, to accommodate an increased distribution of the visitor guide. But it also accommodates that extra staff person, as Paul talked about, or that extra staff time that would be devoted to supporting the events. Municipal accommodation tax through the Tourism Development Fund is helping organizations, sports and cultural organizations do more, bring more visitors to the city, and therefore visitor information services and support to those organizations. Those activities are increasing as well. And so there's a balance between, so I would suggest that there's a modest increase in expenditures. There's this rather significant increase in time and effort to support that increase.
Thank you, no doubt. And since the net cost is so low, it's fair to say that the position that was added last year was absorbed by these funds. There's two tourism, coordinator and I forget the other role. Officer. That was absorbed through these funds coming in. It's showing a net.
Certainly the department staff is significantly offset by funds received from the foundation.
And this leads me to another question, which is that your contracted services in the past have been quite high. 2018, 2019, over $120,000 both year, but budgeted this year is $19,000. Is that because we've changed from contracted roles to hired roles, or is that something completely different?
Mr. Peters?
So that line item in the account is, the majority of that line item is being done through the community improvement programs, part of the city ground goods and the Renaissance program. And of those programs, when grants are dispersed under those programs, they go under contracted services in the expense, and they are offset by contributions from the appropriate reserve on the revenue side of the ledger. However, each year as we budget, because we don't know if there will be activity, those budget items are relatively minimal
Thank you. And those offsets are approved by council when they come as part of the city request and those types of things. Thank you. The rest is reports that I'll ask for in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett?
No, he took my questions again.
Councillor McIntosh?
Through the chair to, I guess, the CFO, how do we collect, when it comes to collecting the money, Tracy, do they send quarterly installments, or is it the end of the year?
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it works the same way as a company would pay their HST to CRA. It's the choice of the accommodation partner. Some submit to us monthly. If they don't, they must submit to us quarterly.
And we have no way of tracking whether that's, send you the check.
We do.
Will you have a way of tracking, that's what they collected from the customer? That's what
We haven't done any audits of the records. They provide us with supporting documentation. We have not gone to their establishment and audited the records. But what we do is we take a look at it to see if it, through a reasonableness test.
Yeah. Okay. That would show up in, when they do their tax thing at the end of the year too, with the accounting firm, that they submit so much to the city.
On their financial statements?
yeah.
I'm sure it does. We don't have that information.
Okay.
Any other questions? Planning Services? Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. Under services and rents, again, we have contracted services going up to $172,000 this year, but I don't see an explanation of what we're contracting out in planning. Maybe just a description of these services, and then why last year it was $42,000, but we're again budgeting far higher. So some sort of explanation as to why a discrepancy of that amount.
Mr. Boileau?
I believe it is largely to do with both the official plan and the zoning bylaws. And so in previous year, and prior to that, we didn't have a large exercise like the official plan or the zoning bylaw, and so I would guess that going forward, those amounts will again fall. What we try to do is to schedule that payments will be going in so that perhaps in 5 years, when we have to do a review of the official plan, we'll have the funds properly in place, and we have that mechanism in place to accommodate that.
Madam CAO?
Actually, a few years ago, a very good process was put in place for the planning department, because we understand that the work that they do with the official plan and now the zoning bylaw, et cetera, is actually huge studies and cost a lot of money, and they take a year and a half to complete. So we started contributing to reserves in order to not absorb that cost in 1 year. So you will see revenue coming in from reserves to help offset that cost. In 2020, it is for the zoning, update to the zoning bylaw, and also an update to our DC study. So our development charges, with changes coming down from the province, now soft costs need to be removed from our DC bylaw and needs to become part of a community benefits charges bylaw, and we have budgeted for that under contracted services.
Thank you, and I think the next question would be, if that's the case, if we're talking about the reason for putting this in an operating budget is for it to be in a reserve, why would it not just be a separate item that is just a contribution to reserve for future? And there must be things tied to it specifically, I suppose.
Do you mean, how do we keep track of what we're contributing to reserves?
Oh, that's
for
pretty
these
clear,
purposes?
but what Mr. Boileau is saying that, this is tied to some work in the future, it sounds like. So why would that not be a reserve contribution directly instead of something in our operating budget?
So what Mr. Boileau was talking about is the work for the future, for a future plan, is a contribution to reserve. It isn't part of contracted services. So we are also contributing to reserve for the next plans that are going to take place in 3 to 5 to 10 years.
Okay, well then, my question then becomes, what is contracted service? The answer sounded like it was that, so now I'm.
The answer is our zoning bylaw and an update to our DC study. The zoning bylaw is $150,000. And the DC study is $50,000, so that's 170. That's under contracted services. We're also contributing to reserves for future plans, or for the planning department.
Okay, that's much more clear, thank you.
Madam CAO?
No, she said everything.
I thought you were trying to attract my
couldn't say it
attention to
better.
speak.
I couldn't say it better myself, so just wanted that explained.
Any other questions? Building services, bylaw, parking. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I often wonder why we don't have much variation in the shifts that we have for bylaw officers in regards to when they're actually out looking for violations. So it seems to be it's a Monday to Friday 9 to 5 job, but I'm wondering if that isn't, if we've looked at scheduling possibilities and what the budget implications would be if we were to have somebody working till 10 o'clock at night and on Saturdays and on Sundays on a regular basis instead of when there's just a, like I know when there's a festival downtown on a Saturday, we have bylaw officers out looking for making sure everybody's in compliance. But generally speaking, laws get broken 24 hours a day, not just Monday to Friday 9 to 5, and it just seems to me that's a 9 to 5 job. So I'm just wondering if we've ever looked at expanding the hours of service.
Mr. Boileau?
I think Charles is probably has more intimate details than I have, but I can certainly say that we have actually expanded our hours considerably. What it really comes down to is the amount of money that we're working with. If council wanted to extend the hours to be beyond what we currently have, I think we're really sort of working at the maximum number of hours that we can with the staff that we have. As you've heard us describe, we used to be 2 people working parking, 2 people working property standards, and 1 working general bylaw. We're changing that to be 5 doing all, so it's sort of cross training. And again, as I said, the hours have been expanded into the weekends, later into the evenings. It's really just a matter of how much money does council want to put towards that. I see Mr. Clark may want to add some comments about contracts as well, and Mr. Bray may add some comments as well.
So we'll start with Mr. Bray.
Just wanted to add to Mr. Weller's comments that those changes that are occurring aren't going to happen overnight, so there is a lot of cross-training of the individual staff and water, so that's going to take a little time. Guidelines have changed, and those changes will start to take effect.
So how much later into the night are we going?
Presently, we're looking at 7 o'clock.
Okay. And the weekends, I thought I heard you say there was weekend coverage now?
On Saturdays.
On Saturdays. Okay. So, okay, that's fair. So it would be I guess a council request for a report on costs to expand the hours that would trigger that? So nobody's ever done an actual scheduled, hypothetical schedule to see what that would entail, or that's just not been done yet, or is that something that I'll have to bring, somebody may
Mr.
want to
Bray?
bring?
Presently, what we've done is we sort of stretch the schedule a little bit, so staff is starting a little later, finishing a little later.
Right.
But if we want to increase services, we'll have to look at that. Probably require increases. We'll have to weigh that out.
Okay, and my final question to that is, if you're starting people later and they're finishing later, is somebody working by themselves now?
It will occur, but there are times.
Okay. But that's not ideal, I would think?
We've done some studies with other municipalities, and generally speaking, I could sell it's like 95%
Oh, okay.
So it's not out of the norm. However, there are situations that they're aware or certain areas that they're where they get themselves into that they would.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you. If I may, so the collective agreement is very prescriptive about the working hours to the detail of when lunch is. So, Mr. Bray, along with Mr. Donig, have worked quite well with our QB partners in the last little bit to come up with a service that says we need to expand coverage based on exactly that through a lot of the conversation that's happened around the council table in the last little bit. Took upon themselves to go in and say, this is something that we need to do. I think everybody's now come to the table. I think we finalized the signing this week and whatnot. So I think they've done a lot of work, and it is something that we need to continue to address, but the hours of work are specifically scripted within the collective agreement and required a mutual agreement to change them.
Sure. I can appreciate that. Thank you. I guess the reason I bring this up is, you know, we're trying to pass bylaws, and I continue to hear, well, we can't enforce ones we have. Why not? Well, we don't have enough people, so I guess it's a conversation we'll have to have later on. Thanks.
Councillor Bergeron and then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. First of all, to Councillor Bennett's point, I'm currently working with the two BIAs on trying to find a way to redefine how we enforce parking in the BIAs. There seems to be quite an issue with the business owners and the people paying to park down there. But one of the things that stood out at me when doing this research was that the amount of fines we give out is actually higher than any of our single revenue items in terms of collecting. That stood out to me as a very clear indication that we need to look deeper into this. And so we're only talking about budget today, so that's just an FYI that is the type of thing that an operating presentation would lead us to create a report coming to council in the future. As it relates to parking is a self-funded entity in this budget, but it's not, it's just kind of lumped in. Can you speak, maybe, I think it's the CFO, on what that means in terms of self-funded department? I got a breakdown of it from you a few weeks ago, but why would it not be presented completely separate here?
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Madam Mayor, parking is self-funded. There's a reserve that takes care of any surpluses or deficits that we see in this area. Through this presentation and other presentations, you'll notice that we group enforcement together, and it's been our way of presenting the budget. If council would like to see something different, then let us know and we'll do that.
I think you've made a note of that. Now, at the last council meeting, we confirmed quite a few more people as parking enforcement officers. And I asked the question at the council meeting of what that means in terms of enforcement. Is the extra people in this budget tied to extra revenue in this budget? Has that already been accounted for? Are we anticipating an increase in fines? And last question, which is related, what are we talking about in terms of bylaw enforcement fines that are not related to parking? And can I just get a summary of that? Doesn't need to be the specific number, but how do we go about that?
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Madam Mayor, maybe for the first question, I think the individuals that were made bylaw officers were not in Charles' area, but Mr. DeWitt's area, and related to clearing of roads and a car being parked when we're doing snow removal, etc. So, if you want to.
So
Mr.
that won't
Boileau?
add to fine.
What's your question, Councillor Bergeron?
Well, the original question was, would that contribute to revenues in terms of fines? And the answer seems to be
Ms.
no.
Bailey?
I am not sure of the process. I'd have to leave it to Mr. DeWitt, but I think there would be warnings, etc., and ultimate fines.
Mr. DeWitt?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that would add to revenue coming in.
Would add, not in the current.
Not incur expenses, is correct.
Okay, thank you. The last point to that was, do we know roughly what the amount of fines have been given out related to bylaw enforcement that isn't parking? So property standards, other things. I don't know where to find that line item in this budget.
Let me just take a expectations for parking enforcement is about $180,000. And I'll see if I can see for building services. I think I'll have to get back to you.
Yep, that's,
My screen is so small and I'm getting so old.
Same
I'll let you
problem,
know at the break.
Father time gets.
Mr. Bray?
Talk with the CFO. I believe the majority of those violations are parking related. We do get a portion back from the county's for violations that occur outside of parking. Is that attributed to that finding?
Through you, Madam Mayor, our POA is not part of this budget. It's part of non-departmental. So that is a service that is, the service manager is SDG.
In that case, the majority.
okay, I mean, I keep hearing that there's a property standards and a bylaw enforcement issue, but I don't know how to assess it from the budget perspective. And so it's the type of thing that I'm gonna, again, ask for a report for once we move past budget, in terms of getting a deeper understanding of how we can be using the assets that we have in our operating budget to either increase revenues through violations, because I believe that is a little bit of a problem here, or licensing, or something else. And so, that's coming down the pipe, I suppose.
Mr. Bray?
Madam Mayor, so presently, there are some set fines that need to be put in place in order to proceed in that manner. But what's happening now with property standards, for example, when officers order work to be done and it is not done, the city will cause that work to be done, and then those costs are recuperated. So it's not necessarily a violation, it's not a revenue, but at the end of the day, we're getting fines. That's the approach we have right now, but we are looking at increasing or adding set fines to cover those, so that would be violations.
No, thank you. That answers the question. I think council has a decision to make in terms of the amount of resources you get to enforce those things. And that's one of the things I'm talking about. That isn't specifically a budget item today, but as a result of some questions and answers here, leads me down that path.
Do you want to respond, Madam CAO?
No, what Mr. Bray said was what I was going to say, so thank you.
Councillor Gardner and then Councillor Towndale.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Bray. You're cross-training a lot of your people. You have supervisors from Public Works that go around the city at night, and there have to be winter laws broken, parking laws broken. Are they trained, or some of the Public Works people trained? Supervisors that go around, could you use them to catch people that are breaking the law at night? I don't mean police here, I mean...
Mr. Boileau? Or Mr. DeWitt?
Through you, Madam Mayor. At this point in time, they have been fully trained in terms of how to write tickets and that kind of. Charles would know what that course was. What's that course of day?
Mayor, yes, so the individuals that have been appointed by officers have taken some training. So certainly there are some set based on the parking bylaw. And matters that would impede snow removal in the parking lot, boulevard, et cetera, so they come and can't do what's required of them. Presently working with Mr. Patel and Mr. Survey, expanding those to include, for example, material debris that's dumped on roads
it's just, the reason I bring that up is it expands our hours in terms of bylaw officers being out on the road. It's not just, till 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. This would actually be to Mr. Clark. Has to do with, I assume Mr. Clark, because you touched on QP and contracts and whatnot for bylaw officers, but do we still contract out to commissionaires and other security services to write tickets?
Thank you.
Mr. Clark?
In some instances, yes. So with the expansion and trying to get bylaw, all facets of bylaw under one designation, we're doing our best to kind of reduce that as much as we can. But where there isn't coverage, we do exercise the ability to use commissionaires in that way. Okay, so as a follow-up through you, Madam Mayor, so when we're talking about set hours that are set out in a contract, could commissionaires be used to offset those hours? So like working into, as Councillor Bennett said, into the night, that kind of thing? Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions? The issue of parking is not just an operational budget issue. It is very much about a livable city. CBC did an entire presentation this morning on what it means to dive into what parking means and the connection between business owners and not just business owners, but how residents relate to their downtowns. So this is not just something that you work with the DBIAs with. You have to also expand that to potentially talking to residents and potentially putting on town halls or some kind of community discussion around parking, because it's central to how we view our downtown experience. Town halls. Recreation programming? Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you. So again, I've asked this question a few times, and I know it's internal, but there's not a very good description of it in this budget by my accounts. That lease agreement is changing by about $27,000 this year in services and rents. Can I just get an overview of what's changing here and why that would be lower?
Mr. Jamie Fothrop.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the rental subsidy that we used to provide to Altsville Hall was previously included under that line item. You'll see it's been moved down into a financial category. Where it's shown as an item as a transfer to Altsville Theatre for $58,000. That includes the $27,000 from this lease line item, as well as the additional request from Altsville Theatre due to the college pulling out of their funding.
Okay, thank you. I had a few questions specific to Ottsville Theatre, but I didn't know these were related, and so these are why we're asking these questions. In your summary, can you give me a little more detailed description of what has changed with Ottsville Theatre and the net contribution that we're providing to Ottsville Theatre, and why maybe St. Lawrence College is pulled out? And outside of an article in a newspaper, until I read this line item, I wasn't really aware of it.
Well, previously was a letter of understanding, a memorandum of understanding between the three parties, the college, the city, and the theatre, in which there was a cost-sharing agreement for the rental of the space, so 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. This summer, we were advised by the college that they've been instructed to restrict their activities to activities that are deemed to be within the education mandate, and they see the theatre as not falling within that mandate, and so they have decided to not continue with that memorandum. So that was their contribution. The theatre has approached us and said that they don't have the ability to make up for that loss of revenue, so they're asking the city to increase our contribution to cover what the college had previously provided.
The net contribution is 58?
No, that's an increase of about just under 30,000. I believe our net contribution in years past has been more like 97.
97.
And then this will be plus an additional 30,000.
Thank you. And that's the line item in community partners?
I believe
Partners so that council would see the change. I'll just make sure of that.
Mr. Boileau?
Yes, on page P1, you'll see Eltsville Theatre, $97,000 approved in 2019, with the rent that was subsidized by St. Lawrence College. It added $30,000 to the city's contribution to 127, but it is budgeted through Recreation Services.
Thank you. So it's not two separate line items where we're paying out to the Ottsville Theatre through community partners and through this budget. That is the grand total.
That is the grand total.
Okay, and when, and I've been wrong in the past a few times, when this came to you, I don't recall seeing this at council as a policy change. Maybe a description of why that wouldn't need to be, and I appreciate it's in the budget this year, but that would have transpired during 2019. Did I just miss something?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it hasn't come into effect
Cycled
until
itself.
2020. So it was, they are part of our recreation budget, so that's why it's being presented to council through the budget process.
And so if I'm to understand that correctly, the total contribution of $137,000, the college is at zero now, but it was one-third, 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 but we also fund the theater? So we were two-thirds, and now we are three-thirds?
Well, it was one-third, one-third, one-third for the rental of the theater space. And then we have a financial transfer that goes to support the theater operations.
Can you describe that a little bit more?
Well, it would be the balance of that 137. We take off the rent, which is $60,000 or approximately. The balance is a funding transfer to Eltsville Theatre to help their operation.
And so we, as a council, are being asked to contribute an extra $30,000 to operate Ottsville Theatre as is, given that St. Lawrence College has pulled out. Now, we are dropping, in that same community partners budget, we are dropping a contribution this year as per previous vote of $100,000 so our, to the college, right? We're eliminating a $100,000 contribution to St. Lawrence College this year?
Madam CFO?
Yes, and maybe the CAO would speak more to this. The $100,000 was for the capital project at St. Lawrence College. The municipality provided $1 million, $100,000 over 10 years, and 2019 was its final year.
That's correct.
Yep, I assume that was correct. But so our net contribution to Ottsville Theatre operating in the city is an additional $30,000 per year.
Yes, so we transferred 97,000 in 2019. We're in this budget, it's 127.
Thank you. A couple of these were all Ottsville related. One of the revenue items is the Benson Center, the summary by activity on page 049. Benson Center's revenue seems to be off, or the summary by activity seems to be, have changed at a number that's enough that I'd love a comment on why that is.
Sure. With the restructuring of departments and bringing in facilities, what was previously in the Benson Center would be the facility maintenance costs were in that line item. But now with a facilities department, that for maintenance cost is being transferred over to the next item on the next page, which is facilities. So that's why you're seeing some significant changes in some of those activities in these functions.
Thank you. That's exactly why I would love a presentation, but that answers the question exactly. Last comment is that I think as a city we need to start looking at revenue as a maybe establishing a revenue task force. There are quite a few instances of revenue kind of plateauing or starting to drop, and maybe we need to look strategically at how we're going to do that. Not for budget today, so more of a FYI. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
Just through you to Jamie Foster. Jamie, in the new MOU, if there's one that exists yet. In the past, the city could use the theater free of charge, and the college could use the theater free of charge because of what was in the MOU. Are we now going to start charging the college to use the Hallsville Theater?
Good question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I suppose that would be up to the theater themselves, whether they charge them. I presume they would.
Well, that's assuming, and I'll have a little bit to say about that. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Towndale and then Councillor Dupel.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Just follow up on the MOU point. Just wanted to confirm, so when the college withdrew, I assume the MOU had all the mechanisms to allow them to withdraw, and there was no penalty enacted, that kind of thing?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, it had it had expired, and so they were renewing it on an annual basis for a few years. And instead of renewing it, they decided to move to just a straight tenant.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dupel.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just because we're talking about Altesville and community partners, I think I'd like to see the municipality look at our community partners, because now we've moved them into budgets, but I think we've done away with actually looking at any kind of mechanism that they're trying to help themselves. I know, for instance, Altesville Theatre is now asking for $30,000 more, has let go all of their fundraising at the Cornwall Bingo Center, which raised them probably $12,000 a year net. So I think that we as a municipality need to look at what we're funding and what they're doing and what they're contributing back to their cause. So I think that, I know we had talked last term that we would look at, you know, maybe doing that, and then we moved some things, but you know, I think that we need to start seeing what groups are, or what partners are trying to assist themselves as well, and not be asking for more and generating less.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Benson Center naming rights, we're getting so much revenue a year. When is that finalized?
Mr. Boileau? Is it Mr. Fothrow? Mr. Fothrow?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it was a 10-year deal with an option to renew. I believe that is up in 2021. So we will be looking at that at that time.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Just to,
Councillor Gardner?
Just to Council Dupel's mention about the bingo, that'll be done this year because we can't find enough people to be able to run it. So that $15,000 or so that we raised last year is finished.
On the topic of Altesville Hall, I believe the CAO may want to comment, but parties were actively in discussion even as this week college and CFO of the college was sitting down with Altesville Theatre. So I believe that a report will come to council once these negotiations are complete, or shortly, or concurrently. But I believe that was the intention of the CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe if I could just provide some brief comments, kind of back to some of the comments that Mr. Fothrop made. Altesville Theatre is not a space that provides education programming, and I think that it causes some impacts on their ability for funding that they receive for the colleges from the province. So we did have a meeting because we're concerned about the long-term impact of Altesville Theatre, and the St. Lawrence College, to be honest, has indicated that it's really, they recognize, I think, the importance of that facility within our community. However, it is a facility that they no longer really require, with the exception of maybe the occasional event for convocation or place of assembly. So from that perspective, we had some conversations. I think I'd like to bring a report back to council at some point. I would like to continue conversations with the college. If there's any future plans for Altesville Theatre, I think that the college will be very willing to share with the municipality what what their intentions might be or what their concerns might be with the long-term vision of that theater.
If I may, one more comment, before I resigned from Allsville Theatre, I had them take an inventory of all the equipment that we've bought since we were running it, and that will come back to the city if they close that theater down or for sale. So I imagine if we end up with a black box, we may have some lighting.
Any other questions or comments? City facilities? Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you. This one is one of those questions that's been answered generally, but is very specific to this budget, I think, different than what the answer would be otherwise. In the services and rents, we're talking about contracted services at about $650,000. Can I get an explanation of A, what is the type of items we're contracting here, and why it was $1 million roughly 2 years ago and how it's dropping? Is that because of capital purchases? Is this lean operations? What's leading to this?
Mr. Fothra?
Madam Mayor, the types of services that are included in there would be lots of trade services work, electrical contractors, building control contractors. We've seen the reason for the drop is that you'll see there is a new line item in there for heating, plumbing, HVAC, which used to be rolled up within contracted services, but now it has its own line item.
Yeah, I mean, my next question was about that. So it's tied in, those two things were just split up. That's why it was a zero a few years ago. One was high, one was low.
That's right, and you will see we are trying to bring those costs down. We don't have, in the past, we haven't had tradespeople in-house on staff to do that, so the contractors were used, and that's something we're increasingly looking to do. We've got an electrician on staff that has been rather successful at using him, and that's, you'll see the comments regarding the position for an HVAC technician as well. It's intended to have someone in-house that can do this work as opposed to going into contractors.
Thank you. Staffing will be a separate question, but contracted service, we went through that one, yeah, got it. The equipment rentals is down versus you're budgeting far higher than what we're seeing in terms of actuals. Again, I know this is revenue neutral in a budget, but can you explain why it is that we're seeing that trend, and is this also something that capital can help alleviate? So line item in city equipment rental is much different than actuals in 2019.
I think I'll look to the finance department to see if they can look at that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do an analysis on every vehicle through the budget process and its use, and so that we're not overcharging departments. There is a rental rate, and it's closer to what's the department needs for that budgeting year, and it is a recovery into the municipal works garage area to maintain those vehicles.
Yeah, close. Why would it be so different from last year? What policies changed, or what are we doing differently?
Anything has changed. What I can take a look at is we do have a list in each area what vehicles are assigned to what departments. It could be that the department doesn't require a vehicle that it had in the past. And so it could be something like that, why the decrease.
Thank you.
Any other questions on city facilities? So we'll take a break until 7:30. entire
talked to some
time.
of the councilors. We need a
Okay.
meeting to discuss as well.
We'll get started.
Anyway, let me know how
It's even better.
how it shakes out.
No, I'll speak first. No. No, I'm not my usual cheery self. This is the thing about having your cell phone right on you. So my mother just got a diagnosis of lung cancer. No, I'm not saying that for that reaction. I'm just letting you know that that's what's happened. I just spoke to her, and in true mama fashion, she said, "You go and do your job." So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to give regrets to the chair of the Police Services Board. I won't be at the meeting tomorrow morning. I'll join my mom. But for tonight, she wants me to do my job, so I'm going to do that. So there were good questions on the operating budget. And now I think we've gone through all of those budgets. So the next session or the next discussion process is around motions that council might want to make. I'll recognize Council Grant.
Thank you. It's on the operating budget. I was
Oh,
looking
okay.
at the Glen Storton Lodge. We given
Do you want us to go back to that?
honorarium for the chair, and the chair is from the counties, so we don't need, it's only $2,000 some, but we can take that out of the budget.
Okay, so are you making a motion? Is that,
Do we need a motion? If we're not going to use the money, there's no sense in sitting there.
okay, I'll turn to Madam CAO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can make that adjustment. I think that when we're planning budgets, we don't always anticipate exactly what's going to happen with some of the chair roles. So understanding that, we'll put that on the list and we'll make that adjustment.
Okay?
No need for a motion then?
No.
Okay.
Well, having said that, I was going to make a motion to accept the budget with that reduction of 2,200 or whatever it is.
Can you have a breakdown of that, Justin? Do you know what the honorarium is for that one? Okay.
So is that the number? 3.06? So there is a motion on the floor from Councillor Grant. Is there a seconder? Councillor Elaine McDonald. Debate on the motion to accept the budget at that rate. Councillor,
Just one point, I hope that the 60,000 that we suggested be, it's there? Okay, good. So I second the motion as made.
so debate. Councillor Bergeron.
Are we talking about the complete budget right now?
That's the motion.
Where's the motion?
So we just added $2,236.
Subtract.
Remove, thank you. We removed $2,236 without a motion, and then the motion was to pass the budget?
So I asked Madam CAO if they could make, budget could make that adjustment without a motion, and it was suggested that I could, and then I asked for motions, and Councillor Grant was the first one to make a motion.
So we are currently debating the entirety of the budget right now?
That is Councillor Grant's motion as seconded by Councillor McDonald.
So I have the floor.
Yes, and you'll have an opportunity to come back. I'm certainly going to allow more than one round on this if that's what council desires.
Let's go ahead, I would love to come back.
Okay, that's fair. Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I think it's premature right now in this process, only because I know there's some other councillors that had motions they wanted to bring forward, myself included, so I'm not ready to pass it right now. I don't think we've had the actual discussion yet. I know this is the discussion now because a motion has been put forward, but I think we need more opportunity to discuss other motions, so I'm going to be voting against this.
Okay. Councillor Hollingsworth?
Quite frankly, Your Worship, I could probably support the motion in essence, because I think 3.06 is manageable. However, that being said, I know, as already expressed, there are some councillors who feel they want to have their moment in the sun. That's fair, that's reasonable. And so that being said, I probably won't support it, the motion, even though I can live with what is, because I think there are some line items that may need to be debated for the public and for everyone to have. So, at the risk of sound like it's almost like it's a bit premature, so I'll vote against the motion, even though I can live with the increase, but I think we need to have our say. So, I don't know.
Further debate, discussion? Councillor McIntosh?
Can I ask, the court security funding? I thought, well, that's firm, eh? The provinces say we're thinking about this.
Madam CAO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we've received
That's it?
confirmation, a letter from the province confirming that that's affected our funding.
Well,
Anything further?
well, I guess I'm trying to think in defense of the 3.06. People are going to say, hey, what? I guess that's one of the, hey, province downloaded that on us. Almost blindsided us, haven't we?
Councillor Grant?
We are in, right now in discussions with the MPP, and he's going to be meeting the minister to try and understand the logic behind that, because there were some municipalities close to us that got an increase, got a decrease, and it didn't make sense. So I think we have to deal with the reality of today, but perhaps those dollars may come back later on. Hopefully they will.
Further discussion? Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm kind of the same mind as Councillor Hollingsworth in that I don't have any suggestions to make any cuts or additions. But I do know that there are some people around here that want to put some ideas forward, and I would just like to hear them. So at this time, I'm going to vote against the motion at this moment, but I have nothing to add to it here and there, but I do want to hear what other people have to say.
Further discussion? Councillor Hébert?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I figured I'll just throw my 2 cents. I feel the same way. I'm happy with this budget. I was happy with it when I was presented with it a couple of weeks ago. I think administration did one heck of a job keeping the tax rate incredibly low with everything we've got going on. Yes, there have been some additions, some beyond our control, some, I think, really positive ones. And I wouldn't want to see anything else changed. I feel like reductions in presented budgets create really difficult situations for our administration. And I know sometimes it's shuffling from reserves and whatnot. And we have healthy reserves right now, and we shouldn't be dipping into those. And we're told by our auditors that we need to be careful with our reserves. And so I'm concerned that further discussion will just be dipping into those reserves. I really wouldn't want to see those touched any more than they already are. So I'm very happy supporting this budget as is.
Further discussion? Councillor Gardner?
As much as I want to accept the 3.06, I think we've spent 3 days debating, discussing, and there are motions that are wanting to come forward. And I want to hear those motions, so I won't vote for the 3.06 until the motions that are to be come forward are brought forward.
Has everyone spoken who wants to speak on the motion?
Can I ask what last year's,
Councillor McIntosh?
refresh my memory? What
Ma-
last year's increase was?
Madam CFO?
Madam CFO?
Last year's budget, so 2019 was 2.98%, $71.91.
Yeah, in defense of that, I'm looking at a tax bill here. This tax bill went up a big $60.
Any further comment?
2.1?
Further debate? Councillor Bergeron, go ahead.
Thank you. In no way, shape, or form would I support voting on a motion to pass this budget right now. It's been clear during the conversation that there are motions coming about capital, and I held off on those motions because that was the process we were going through. I appreciate we are allowed to make a motion to pass this at any time. That is our right as a council. It is one that I would be absolutely against. I have 14 motions that I talked about yesterday that we haven't even talked about, let alone the conversation we just had about operations, which have led me to a whole series of new thoughts. I don't even have motions yet for these. These are still percolating, and it was a good break. I appreciate that. I can't believe we would even consider passing this right now without any motions during capital, without any motions during operations, without looking at our reserves. I have questions about staffing that we haven't addressed yet. I asked the question yesterday about operating budgets because I feel we need to start discussing these things. And the conversation today was very good. I was very happy with a lot of the answers I got, but it leads me to what are the questions that I didn't get to ask because we weren't presented with these items from operations. And I know that sounds like a strange thing. I don't know what to ask because I didn't get the presentation. But when we went through capital, which for some reason seems to be the absolute priority, when a capital budget comes forward, we talk about it line by line. We dive into it. It's presented. When operating, which is our biggest expense, we don't. And when I ask for that, it's almost like, whoa, why would I ask for that question? So we didn't go through presentations of operating. That motion, I was defeated. I appreciate it. I was able to ask the questions that I had today, but what I didn't get to ask was the questions I don't know. Yesterday, during capital presentations, about a third of my notes here are after our department heads answered questions. These questions were very well answered. And it led us to some pretty good conversations. It led us to some, I think, some other questions that maybe we hadn't thought of had you not answered the question properly. So I absolutely cannot support this. I vote against this regardless of the motions that I have to make in capital. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councillor Gardner.
I've thought about the work. Sorry, I'm changing my vote. The work that's been done by administration, the discussions we've had today, I think I will vote in favor of 3.06.
Any further discussion? Councillor McIntosh, are you?
I think that a councillor who's got some ideas or wants to express some ideas deserves the opportunity to do it. I understand, Eric, you said you had 14 motions. Quick math here, it's 58 minutes. If we're doing this just to try to save some time, it's the wrong reason. So I'll give Eric his opportunity. I'll vote to give him an opportunity.
Anybody else? So I will tell you how I'm going to vote, as I always do. So, municipal politics in this table, as much as we are respectful and collegial, there's a cut and thrust to the process. And so the first person to put up their hand and makes a motion gets recognized. That's how the process is. So I am following the process to the letter. I do want to also say that our conversation today was very good. I want to highlight that our conversation yesterday was also very good. And the conversation before that was very good. We had discussions about the landfill, about our waterfront, about climate change, about kids, about Big Ben. We went around and around on a lot of issues over these 3 days, not just today. I was listening to another podcast this morning, and I was warned in this podcast that you should, when you're talking, not say I so much, and say we. You got to think about we. So, I'm going to think about we, and we have councillors around this table who would like a further opportunity to put motions forward, and so I think we should take some time to listen to those motions and debate them. We can disagree, we can agree, but I think we, as a group, should spend some more time listening to what other ideas might be put forward by councillors. So I am going to not support the motion presented. While I can live with that rate, as Councillor Hollingsworth did eloquently review. I do also agree with his view that we should listen further. So I suppose we could get a recorded vote. Does somebody want that?
It has to be recorded. The budget vote has to be recorded, no?
Necessarily upon request only.
Requested.
Madam Clerk?
Councillors Claude McIntosh?
No.
Elaine McDonald?
No.
Sid Gardner?
No.
Dean Hollingsworth?
Opposed.
Kareli Neba?
Yep.
Councillors Maurice Dupel?
No.
Glenn Grant?
Yes.
Todd Bennett?
No.
Justin Towndale?
No.
Eric Bergeron?
Opposed.
And Madam Mayor?
No.
Motion is defeated, Madam Mayor.
Do any councillors have any motions? Councillor Bergeron?
I still have some questions. I'm not yet at the motion part of this meeting, so am I allowed to continue to ask questions? They're not related to operating, but they're in our budget.
What have I said?
You said I can always ask questions.
So go ahead.
Thank you. So we got into a little bit of a discussion about staffing earlier. It was quite a debate around this table about one staff member. I'm wondering if we can go through the item about staffing, where there are increases, where there are decreases, and an explanation of the complete staffing complement that we're adding, because we spent quite a bit of time talking about one with this budget. We haven't asked that question yet. How is our staffing changing?
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Madam Mayor, under the staffing complement section of your book, there is detail by department on the change from 2019. And if you have any specific questions, department managers are here to discuss that. On page S-3 is a summary, and we see that the first change, full-time, 5.5 staff. Then we have a contract, a half, one student, and then part-time hours, negative 8,485. Some of this is related to the Glenstone Lodge, where we've converted part-time hours to full-time hours, and you'll see that in Mr. Golden's section. But it's laid out by department, and we can take any questions regarding those numbers.
Councillor Bergeron?
First question, bylaw is changing its staffing complement. Can you explain why?
Mr. Bray?
Pardon me, I believe that's one summer student.
Yes.
Yes. The complement previously, last year we had cut one position, and operationally it was very difficult, and that's why we were proposing to have a contest.
Sorry, I don't understand. You're adding to your complement by 1.5 full-time people. Your students are going down from 2 to 0.5. Does that mean you're hiring those students full-time?
I thought it was due to the summer, one full-time position for students.
Not sure I understand. Bylaw enforcement services, you're going from 4 full-time positions to 5.5.
Madam CFO?
Madam Mayor, unfortunately, Charles doesn't have the same paperwork that we do. I believe that there was a move between bylaw and building in your area.
Yeah, well, through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Maybe that way, I see that's a relocation, so I think it's just a matter of reallocating the positions, but it isn't the creation of a new position.
So where is it reallocated from?
So if you see under building services, there's a negative 1.5. There's a
Okay.
reallocation of staff.
Thank you. Under Parks and Recreation Property, we're going from 9.5 to 12.5.
Mr. Fothra?
Actually, Madam Mayor, that is for 3 positions. One is Division Manager of Facilities position. Other is an Asset Management technician. And the third is a HVAC technician. Those are accounts that were removed from municipal works. Okay, so removed from municipal.
Okay. So our total staff and complement is going up as it relates to Department of Planning and Development by 4 people. Where are they coming from?
Who's going to answer that question?
So what, I'm sorry, what department?
Well, we're in this department. It seems like there's a bit of staff just being moved roles. There's nowhere in this budget where there's a summary of these roles being created. And so these are the types of things that during a presentation I would have asked.
So maybe, can I just maybe start from the top and work through? And
Yes.
that way we're not going here, there, and everywhere.
That'd be great.
So the first change is social housing. That is you see a minus 0.5 and a 1. The 1 is a funded contract position because of funding that we've received from the provincial government. The negative that you see both in social housing and in social support services, at the 0.5, 2.0, 1.5, and the removal of part-time hours at Richelieu. All of that has to do with changes in programming and through attrition because of caseload reductions, etc. There's been a change in staffing in that area, and Ms. Morgan can comment on that further if you would like. Glenstordon Lodge, you'll see that they're up 6 employees full-time, but part-time hours are down almost 13,000. It's a direct relationship of changing part-time to full-time staff, so that's about 2,080 hours, because it meets better with their schedule, but it's not only a change of those part-time hours, it's about what that department needed, and replace those part-time hours with 6 full-time PSWs, a scheduler, minus 1 maintenance supervisor that went to city facilities. And we now have a resident services supervisor and a resident and family advisor, but we removed 1 PSW supervisor and an RN supervisor. And that was a strategy that Mr. Golden spoke with Ms. Adams regarding, and fits well within his department and how they operate. The next one in emergency management, we're up just over 1,400 part-time hours. That could be as employees are here longer with the city, vacation moves from 3 weeks to 4 weeks, additional part-time hours are added because it is a 24/7 operation. The next change is we see municipal works is down 110 hours. That's related to, or up 110 hours, sorry, that's related to boulevard repair work that we see, making it more in line with what is actually happening, so we added part-time hours there. The garage is down 2. Those are 2 mechanic positions. They were eliminated to offset the asset management coordinator and the HVAC tech in facilities, as Mr. Fothrop described. The infrastructure planning, down 480 part-time hours. That was a temp project where supervisory hours were eliminated, so that was something that was occurring during a certain period of time. Economic development, Mr. Boileau talked about an increase of 0.4 in the tourism area. So we are actually hiring 1 employee. 0.4 would work with tourism, and 0.6 of that individual's time will be at the marina. And bylaw, 1.5, we see an increase in bylaw but a reduction in building services. 0.5 of a student in bylaw and also shared with building services, so that's where we see the 1 student. 0.6 in recreation programming, that's the marina coordinator. Also in recreation programming, we have part-time hours, an increase of 2,837. Those are cashiers now booked through our security provider, and is a reduction in hours, but we increased for our marina attendance, so that's the net change. In recreation facilities, we're up 2,188 hours. That is for to cover work to be more in line with actuals. So what we're seeing is that we were continuously over budget in that area, and we spoke with the department and with the CAO to add hours. And in property, 3, Mr. Fawthrop noted the DM of facilities, an asset management coordinator, and HVAC. And that is it. And the summary is provided on the bottom.
Thank you. So to summarize, we are adding 5.5 full-time positions to our staffing complement in 2020.
We are, but we're reducing this near the same number of part-time hours. So it's how we manage our businesses and what works best in our scheduling.
Thank you.
Madam CAO?
I would like to, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to comment. So in the Glenstone Lodge, we have a tremendous amount of part-time, difficulty in scheduling part-time, commitment to come in, and we made a decision to try it, and we're going through a lot of turnover as well. So the decision was made to convert part-time to full-time. So if you look at the summary at the bottom, if I could sum it up, there's almost a 1-for-1 between part-time to full-time at the Glenstone Lodge. The only net difference between the reduction in part-time hours that you see in the summary at the bottom is that we had to add some part-time hours back into recreation to bring it to what it actually was, and a little bit in paramedic services. So overall, there's a little bit of additional part-time hours, but I would argue that we've balanced the head count throughout the organization.
Councillor Hollingsworth and then Councillor Bennett.
The other question that I think, Your Worship, stemming from that, isn't just hours, like, there's so many hours that need to be worked, so whether it's a full-time or a part-time, it kind of doesn't really make that much of a difference. But here's the real question that I think is relevant for this particular process. Wages and benefits, are they the same or are they higher? And the reason I ask that, of course, is a full-time employee, correct me if I'm wrong, gets part of the, whatever benefit package is included, they collect seniority, like all these other things that go with it, whereas a part-time employee doesn't get all those things. So in terms of actual dollars, are we close to the same? Are we higher, lower?
So the part-time employees at the Glenstone Lodge do receive a premium in lieu of benefits.
Right.
So I would suggest it's a pretty close comparison.
Pretty close? Pretty close?
Pretty close,
Not close.
very close. Actually,
Very
it's
fair.
almost,
CFO?
maybe Mr. Clark can answer, but it is. It's in lieu of benefits, they get a premium.
Like,
Mr. Clark?
I don't expect, well, at $3.75 close. And I don't need to track any one employee, but from a generic perspective, $1,000, $10,000, $50,000.
I wouldn't have it as a numeric, but get exactly what the premium is, but it gets it within a fairly close range. and from us trading off the stability in the employment,
Right.
less turnover and the lack of training, the burnouts, the number of potential problems that were coming forth from the employees, in my humble estimation, would make up the difference.
Fair enough. Good enough. That's all I want to know.
Counselor Bennett?
I'm just wondering, why, the police services hours, why would that not be in here for information purposes?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Why is it that the police services hours aren't in here for us to, for comparison reasons?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I could. So police services are not really part of this exercise and budget. So their budget would be reviewed by the Police Services Board. So we provide some information for council to understand it's a service within the city, but that type of detail is really managed through the Police Services Board through their budget presentation to their board.
Fair enough, but I mean, for information purposes, I don't know if it would hurt to have it here. I'm going forward, I don't mean to run down another sheet or anything, but
Right.
just so we have an idea.
That budget is fully transparent, so
Oh, yeah, I
it
know
can
that,
be,
yeah.
it
It's
can
just
be
that
added, yeah.
it's- Everything's here summarized, and it'd just be nice to have that, little square that says that's where we're at.
Any further discussion? Questions?
Leave it to that.
Okay. So, any further questions or motions? Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. The next item in our budget manual is about community partners. We haven't really had a conversation about some of these items, which are increasing, some of them which have changed dramatically. Now, I'm in conflict in one of these items, so if it comes up, I'll leave the floor, but we've addressed Otsville Theatre. We've added $30,000 to Historical Society, if I'm correct. Can I get an explanation as to why the EORN is increasing by almost double? I don't see the report in here, outside of the bullet points here.
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we were paying for broadband back to SDNG for the first phase. And I believe just in the fall or towards the end of 2019, council approved also supporting the cellular network commitment to EORN. And so this is our payment back to reserve for that commitment. So I think one was about 28,000 and the other 24, something like that. And so you'll see us paying that back to reserves over the next 5 years is our payback schedule.
So for background information, that was part of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, and basically really a provincial federal initiative to make sure that we had as much coverage as possible. And so there was a formula set out for every municipality to make a payment towards that project. And so this is our, there's a payment schedule attached to that.
And Madam Mayor,
Madam-
if
yes.
I could
Go
add,
ahead.
the municipal contribution is extremely small, and the contribution from the federal and provincial government is significant, as well as investment from the private sector. So it's a very good model to work forward for this type of infrastructure in our region, and I'd be happy to. What I could do is I could share the report previously that was brought to council if anybody would like to see it.
Yes, because I think that might have been brought to the previous
It was
council.
approved by the previous council, and
So for new councillors, that would be good information to have. Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Building on that, was there not also isn't it more like an investment on our part as well? Like, don't we receive, like after a term, are we getting something back with interest? Or am I mistaken on that?
Madam CAO?
through you, Madam Mayor, so there were two options with the proposal, because with EORN, they do have, working through this project, they're gonna have expenses up front. So we chose to, there's an option where you can pay upfront, and by paying upfront, you're guaranteed an amount back in interest based on the return, because they're trying to get some cash flow up front. So we chose to do that. So we will get some a reduction in our contribution or some investment income off of paying it up front. The other option was we could pay it over multiple years, which I believe was a 5-year period, which we chose to pay it up front, and we'll pay it back to reserves.
Councillor Dupel?
So I was just wondering through you, Madam Mayor, if we were to take minus St. Lawrence College from the community partners, and we were to say that we're going to leave everybody at the 2019, what we approved at 2019, I'm just wondering if we could see what that would look like for figures, if we weren't going to approve any increases to the community partners.
So, maybe
Madam CFO?
through you, Madam Mayor, Eastern Ontario Health Unit and Raisin Region Conservation Authority, we would have to be careful in that area. We're mandated to contribute to their budgets.
But we're still contributing, right? But at the 2019, right?
I'm not sure that we're able to do that. We're mandated to contribute. They give us their budget and we subsequently pay our share.
So we don't have a say in that, so we shouldn't even discuss that then at budget time.
We haven't recently. There may be things that Eastern Ontario Health Unit and Raisin Region Conservation are doing that maybe are not mandated and we might have a say, but I don't know that. This is what they've submitted to us as the city's share, just like they would have submitted to the counties around us and their share of their budget.
So is it too complicated to find out what that number would be if we left theirs at the submitted?
They haven't gone to their board yet, so I don't believe that we'd be privy to that information before they go to the board.
No, sorry, I'm just asking, I was asking to see what the numbers would look like.
Without the community partners?
Yeah, leaving them at 2019, so
We have a
is it
draft,
too
we haven't
complicated to
approved
leave
it
them
yet.
at the 2020 submission, those two?
So you'd like us to take the airport back down to 85? We can't do anything with Eorn, that's been committed. Heritage is already below. Altsville to 97, we've just approved 30,000 for the Historical Society. Is that the review you'd like us to do?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, while they're working on that, maybe I can just comment on the Conservation Authority budget.
Go ahead.
At our January meeting, the draft budget was presented to our Board of Directors. I think we are to approve it in 2 weeks at our next budget. It's third week of February. Don't anticipate any changes, but there's a really well thought out formula as to how much each municipality is contributing. And I want to also mention that we have some new leadership at the Conservation Authority as of a year or so ago, and he's created quite a lean, mean team there. And so I don't believe there's much room to cut at all. But we should be approving that budget in a couple of weeks. Councillor Claude may have some comments.
Councillor McIntosh?
Your funding's based on population, and for some reason, we go in as 37,000, and we're not counted, we pay a lot more if they count the real population figure, but for some reason, for years, they've submitted 37 for Cardinal, and it's been accepted. So we get a break there. Also, what Carrie Lee was saying, that Richard Peel has made tremendous changes. He's probably saved over $150,000 to $200,000 in things that we just let go. So I agree with her. It's really a lean, mean operation. I do that purposely because they're afraid of South Nation wanting to take over in the province, giving them Raisin Region, and you pay a lot more if you're in South Nation.
And
Councillor Uba?
add to that, thank you, Madam Mayor. All of the projects, so the Charlottenburg Park, etc., are then broken down by either general benefiting or specifically benefiting a municipality. So projects or initiatives that they do that we are all affected, all of the municipalities that the Conservation Authority touches, we would then equally, through population, contribute. But say for where they're located, there's a beautiful park there located basically within the city of Cornwall, so we would contribute a little bit more to that than, you know, North Glengarry would. So there's different kinds of ways to contribute, and so it's very well calculated, and I'm sure all of that can be made public. Really interesting. Would be good for all of you to be aware of how that's all done, really. So something that, once we do have those approved budgets, maybe could be shared with the rest of council.
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I only see two that would have a variance based on what Councillor Dupel is speaking to, and that would be the airport that has increased by $18,049, and the theater at $30,000. I don't think we can take the Historical Society out if we just put them on the board through a motion. But that would be $48,000.
Right.
Councillor Dupel?
I'm good.
Councillor Gardner, did you want to speak
Yeah,
about the
yeah.
budget concerning the health unit? Okay, Councillor Bennett? Councillor Towndale?
Can I just ask why the increase for the regional airport?
That's not done.
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is the budget that we received from the airport, therefore it's the budget we're presenting to council.
So there are three members of council who sit on the airport commission, Councillors Hollingsworth, Councillors Towndale, and Councillors Bergeron. Councillor Towndale?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'll speak about that first, and then if I can come back around. with my
Of course.
I'm not sure what Councillor Bergeron intended to say on this, so hope we're on the same page. But so last year when the budget was approved at this council for the airport, it was approved at $85,000 based on a idea that the total funding for the airport was $100,000, $15,000 South Glengarry, $85,000 Cornwall, because the budget was not prepared and submitted to council before we tackled the budget process. In this case, it was. And this is the current requirements for the airport. There was lots of a major commercial tenant in the commercial hangar, which resulted in higher expense, well, less revenue coming in, not higher expenses, but less revenue coming in. So that's where it is. That's what's causing that. You can see it's closer. It's 5,000 more than the 2018 level. So it's more in line with the 2018 level than it is the 2019 level. So that's more on trend with previous years. So that's where that's coming from.
You want to go to your next point?
I'll go to my next point quickly, but I know Councillor Gardner is the rep on the health unit, but I think it's worth noting that because of provincial decisions, we're now paying about $70,000 more to the health unit directly from the city. That's quite an increase, right, on our end. So.
Madam CAO?
Madam Mayor, thank you. I would also like to say the same thing for the Conservation Authority. I have also been to a meeting to go through the changes that are affecting the Conservation Authority. Right. There are actually, there's a meeting amongst conservation authorities with the appropriate minister on February the 7th, which I believe is Friday. It's in Peterborough. CAOs and mayors were invited to join the Conservation Authority to attend. It's a little bit far for me to attend, so I sent my regrets. But what is occurring in the Conservation Authority, similar with the health unit, is, I think, a direct result of some of the changes in policy at the province level, much like we saw, potentially with revenue from police services earlier tonight, and what we'll be seeing with some of our other city budgets.
So I would add that your description of the new leadership at the Raisin River, I would say that Dr. Paul Remiliotis has also been very assertive with the province around the cost and reminding the province that this does affect municipalities. So there is ongoing discussion between Dr. Paul and the board with the province. Councillor McIntosh?
When it comes to the airport, are we still at 85-15 or whatever it was?
Madam CAO?
Through Madam Mayor, yes, 85-15 from a percentage perspective.
I know we've talked about this, but it's making any progress, and the mayor keeps saying he wants a fair deal. I'm mayor of South Glengarry, and but nothing gets done. I mean, not on your behalf. They don't seem to be moving in that direction. Fair, I mean, you've tried. There's new CAO over there. I understand you guys went to school together, so.
Yeah, South Glengarry is working towards coming back with some plans. That's what we're told, and I have faith that that's gonna happen. Councillor Gardner?
Just, $69,000, $70,000 Eastern Ontario Health Unit. We'll be getting a letter from Dr. Paul. All of the counties have said it's not affordable to them, and so we're fighting to try and regain the money that they are charging us over and above what it was last year.
Any further discussion on this item? Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. So I'm glad we're talking about community partners. I sit on the airport commission, and we've had quite a lot of deliberations this year about why that budget is higher. I'm glad that questions are coming up. These are the types of things we need to be doing at budget time, but when I look at this budget, this is a good example of where I don't think we have enough information. So I do, because I sit on the airport commission, and I would have asked about those things. But I don't know why the health unit is up $70,000 based on what's in this budget. I appreciate it's mandated. I appreciate that, but last year we went through this. There was a conversation about community partners, a pretty good discussion around this council table about community partners, and municipal grants, which is tied into this. And so my question, I suppose, is where municipal grants that were passed on the 27th, unknown for 2020, they're not in the budget, or they have been added somewhere separate?
Through you, Madam Mayor, following the report that we had at the last council meeting, there is $200,000 included in the 2020 budget for the municipal grants program. That includes services in kind and two programs for financial component.
Where in the budget would I find it?
So if you go to page, let me see. I believe it may be outlined. The municipal grants program, P3, you'll see the 111,000 here. At the same time, what we haven't done in the budget yet, because it wasn't approved yet through council at the last meeting, and this book was submitted before that, is the costs for in-kind services are right now still in recreation services. So what we would need to do following the approval of that report is put a recovery in their area and top up that 110 with our in-kind services grant, which was about 83,000.
So I don't see where that 110 is.
On the bottom of page P3.
Got it.
You'll see 110,720, the same as last year, under 2020 submission.
And so the other $89,000 is in kind?
Correct. So because the budget book was provided to council before that report was approved by council, we haven't yet put a recovery in recreation services and an expense in this area, so that the program is complete at $200,000.
So remind me, did the motion at council say that $200,000 was into this budget?
Correct.
So if I wanted that to change, would it require 6 councillors, or we discuss it here?
So the policy has been set at $200,000.
Thank you.
Any further comments, questions? Councillor Bergeron?
We haven't talked about Cornwall Public Library, which is the next item on the list here in our agenda.
Community partners?
Yes, the community partner, they're operating in, I just don't see a lot about the library. Could we get an idea of what's happening there and page P4?
Yes.
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, page P4 provides the operating budget for the Cornwall Public Library. You'll notice a contribution from the City of Cornwall and the increase of 2.71%. That is for operating only, but with capital. Right on the bottom, you'll see the change in tax base requirement for the city is 1.69%. Because we are funding some of their capital from their reserve in which the city holds in our reserves. And also they're completing a study that, because it's related to growth, is part of our DC bylaw, and we're able to support it through development charges.
Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Just one question. I think I know the answer to this, but when the library submits a budget, we control, like, we're not obliged, just like, let's say, the airport or whatever, like, we're not obliged to pay them whatever they request. We have some discrepancy in terms of what we give, or is it just, here's the bill, give us the money, have a nice day?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the library operates as a standalone, but it's much like a city department. They manage their own finances internally, but we've always treated as an extension to the city. So we would review their budget like we review any other department
Well, the
for
point,
the city.
the thing that I'm getting at is that if council as a whole said, oh, we don't wanna have as many, we don't wanna do snow plowing as much as we did last year, and we're just gonna cut the budget, and if it affects, personnel or the amount of trucks we have on the road, so be it. Right, we have that ability, that discrepancy to, as long as we can live with whatever service is
Yeah.
created,
And whatever level of service is required.
and
and
whatever we're
mandated.
legally mandated and liability and all that other stuff, but if we can live with all of that, whatever we do in terms of funding, how it affects the service, that's our choice as a council.
Right.
With the library, do we have control over funding? That's what I'm getting at, the same way we would with any other department in the city.
It's a level of service provided by the
And of
municipality.
course, if we said less money, then we live with the fact that the library would have to say, well, we're gonna have to close this day, or change this, or do that, or whatever the case may be.
Like every other department, they'd come back with consequences of
Fair enough.
what that change would be.
Fair enough, and don't get excited, I'm not looking,
If you, the CA
just
may
wanna know.
comment further.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd also like to just comment that the library is also governed by a board, and we have council representation on that board. So if council wanted to see a reduction in the library services budget, I think in fairness, that communication would have to go back to the library, to the board, allow the board to come back and respond to council.
Well, fair enough, I just wanna know what
I just
we're
want-
legally and what
right.
what we're allowed to do in terms of how it operates. The same would operate with, let's say, the airport commission, if your council said, look, we're just not gonna spend the same amount, we're cutting our funding now. It's a little different because we, in this kind of partnership with South Glengarry, but the point is, we have control over how much we give the airport and how much we give the library, unlike Eastern Ontario Health Unit, where they say, here's the bill, and you say, okay, fair enough, or the Raisin Region, there's certain legal parameters we have to operate under, not quite the same for these guys. Fair
That's
enough.
correct.
Councillor Abad and then Councillor McIntosh.
I'll be brief, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I just want to remind everyone that the library, which is very on brand for the province, was also hit by some reductions. So there was a service that was cut that was provided by, I think it's the Southern Ontario Library Association, a very popular interlibrary exchange service. So there's been a hit there. and the service continues. It is now just entirely funded through the library's budget. And I am the board member appointed by council and was presented this budget. And again, they are doing everything they can to stay lean, but while still staying relevant with changes towards technology and becoming a community hub, which they very much are. They do so much more than just library services. They serve a great number of our population beyond books. They do a great service to our community.
Councillor McIntosh?
I certainly just want to back up what Carolyn said. I was on the board for 4 years, and believe me, they're not the last of the big spenders. In fact, when we went looking for the new chief librarian, the consultant couldn't believe what we were paying her, how
Yeah.
little it was. He said, "You'll never get anybody applying for this job." So,
Yeah.
Any other comments,
There's something else.
Somebody moved here without you.
questions? Motions? Councillor Bergeron?
Sorry, I thought the questions were specific to that. I'd like to talk about reserves and reserve funds. Again, last year, we went through this in a little more detail than so far. I would love to go through these and see where we are. And I appreciate on Monday, we had an overview, a very high-level overview of this. A lot of my capital motions relate to using reserve funds differently. And so I think it would be good to have this conversation prior to looking at moving from tax base to reserve fund.
So, Madam CFO is prepared, has been prepared to speak to the funding and the using of reserves. You signaled that Monday, so go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe if we can start on page R-5. So, as council's aware, there are many funding sources that support our operating and capital budgets. And what we are looking at tonight is the use of reserves, debt, gas tax funding. So there are a few reasons why operating reserves are necessary and how operating reserves are used. On page R-5, these are our operating reserves, and we use them to fund operating items that are not anticipated or budgeted. A couple of examples would be the tax stabilization reserve or the winter control reserve. So for over winter control, we have a reserve to fall back on as an example. And as per policy, funds borrowed from the working reserve for any of these items, including initiatives through the year, are paid back in future years. Also, it's to set funds aside for expenditures in future years. Examples would be the $45,000 contributed to the municipal elections reserve each year until the year of an election, and then we have those monies in order to support or fund those costs. The contributions we were talking about today to the planning department that funds their documents such as the official plan and the zoning bylaw. And we also set monies aside in our operating reserves for council tablets, cell phones, etc. So in the year where council changes, or not changes, we get current hardware and software devices for you. The reserve and reserve fund policy sets a combined target balance for operating at 10% of the previous year's tax levy, approximately $7 million. The long-term financial plan has recommended a target at 10% of the annual operating expenditures, which is approximately $10 million. So basically, what our policy says and what our long-term financial plan is recommending is that our operating reserves for the City of Cornwall should be anywhere between $7 and $10 million. We don't have that in our reserves right now. Our reserves are estimated to be at the end of 2020 at about 2.1 million. The reason for that, as you're very much aware, is that we used the 3.2 million in our tax stabilization reserve and 1.9 million from our working reserves for tax refunds. We plan to pay that back over the next several years at $500,000 a year. And so we do have a plan for that, to grow our reserves again. The balance that we have in our reserves are the lowest that we've seen in some time, and I'm sure our auditor will comment on that. But just so that council is aware, we do have a plan in place annually to contribute to the working reserve. The capital reserves that you will see on page R-6, and the summary is on page R-4, so if you wanted to take a look at target balances and long-term plan balances. So the city's capital reserves are primarily for the purpose of asset renewal and replacement, and can also be used for unanticipated capital costs, and as a mechanism to set aside funds for projects that will occur in future years. Contributions to capital reserves are made in several ways. The city, through its long-term financial plan, begun to life cycle costs for its equipment and vehicles. Currently, we have now moved to life cycle costing for our police vehicles, and they're fully funded through life costing through reserves. In 2020, the city continues to borrow for its larger vehicles. We started to life cycle cost our smaller vehicles. In 2021, municipal works vehicles should also be funded through the reserves. So we'll be on a program now not to borrow money for vehicles. For city departments, for city buildings, departments pay rent to city facilities department, who maintain all the city buildings. This rent supports the day-to-day expenditures with a contribution to reserves for future capital repair and replace. We haven't transitioned all of our buildings to this approach or this plan. As we move through our 10-year capital plan, we'll do more and more. Just small steps for now. We can't do everything right away. So currently, neither the transit building nor the Glenstour-Dunn Lodge is contributing to a building fund. So when capital is required for either of those facilities, we need to fund that from the tax base, or we need to borrow for it. We have not put a plan in place yet to life cycle cost repair and replace of any assets in our parks. So clubhouses, pools, tennis courts, etc. do not contribute to the reserves right now. If there's no funds if you haven't contributed to the city's reserves, that funding should come from an alternate source. The reserve and reserve fund policy sets a combined target balance for capital reserves at 50% of the previous year's amortization of tangible capital assets. That's approximately $4.7 million. The long-term financial plan has recommended a target of 20% of the annual capital expenditures, which is approximately $5 million. So very close. The estimated balance of capital reserves right now is just over $1.3 million, so below both targets. And the reason why it's as low as it is a number of years ago, we borrowed from the land reserve for that property in our business park. And once we sell that land, our land reserve will no longer be in a negative balance. On the next two pages, R7 and R8, are the city's restricted reserves. And the city holds funds that have been set aside for certain purposes. And they may have varying target balances depending on what programs or initiatives are initiated or before council. And so that's really a summary of our reserves other than our gas tax funding, which you will see on page R-8. It has a balance of just under $1.2 million. So gas tax funding has provided stable funding for municipalities since 2005. The city receives approximately $2.9 million or $2.8 million a year year. Since 2011, the program expanded its eligibility criteria to ensure that municipalities had flexibility to invest in their individual infrastructure priorities. Currently, if you take a look at the list of everything that you can use gas tax funding for, it's really only our Home for the Aged that cannot use gas tax funds. The federal gas tax program is administered by AMO, and there is a requirement for municipalities to report. We need to provide them with a detailed financial information and outcomes data, how we're using that money, the degree to which projects are achieving beneficial impact on our community. Also, municipalities are to provide a report to AMO demonstrating that the asset management plan is being used to guide our infrastructure planning and investment decisions, and how the gas tax funding is being used to address priority projects. In 2019, the city did receive a one-time top-up in federal gas funding. The city has utilized approximately 1.7 or 1.8 million of this funding to support its capital plan, and that has been presented to you. Because this funding is one time and only for that year, these funds have been used in this budget for one-time projects, more or less, as discussed through our capital presentations. There's approximately 1.2 million remaining in this reserve for use. Municipalities must spend their funding within 5 years of receiving it. So it's not like we have to spend the money in the year that it's received. Debt management. It is recommended in the long-term financial plan that debt financing be used for projects that involve significant capital dollars, greater than $2.5 million, and have a life cycle greater than 20 years. More specifically, debt financing should only be used for new, non-recurring infrastructure requirements and facilities. We're not there yet, but we are moving there. As we just noted, we're borrowing for our municipal works equipment again this year, like we've done for the last 10 or 12 plus years. But next year, we believe that we can fund that through reserves and take ourselves off of debt. So we're moving in that direction. In the 2020 budget, we are borrowing for a number of capital initiatives that do not meet this criteria. Another one is the Emerald Ash Bore project, the transit fleet, the HVAC at the Justice Building. And over the 10 years of our long-term financial plan, so we have been shifting capital funding from debt financing to reserve funding based on life cycle costing, and we'll continue to do so based on the recommendation in the long-term financial plan. So we're working through and with our long-term financial plan to provide stability within our budgets.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Couple of questions to make sure I know what I'm, if you look at page R4, right? So I'm looking at our operating reserves, and then just down below it, the capital reserves, where it says targeted balances. Those two line items, if I get them correctly, work out to about $11.6 million is what we would like to be at. And if I got it right, we're currently at about 3.5 million. Does that make sense to you?
For those two
Or
categories,
just those
yes.
two particular reserves? Now, that being said, that means we're a little better than $8 million shy of where we would like to be. Now, that, and I'm sure there's probably a report or somebody sent an email somewhere that I've missed, but did the auditor say that we should try to be at $11 million with those reserves? And I can't remember the long-term financial plan, if it indicated that or not. But like, did the auditor say is that what other municipalities are doing? Why is that number the number we picked?
The target balances you see here are from the city's reserve and reserve fund policy, of which was written by our CAO when she was in my role, 2016. It went through the audit committee, was reviewed by the audit committee, our auditors, and approved by council. And in that policy outlines all of these reserves, their purposes, how we withdraw money, how we contribute to the reserve, and its target balances.
Good. And that being said, I guess, Your Worship, back over here, why do we have 11, and I'm not saying it's good or bad, I don't know. Why is 11.6, and I don't have the policy like in front of me, so why are we picking 11.6 million for these two reserves in particular? And I could nitpick all the way along, but let's just use these two as a reference point. Why is that the number that we're trying to get to?
So several years ago, through review with our auditors, we had discussions through presentation of financial statements that we have money in reserves. If you include the progress fund, our reserve position looks very good, but the progress fund has been committed, or the investment income off the progress fund has been committed for the next 10 years, for example, to cover the debt payments for the Benson Center. So the auditors, recognizing our reserves at that time, were low, and there was, I think, some drawing on those reserves. What was missing was actually a policy that for council to follow to kind of dictate when do you use reserves and what should those targeted balances be. So that's what the policy did. Now, if we looked at what our reserve balances were a year ago, they actually looked significantly better because we took out $4.5 million because of the payments that had to be made for tax write-offs.
Yes, I understand.
Right. So that was a fairly significant draw, but there's a plan in place to put that back. But when it comes to your operating reserves, 10% was the number. And then when we looked at our capital reserves, that also is an indication of wanting to have a reserve that gets set up that's able to facilitate and maintain our asset replacement. So a big component of the capital reserve is to try and wean ourselves off of debt. So we're paying for it. So we're contributing to, so if we have a new asset that comes onto the city's books, ideally you want to have a contribution to a reserve that over time will help build up funds to replace that asset. That's the intent.
And the gas tax money that we're getting is very prescribed to a certain degree in terms of what we can use it for. It's not like we could say, well, let's just take this gas tax and put that in the reserve, and there where our problems are solved, like potentially some of our problems are solved. We have to use it for specific purposes, correct?
It's actually quite a bit open compared to how it used to be, but it has to be used for infrastructure.
Right.
You can't apply it to your operating budget.
Fair enough. Okay. So where I'm going with this, Your Worship, is that I anticipate there may be some motions about taking capital projects and using reserves to pay for them instead of using, like, whether it be the tax or the operating side. The problem that I have with that on a how do you manage your business type thing is that when I was on council back in the 90s, there were a number of councillors through courses of budget deliberations that kept saying, well, it's no big deal, we'll just use reserves and that kind of thing, and then ultimately kind of left the municipality behind the 8 ball a little bit in terms of how much money you should have kind of in your bank account if something bad happens. We have a number of 11.6 is what we, just with those two because they're easy to focus on. 11.6 that we should be trying to get to, we're not really anywhere close. And so while I'm anticipating where I think some motions may come from councillors about using reserves to pay for things, I'll listen to the debate and whatever, but I don't think in my mind that that's how I would like to go. I would prefer to keep trying to maintain and stoke and improve our reserve position and use operating money, or simply not do the project and say we're just not going to do it because we don't want to spend the money. But using reserves to kind of float the operating side, or using reserves to float like critical capital expenditures that we have to do, you can't ignore them, I probably would be reluctant to support that. And it's only because we're on the reserve budget that I'm kind of articulating how I feel about that. Thank you for your patience and time, please. Thank you.
Counselor Bergeron?
Just trying to figure out how to cut off.
Well said.
So, I think we fundamentally disagree on that, but that's.
We do?
That's why we are colleagues here, and that will be some of the motions coming forward. I do have a few questions related to the reserve that you just covered, Madam CFO, and one of them that I don't understand is the under development charges. We're contributing new glasses here, $800,000 this year. Is that the total amount of development charges coming in?
It's difficult to predict that number, so it depends on what our building, what happens in our development, in our building industry. We put that in there because that's what we've seen in the past, but,
Roughly every year, that's what our development charges are?
it really is new to us, and we're in still a phase-in. We're in the third year of a 5-year phase-in as well. So we've done the best guess analysis that we could.
Thank you. The gas tax reserve that you commented on, we're adding 2.89, again, need better glasses here, around $2.8 million to the gas tax reserve this year alone. It's implied that next year we'll receive a similar amount.
That is correct. The city receives about 2.8 million in gas tax funding each year. Normally, we use it for asphalt resurfacing.
And so you mentioned that this reserve has become a little bit more lenient in what qualifies and what doesn't, and I see the list here of projects, and some of them are the motions I want to make. Are there other projects that were funded through the tax base that would qualify for this gas tax reserve in the capital?
Let's take a look at our capital summary.
I can specifically ask if that helps.
So funded from tax base, Centertown, $30,000. That's really more like a contribution. It's part of our capital fund, but we're saving that money over the next 3 years to do an intersection. Ms. Adams has spoken to capital projects such as pole replacement and culverts at $100,000 each. To fund those from the federal gas tax, to fund those through the federal gas tax, when we do them every year, means that when we don't have that money, because we're only going to have 2.8 million next year for asphalt resurfacing, we're gonna have to try to add that $200,000 to the tax levy.
Which $200,000?
The $200,000 for the pole replacement and the small culverts, because we do it every year. So those are projects that are ongoing every year. When we talked about the one-time funding for federal gas tax, we applied that funding to one-time capital projects instead of our reoccurring capital projects.
So when I asked about will we receive $2.8 million next year, the answer is yes, but only for projects that are.
Normally, we use it for asphalt resurfacing. So in 2019, we received 2.8, and we received a one-time of 2.9. We're not going to have that next year. So that 1.9 really should be used for one-time, non-reoccurring types of projects, so that we're not trying to, in a subsequent budget year, bring that back to the tax base.
So, thank you. I mean, I'm still, I think, philosophically unsure of where that threshold is. It's really not, that conversation is a conversation for council. That is, where are we comfortable with our reserves being, and everyone will have a different opinion of that.
Right,
So,
and what you hear from administration is our recommendations.
yep, and I appreciate that, and they've been actually very clear in terms of the responses of why these are recommended. So it does change a few of the motions I had moving forward, but we're still in reserves, and you've gone through most of them. Is there anything out here, I noticed brownfield reserves, for example. I don't recall seeing a capital project related. Is that just something that just, when it comes, it comes?
Through a directive of council, the brownfield reserve was at $100 and some thousand, really not a reserve we would be able to utilize if we were approached, if our municipality was approached with a project. And so council made a decision to contribute $400,000 a year until that reserve reaches $2 million.
Okay, so that's far away on that one. Thank you. That's all my questions on reserves.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Second round, and just only because it's come up, it just kind of cropped in there. In terms of the heart of the city, that was $3.5 million, and we used money to refurbish the heart of, like, various people who lobbied to get improvements, correct?
Yes, so the city has received, or was forgiven a loan by the provincial government
Yes.
at $3.5 million. We hold that in the downtown reserve investment fund, and not spend those dollars. But as interest is earned, we transfer it to the heart of the city, and it assists us with our CIP for heart of the city, the downtown area.
Okay, now I can't seem to find it here, and I don't know if I'm, did I see not a report a couple months or two ago that suggested that particular was in arrears of about $191,000?
So on page R7, a little bit more than halfway down, you'll see the Downtown Reserve Investment Fund.
Right.
It's just over $3.5 million, and the reason for that is because it's earned interest, but we haven't received it yet. We only transfer it to the reserve below, the heart of the city reserve, when we receive the monies. And right now, they were at a negative balance at the end of 2019, estimated at 135, and we are on a payback to that reserve to get it to about $200,000 to the positive. It's still currently estimated to be negative $62,000 at the end of 2020.
And what is our annual payback to that reserve? What are we putting back into that annually? $40,000 to $70,000? Is that what's in our budget this year?
We're putting to that reserve, this reserve a number of years ago paid for a capital outlay, and we're putting $32,250 back into that reserve to help with getting that reserve in a positive balance.
I guess my point, Your Worship, is that only further kind of strengthens my commitment to where we're going in the grand direction, but anyway, we'll let the motions shake themselves out.
Got it. So, is there a motion? Do councillors have motions? Go ahead, Councillor Bergeron.
I do, if we can go to capital project C13. So C13 is $30,000 in the tax base. I'd like to see this come from the road infrastructure reserve. That's the motion.
So, repeat that, please.
I'd like to see the $30,000 for this project to come from road infrastructure reserve, if that is within the confines of that reserve.
Madam
Yes, take
CFO?
a look. So I had thought you had, at first I thought you said you'd like to see this as a contribution to reserve until it grows to 90,000 and then we could use it. So what you'd like us to do is fund this $30,000 from reserves.
Correct.
So we're not spending this $30,000 this year. So to take it out of reserves and we're not spending it,
This is a contribution to reserves.
pardon?
This is a contribution to reserves.
It's a contribution to capital. It probably would be more suited to be a contribution to reserves instead of to capital, because we're not planning on using it this year, right? Right, Mr. Fotherick? Because we're not spending it this year, we wouldn't necessarily take the money out of reserves to fund something that we don't have a cost to. So the motion's like you're removing it from the budget rather than funding it from reserves, because there's no cost there. But then we're not saving for that intersection once we arrive at that intersection through our asphalt resurfacing program.
Fair enough. So then I'll make that motion, that we just not fund this.
Is there a seconder for that, Madam Mayor?
Counselor Gardner,
Was there a seconder for
Right.
that motion?
right.
For what?
Counselor Gardner,
Yes.
let me get to that.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Getting late.
It is, but this is the budget.
Yep.
So the motion, Counselor Bergeron, is what?
Okay.
Remove this from the budget.
So the motion is to remove this from the budget. Is there a seconder?
Fair.
Is there a seconder? Next motion?
Next motion would be C16. The small diameter culvert replacement. Question would be, could this come from the gas tax reserve first?
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it could be funded from the gas tax reserve. It is not our recommendation because it's a reoccurring capital requirement.
So I'll make that motion.
So the motion is,
We fund this through the gas tax reserve.
is there a seconder? Counselor Towndale? Debate? Counselor Hollingsworth and then Counselor McIntosh?
Okay, so just so I'm clear, am I getting this right, Ms. Billy, that we're looking at $100,000 every year for this kind of work?
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll redirect the question to Mr. Fotherick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, $100,000 per year.
Okay. If subsequent, Your
Yes,
Worship.
go ahead.
That picture on C16, that's not Cornwall, but if we don't, like, fix these things, we're eventually gonna have roads that look like this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's not informal, but it will show you what would happen if this project.
So in essence, it's safe to say that really, it's in the capital book, but it's really an operating expense. I mean, I get that it's like, we're only funding this particular one, or the sections that you've listed this year, but in subsequent years, we're gonna have to keep fixing these things as they slowly disintegrate, correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
That being said, Your Worship, it's an operating expense. I think funding it out of anything other than out of the operating budget it's shell gaming a little bit, so I probably won't support the motion.
Counselor McIntosh?
Yeah, you answered, that's the,
Pardon?
that's the query I had.
Any further debate?
Query.
All in favor of the motion?
I can have
Against?
that read, 'cause I made one mistake tonight. Have that motion read, please.
Yes, of course, Counselor Gardner. Madam Clerk?
It's to fund the $100,000 for the small diameter culvert replacement through the gas tax reserve rather than the tax base. The amount of $100,000.
All in favor? Against? Motion's defeated. Next motion?
Me still? Next one is C24. Appreciate that it is an identical motion, and so we'll still make the motion for the same debate. I believe this should be funded through the gas tax reserve.
Madam Clerk, do you have that?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Towndale? Debate? Councillor Hollingsworth?
Same question.
Same deal as the previous motion? Done.
Mr.
Thank you,
Fothra?
Your Worship. He doesn't even have to stand up for that.
Any further queries? Comments? All in favor of the motion? Against? Next motion?
Next motion is C41. Similar conversation, this is waste management. I would like to see this from the waste management reserve. And I appreciate the debate will be the same. I want to be very clear that our taxes rate looks like it's going up. And so to me, we have reserves, and these are the reasons. I'm just going to explain it once so that it's the same for every debate. We have reserves, yes, they fluctuate, and we have a very sound long-term financial plan, which I support. But we need to start setting priorities, and when I see things being funded through the tax base as operating expenses, ongoing, these are the types of things that I want to vote as council, whether I'm defeated or we pass it. I think it's an important conversation to have, and the explanations are valid on both sides here. I appreciate that it is not cut and dry. So I make the motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Surprisingly, no.
My turn.
I'll explain why.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Next motion?
Next motion is C48. Big Ben snowmaking equipment. This one is just simply not approve it. And that would be $75,000 added to the gas tax reserve if it is not passed.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hollingsworth, you second?
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
Enthusiastic.
Debate.
I'll probably vote against it, Your Worship, but I want to have my moment in the sun here. Just to
ahead.
be quick, because I didn't debate when it came up under capital for the same reason Councillor Bergeron held from debate. It was ask questions and that kind of thing. So I didn't kind of articulate, but I just want it known that I think this is a good service. It serves children in particular, and there are some things that perhaps you could debate about cutting. I think any time that we're looking at services for kids and things to do in the municipality, I would be reluctant to support that. So I threw it out there, second the motion, so I could stand up and say what I think, simply because we didn't really go down that road earlier this week. But I don't want to not fund this hill. I don't know how it'll work itself out in the grand scheme of things moving forward, but I think it's a good service. My kids used it when they were little. It was awesome. I think it's a really good service, and I would hate to see it have to go by the wayside because it doesn't have the proper equipment. So I seconded it, and then we'll vote against the motion I seconded. Go figure.
Any further discussion? Councillor Bergeron?
Thank you. So I always appreciate a seconding, and I love that you can second something and not support it, because it opens up the debate to this council chamber and to the public who are listening to what we're talking about. We haven't really had a full conversation about Big Ben. To put in, I think, extra money into it without knowing our long-term plan there is not something I would do, given that the tax rate is going up. Had this been defeated, I had another motion to use that gas tax reserve for something else. And so I suppose it hasn't been defeated yet.
Don't be so
If
glum.
this passes, I have a motion to use that gas tax for something else in the budget. Thank you.
To be fair, we did have this discussion. I am on the record as saying that in the last term, I was very committed to making sure Big Ben stayed open. And I think it was Monday or Tuesday, we talked about this. Councillor Hollingsworth, it's fine, you didn't take your moment in the sun then.
We talked about
But
it.
we did talk about it, and I certainly was on the record as saying I am not going to vote for things, particularly Big Ben, but for things that kids use, not going to vote to affect that level of service or cut that. So, all in favor of the motion? Against?
Vote against my own motion.
Next motion?
I'll skip the next two because they were to use that funding for others, but I'd like to go to C56, the laser Zamboni. I'd like to make the motion that we not approve this.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
So motion not to
Discussion.
approve, and it's seconded. Debate? Councillor Bennett?
Yeah, for me, the explanation about why we needed this was pretty clear in that it keeps the ice at the thickness it needs to be, and that by doing that, we're saving money on the utilities. So to cut this is just to add it down the road to and where the cost to keep the building running. So there's real no savings here.
I have Councillor Hébert. Oh, no, Councillor,
Ditto,
I thought, I saw a hand
I
raised.
did a this.
Okay,
It's getting late.
so then I'll go to Councillor Towndale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to reiterate that point. I think the argument's less hours for staff trying to correct it via hose or other tools that can be used. And then we heard that it does reduce overall utility rates because the cooling system doesn't have to be pushed as hard. So I think in the end, this will eventually pay for itself, but we'll see a reduction in costs elsewhere. So this is an investment that has a return on it, so that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth, and then Councillor Gardner.
It doesn't matter which one, either one of you guys want to tackle it, go. I think it's, compressors work harder if we don't have this, correct?
Mr. Jamie Fothrop.
Yeah.
Yes. If the more ice that we have on the slab, the harder the compressors have to work to maintain that ice. So this will maintain it to the optimum minimum.
Right, that being said, Mr. Fothrop, if the compressors are working harder, conceivably, logically, their shelf life isn't as good, they don't last as long. Or we at least have to do more ongoing maintenance to keep them performing at their optimal level. Does that make sense? Thank you. So that being said, Your Worship, we're paying Peter, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. Sooner or later, if you work them harder, they break down quicker, we do more maintenance. In the long run, I don't know if we really save that much, so I probably won't support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner, and then Councillor
I
McIntosh.
won't support the motion because I think we're probably looking forward to more curling in that building at some point, and it needs, trust me, level ice. So, that's it.
Councillor McIntosh.
3 years ago, I needed a new furnace, and the guy came in, I wanted to get the low-grade furnace, and he told me to go to the more expensive high-grade, explained to me all the things I'd save, and I know nothing about furnaces, but I respected his opinion, and turned out that saving money on energy costs. When the experts, I know nothing about this, but when our hired help, whose opinions I value, tell me that they need it, I'll buy it.
Hired help?
Hired help, the hired guns.
Yes.
So just for clarity, this is for the Benson Center, not
Yeah.
the Civic Complex. We already have one at the Civic Complex, correct?
Correct.
And, I mean, during capital, I mentioned that there are other technologies that I think can do this better, and locally. So I appreciate that isn't in this presentation, but it's why I'm voting against it. I agree that when we add to capital, and a lot of my questions during capital and during operations were about, if we invest in capital, will we see a return in operations? And actually, a lot of my questions about operating related to that. This one is a good example, but to me, it's a nice to have, something we can look at next year. There are other technologies that I think are better and would save us more money. It is not part of this, and so I can't vote for this.
So, this is a discussion I also remember quite clearly from this week. I think administration made their case on this, although the idea of new technologies out there is intriguing, Councillor Bergeron, and certainly I look forward to that coming forward, or to you communicating those ideas directly to administration, so that we can either get a report or have a dialogue between yourself and administration around ideas to save the city money, and also probably be more responsible stewards, right, of the environment. So I will not support this, but I certainly encourage Councillor Bergeron to move forward with ideas, and certainly in communicating directly with admin on those things. All in favor of the motion? Against?
I changed my mind at the last minute.
Defeated? Next motion?
But you can't talk twice, so.
The next motion is
Yes, Councillor Bergeron.
C-57, outdoor bleacher replacement. So I would have used recreational facility reserves here, but as a result of priorities, which this council just approved the Zamboni, I'm going to make the motion to not approve this, because it's not a priority.
So is there a seconder for that motion? Does everybody have clarity around that motion? Any seconder? Any seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it, why not? I won't even
It's
talk.
seconded by Councillor Hollingsworth.
No.
Go ahead.
I don't have to say anything, Your Worship.
Okay, debate. Councillor Bennett.
I'll just say, I play a lot of ball, a lot of these fields, and the bleachers that we have there now are dangerous. You get slivers just by moving up and down them, the wood's coming apart. I've seen kids fall off the back of them. This is exactly the type of thing our fields should have, so I'm fully in support.
Any further debate or comment? All in favor of the motion? Against? It's defeated. Next motion.
Next motion is C-60. Tennis courts. Originally was going to use some reserve funds to pass half of this, but again, given the priorities of these votes, I'm going to make the motion to not approve it.
Is there a seconder to not approve? Is there a seconder to not approve? Councillor Gardner? Debate? Councillor Bergeron?
My debate is simple. We are setting priorities by going through this budget, and when I look at these, I would have funded these through other reserve funds. I would have considered this a priority over Big Ben, over a few of the things that were just defeated, and so as a result of those motions passing, I can't support this.
Just a quick comment.
Any further, yes, go ahead, Councillor Gardner.
Former tennis player, good lighting in the evening and at night is great, and the fact that it's going to save us on electricity, I won't vote in favor of it, although I wanted to discuss, talk about it.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Just on a matter of priority basis over what we think is important versus what we think is less important, I kind of am inclined to think this is less important than Big Ben, and while I won't support the motion, if I had to pick one or the other, I think Big Ben, and this is maybe I've got this wrong, but my perception is that Big Ben is a more kid-oriented type, and I think the kids use the tennis courts too, don't get me wrong, but I think Big Ben, in terms of like who uses it in the demographic, I'm in terms of prioritizing. If it came down to picking one or the other, I'd be more inclined to cut the funding for this than Big Ben because of what I think I know. That being said, I still probably won't support the motion, but down the road, perhaps in terms of budgets or council meetings, maybe a list of what we think is important to us type of thing, but that's another day of debate some other time. So I won't support the motion, though, thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Reread the motion.
Not really sure
You
what your
confused me
vote-
on that one.
Ah, three
Yeah,
out there.
I support it.
All in favor? Against? It's defeated. Next motion?
I'll skip C 61. Again, was gonna defer. I'd like to go to C 65 if we can, the Art Center. So I'd like to make a motion to defer until we get the report back from the architects.
Is there a seconder? Counselor Hollingsworth? Debate? So this motion is to remove, let's get clarity here.
It's to defer it until we get, that this is not included in budget until we
To
get.
remove it from the budget.
Yeah.
Seconded by Counselor Hollingsworth. Debate? Counselor McIntosh?
I'm trying to think if I'm running a fundraiser and I find out that I'm asking somebody to contribute to something that may not happen. That's my concern. One of my concerns with deferring this is that we have a fundraising group raising money for something council just said, we're pushing it to the back burner, we're not sure, we're waiting for some more information.
It's not really
I don't know if I want to contribute until they decide it.
It's not really true.
Counselor Japel and then Counselor McDonald.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I'm correct, this was sort of to keep it on the books and that we can withdraw it tonight, but there'll be no savings.
Yep.
Correct?
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. There's not a tax-based component in the 2020 budget.
Right. Thank you.
Counselor McDonald?
Well, I was just going to make that point too, that there's actually no money here. And I think it would be very important to keep it in the budget because this is important to a lot of people and it's important to our city, just the value of this. So I think it's in a good place here. It's being honored by being included and I think we should keep it there.
I have Counselor Ibach and then Counselor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to echo the comments that have already been said, but add that the only thing we'd be doing by removing this is sending a message to the arts community that we want to squash the dreams of that community and our community as a whole, because this isn't just going to serve the arts community. This is going to serve people of every age, every demographic, every art discipline, and this, like it was mentioned, this isn't affecting our tax base, but it's just sending a terrible message to our community that we're not invested into this project after all of the work that has been done. And it was mentioned earlier in the debate, maybe yesterday, how much has been spent so far on this initiative. And we mentioned the $300,000 being spent on the RFP, I believe, and then the purchase of the building. But what we forgot to mention was the initial report, all of the work, the public consultation that was done. How expensive was that study? I'm not sure who can answer that, but I know we've decided on a different location. However, I'm sure we're going to use a lot of that content. There was information about operations in there, and the community has spoken about what they want. It's all in there. And how much did we spend on that study for the Arts Center? I'm not sure if we can get a...
Mr. Fothrop.
The initial feasibility
Yes.
study was, I believe, $60,000. And then we spent another $10,000 to fit test study on this building.
So let's add 70 to that. A lot of work that's already been done, so let's keep it up.
Counselor Hollingsworth and then Counselor Gardner.
A couple of points, if I might, Your Worship. First of all, in terms of what we've invested so far, we've bought a building. It's not a loss. It's not like the money's gone. That building holds value. And so to say, well, we've already gone this far down the road, so we can't back out now. Well, that building is an asset. And if we had to, we could put a for sale sign on, don't get excited, but I'm suggesting we could put a for sale sign on that building tomorrow, sell it, and recoup some or potentially all. So the second thing is the $300,000 is what, for RFP, correct?
Madam Mayor, it's for the design of the building.
Design of the building. So the point is this, Your Worship. Any businessman or businesswoman will tell you that sometimes you have to invest money to find out whether what you're doing is a good idea or not. It's what business people, the cost of doing business. So that's kind of money that we have to invest either way to see if this is a good idea. The reason why I'm supporting the motion isn't to say I'm trying to step on anybody's dreams or ruin their hopes and aspirations. I just want to know what it is I'm getting for the money that I might be spending. And to wait until the design is finished means that I have a clearer picture on what it is the community is potentially investing in. Waiting is for another, how long, what did we say, Mr. Fothrop, a year, give or take, 6 months?
I believe it will probably be early fall, but is when we expect the design to be.
Early fall. So my point, Your Worship, is that means we're basically getting ourselves to the next, pretty close to the next budget. And when you're investing, or we're investing millions of dollars, knowing what it is I'm actually investing in doesn't seem to be a bad idea to me. And I would make that case for any project that we're potentially getting involved in. Not all of them, no, nice and smoothly, but I would at least like to know what it is we're investing in before I commit to the big chunk of money. So that's why I'm supporting, or will support the motion. Whether it carries or not, I'm not confident, but certainly I'll pitch my best product.
Councillor Gardner and then Councillor Towndale.
We spent $750,000. The fundraising community has raised $574,000. That's the last I heard. And at the end of the day, we need to encourage the fundraising community by telling them that we're serious about this. That $500,000 is not there, it's not taken out of anything. It's just a number that's here for now. So I will not support taking that money out of there.
Councillor Towndale and then Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had this discussion a little earlier in the budget process, and I think the discussion around fundraising is a good one because, you know, you start fundraising for something and then you scale back on it, there will be trust issues. Fundraising is hard. I've tried to do it for organizations in the community for events, and you go talk to people, they say, well, I tried to sponsor a similar event, I got burned on that, so I'm not interested. I'm worried about that happening here. I truly am, and business people will tell you that. The other side of the coin is, you know, this doesn't have an impact on the tax base, but I don't think that's why it was brought up, so that's not really relevant. But it's interesting to note that, you know, we're keeping this in the budget to have it ready to go and have, you know, numbers in front of us and have it at front of mind. But, you know, we just put in money for a position on council in the budget just in case we do that. Same thing here. We're keeping this in the budget should this move forward. So to me, in this case, they're both the same, so I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Bergeron.
So I echo what both Councillor Hebert and Councillor Towndale just said for the exact opposite reasons. I did not support putting $60,000 into this budget because we don't know what it's going to be used for. And to the point of spending, we've spent $1 million already, roughly, or 700. We've spent a lot of money on this already, and I agree. And that's why I think this needs a motion of council to go through a budget. I don't want a $6 million line item to come through without our council, approving it and then approving the budget. I appreciate that when we approve a budget, what's in here gets passed. But I would not be able to pass a budget had we not voted on this separately. Same debate will come up at my next motion. When we say this doesn't affect the tax base, I'm much more in line with what Councillor Hollingsworth is saying in that we have an RFP coming back. We've already established that money is being used for what will come back as a discussion of council. If we pass this and, you know, this is in our budget, if it comes back in September and the funds are already there, the conversation is different. I made the same argument about that position. So fundamentally, I'm on the other side of the spectrum of that debate, and I remain so as it relates to this. If this budget item was just for the city's contribution, which was, I think, $560,000, if everything goes well, I probably would look at supporting that. But that isn't what is here. It's a $5 million plus $1 million contribution. I don't think this motion causes people to stop fundraising. I don't think it does any of that. So that's why I'm going to support.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you. We should have taped last night's meeting and could have just replayed it, but,
Oh, it's available.
I won't support this for all the reasons if you want to go look at the tape I gave last night, so it's.
Sure.
But, so I'm not supporting this.
Any further discussion? I won't use the word hopes and aspirations again, Councillor Hollingsworth.
Gets everyone excited, Your Worship.
I will use another one, though. It's kind of an old-fashioned word. It's faith. So, this city builds things, and we have faith. I have faith in those smiling faces that donate money every week or two. I have faith in us as a community that we're going to be able to build this.
So is that our two new words, we and faith?
We
got faith.
and
Hope.
faith. I'm not going to support the motion. In favor of the motion? Against? It's defeated. Next. Councillor Bergeron?
C-73. So, I make the motion that we not approve this funding.
Is there a seconder for the motion, or is there clarity around the motion? Councillor McIntosh, did you have a question?
No. We've discussed this to knowing.
So the motion is to remove this from the budget?
Yes?
Is there a seconder?
I'll second it just for discussion. I'd like to hear what Eric's got to say.
Seconded, debate? Councillor Bergeron?
So we've had the discussion, and I appreciate that. I'm not trying to rehash similar conversation. I do want to be on the record as opposing this throughout the process. I won't approve a budget if this is in it without it being not approved. So I appreciate when I am defeated at a motion of council, I'm able then to subtract this from the grand total behind me. I'm not in favor of this.
Any further discussion, debate? Councillor McIntosh?
I guess my question is somebody that said they were in favor. I go, why? I'd like to hear. Is it the response time issue, which is bogus? It's, or because the Firefighters Association doesn't like this idea? Since when did we start consulting firefighters to see where we're going to put a station?
Do you have a question through me to Councillor Bergeron?
Through you to Councillor Bergeron. Is it because of response times?
So the question to
The issue
Councillor...
has been raised by the Firefighters
So
Association.
the question to Councillor Bergeron is to answer that, as to why you're making this motion.
Making this motion because I'm opposed to putting $9 million into a fire hall. I was opposed to it last year at budget. I asked for a business plan first. We didn't get it. I said, I think everything I had to say on this already at council, but this is a budget item, independent, and so I would like to vote against it on record separately. The reasons I have voted against it are on record, are already recorded, and are pretty clear. I'm opposed to this.
Any further debate? Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Gardner.
I just want to say this, I mean, I support this being included in the budget, so I don't support the motion. This is another one of those multi-year proposals that we've already invested in, and it's a response to a pretty expensive and extensive report that we had done by consultants analyzing our whole fire service, including response times and that sort of thing. And this is just it's a continuation of that really healthy process that we started a few years ago. And it's worth keeping this going. It's a valuable asset to our city.
Councillor Gardner?
If we're gonna hire consultants to give us their indication of what we should do, this is one project where the consultants came in and this is the way it's gotta be, this is the way it should be for the betterment of the community, and so I support keeping this in the budget.
Any further discussion? I did find the presentation by the fire chief and the deputy fire chief yesterday or the day before to be quite interesting. Councillor Elaine, you asked a question about whether there would be space there for paramedics to be able to rest or wait
Yep.
while they cover that part of the city, so that was an interesting discussion. I did appreciate the discussion. I will not be supporting the motion. All in favor of the motion? Against? It's defeated. Next motion?
That's all for capital for me.
What page was that?
That's all?
Done. Just finished.
For my capital motions.
Capital? Were there any other motions? Councillor Towndale?
I'll make one. In regards to, I don't have it in front of me right now in terms of the page number, I am sorry. But the play structure at the Benson Center, I'm gonna make a motion similar to what I made last time, where we actually take that funding and use it to build, or, to replace the next play structure down the list in one of our neighborhood parks, as opposed to building a brand-new play structure at the Benson Center. If that's clear enough.
Madam Clerk? So can you repeat that?
Is that C-48?
Not proceed with the play structure at the Benson Center, but to take the funding and replace the next play structure on the list.
Did everybody hear that? Is there a seconder? Councillor Hollingsworth, debate? Councillor Elaine McDonald?
I've got a question. I glanced at that picture. I thought we'd already passed this, looked at this from some other angle tonight. No? Okay, well, I'm not in favor of this motion. I think that we need this asset at the Benson Center, because we do have a lot of kids who aren't directly engaged in the organized activity. And this obviously is a relief to parents and a good outlet for the kids who are just not interested in spectating to that extent. And I don't think this has to be an easy either-or thing, that if we have this, we can't have something in a park, because I think the equipment that goes to parks is a part of the development of neighborhoods. Parks are implied in developing neighborhoods. In fact, there have to be provisions for it. And there are resources that are given to developing those playgrounds. So I don't think this is an either-or. I think we should support this. It'd be a very good asset for us to have at our Benson Center.
Further debate? Councillor Gardner and then Councillor McIntosh.
Just due to the traffic that goes through there, and if I look at the future and we're looking at soccer fields there, that will come in handy in the future, and the traffic now that goes through there, I'm supporting this.
Councillor McIntosh?
Through you to Jamie. You have a priority list of structures, park structures?
Through you, Madam Mayor, you do.
1, 2, is number 3 close to, is number 3, if you had 3, it'd be easy pick?
Yes, we could
Another park I'm talking
pick
about.
another park.
Yeah. I'm going to support the motion because obviously that's where they should be. That's where you got one now, you want to replace them, make big improvements, so I think park's a great idea. This one can move further down the list.
Councillor Yabad and then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not support the motion. I think this is a really great idea. I'm at the Benson Center quite a bit, not for sports, other things. It is a multi-purpose facility. I was there this morning, but it's always packed. And in the wintertime, if there's hockey or any other sports, you've got all these parents and the siblings sitting in the hallway or causing a ruckus in the hallway. And winter or not, these as I mentioned yesterday, these play structures are certainly used. And I think this is a really great addition to an already really excellent facility, and I 100% support it.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Your Worship. I suspect there's a number of play structures throughout the municipality that could use the money, whichever one. And so that being said, I'm always inclined to, more prone to fix and maintain what you have before you kind of go off. And maybe it's a losing battle in the sense that we'll always be kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit, but I think that I'm going to support the motion because I'd like to see some of our old structures maintained and improved rather than build a new one. I guess we can split hairs, but I see the merit to the motion, so I'll support it.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As opposed to that, I think we need new structures, and that's why when I saw this on the books, I thought it was a great idea, so I'm supportive of it. Not supportive of the motion, supportive of the structure.
Otherwise.
It almost got you there.
Yeah, it almost got me too.
Any further discussion?
Could I just wrap up quickly?
Of course, go ahead, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. I'll just be brief. I've already made the argument. I made it a couple years ago, some of you may recall, but I just think from the perspective I'm bringing in this regard is that we have neighborhood parks. There are people's neighborhoods, backyards, if you want to say that, and we know we have existing play structures by people's homes that need replacement either because they're older or because they're not accessible. And right now, if you look at the other project with the 2 other playground structures, it does mention bringing them up to that kind of standard. So I feel that we should be looking at doing that in people's neighborhoods. The Bent Center, I can understand the traffic leading to the need of this. I get that. Don't get me wrong. If this fails, we're still getting a new play structure to Bent Center. That's great, but I think that I would prefer to see it in a neighborhood park because whereas the Benson Center and it is busy and there's a lot of people running around and whatnot, there are some other activities that can happen there, and they're usually there for a purpose, not always, but if you already played some sports and that whatnot. Whereas we have some neighborhood parks, like you look at the other page with Amy LeBlanc Park and Francis Gatineau Park, there's not a lot there. So when you talk about play structures and taking out one that's its time is up and putting in a brand new one, that can make all the world of difference in that neighborhood and to kids in that neighborhood. So that's where I'm coming from. So I'm just trying. I mean, at the end of the day, if it doesn't pass, hey, we still get a new play structure somewhere else. I'm good with that. So, thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor of removing it from the budget and moving it to the next? Against? Defeated? Next motion?
Yep.
Councillor Towndale?
You ready?
Yep.
Oh, would you?
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
I have one more, Madam
Sure.
Mayor. Sorry. C-17 has to do with the off-road bike path, in particular on Hollage Road. That's being funded from gas tax. I would actually propose that we remove that particular bike path, just the one on Hollage, not the other 2, and we use that money for another project in the budget that would be eligible if I can get a seconder for that.
So is there clarity around the motion? So you are looking at page C-17?
I am.
You're removing the new off-road bike path?
Hollage Road,
The
yeah.
Hollage Road one? Okay, and then is part of your motion also to direct that somewhere else?
Yeah, to another eligible project within the budget, because it's gas tax funding, so I'd like to use it.
To which one?
To an eligible one. I'll say the culvert replacements on C-16.
Is there clarity around that motion? Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bergeron, debate?
Okay.
Councillor Ibai?
I have a question, Madam Mayor, and it's regarding the active transportation master plan. Couple of questions. Where am I directing my questions here? Maybe over here, right? I think that's probably due for an update. Am I correct or close to?
Mr. Michael Fothrop?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the the bicycle and pedestrian master
Right.
plan was a 20-year document, which was updated, I'm gonna say 10 years ago. We are making some progress through the recommended projects, but we still have a number of projects ahead of us.
Okay, so it's still fairly current. And I imagine in that master plan, there were many projects listed and suggested, I presume?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, there were several projects listed, and we were making our way through it.
Right, and I imagine you're making your way through it likely in order of priority?
Yes.
Okay, and I, from what I can see here, and I drive down Power Dam quite a bit, there's a gap here in connectivity between the bicycle path we see by the water and then the one that connects onto Power Dam Drive, and it's, you know, it's not a large project, but can certainly ease active transportation for those who do cycle and or walk or whatnot, and a safer way of traveling. So thank you, I appreciate that. So I'm in support of keeping this in the budget. We do have a master plan. Sometimes we have these great plans created by consultants and then we ignore them. They sit on a shelf. I know I've got a bookcase full of these great binders, and here's a plan that we've actually been moving forward on, doing some really great progress, have been awarded for our network of bicycle paths. I think we need to apply for that again. We might lose that. I may have heard that recently, but I think we need to continue moving forward, and this is a great way of connecting some of our bicycle paths.
So I have Councillor McIntosh and then Councillor Grant. Did you want to wrap up after that, Councillor Townda? Did you want to?
I should have opened, but I didn't, so that's my mistake, obviously, so.
Snooze or lose.
Councillor McIntosh?
So this was 120, you've got 20,000 left over. I use haulage quite often, because I don't like going up Power Dam. There's very, very little traffic on haulage, trust me. I'm very familiar with that road. I've walked it, I've driven it on a bicycle, and sometimes I even take when I come down, I go that way. Very little traffic there, so you can easily go up to haulage. There's no, there's no heavy traffic. It's no worse than going down Second Street. So I'd be in favor of that. Transfer over, you got 20,000 left over.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess, Mac, you and I go at different times. To me, the bike path ends there and should be continuation on. And I'll support keeping this bike path on haulage, because we come up Jane Street where I live and right onto that haulage, and there are a lot of cars there at certain times. So I've had a couple of near misses, and so I think it's necessary.
Councillor Bergeron?
It's for a point of order or a question, I suppose, but I had made a motion previously about item C16, which was defeated, which was, I believe, to use the gas tax fund to use this, which is what this motion states.
It's not, it's reallocating funds.
I'll just get clarity on that.
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we were thinking exactly the same thing. So it was defeated that gas tax funding would be used for the second part of Councillor Towndale's motion. So I don't, if the project is approved, I don't think that we can transfer those fundings to this, the gas tax funding to the diameter culvert replacement, because that was defeated.
Can I, point of order, Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Or point of clarification, I should say. Councillor Bergeron's motion was to take money from the gas tax reserve that had not been allocated. This has been allocated in the budget for a project. I'm moving it to another project. To me, it's not the same motion, but I'd like the clerk to comment, quite frankly.
Madam Clerk?
Well, I have a different view. I would say that that would be a reconsideration and would need a 2/3 majority.
Oh, Robert and his rules.
Next.
Councillor McDonald?
Well, I'd like to say, it's clear from the master plan and also from the picture in front of us that this is a logical place to have this section of bike path installed, and I fully support it.
So Councillor Towndale?
I'll wrap up. You know, I'm with Councillor McIntosh on this, because this is in my neighborhood. This is very close to me as well. Hollage has never been a busy street, truth be told. You know, I mean, you don't see a lot of cars there. You just don't. It's not a truck route. The truck route is further up on Saunders, so they come down Saunders, come down Second. I mean, we could probably go to the traffic department and get traffic statistics for haulage, and it's quite quiet, quite frankly. So I don't see the need for this. It'd be the same as building, in my opinion, a bike path on Dover or Princess or something like that. We don't even have sidewalks on those streets because there's not really the need, because the traffic is so low, even with the number of pedestrians there and the residential neighborhood character. So in my opinion, it's not as necessary as like the other ones that are being put on Boundary and Optimum and SCM Way, where you have very heavy truck traffic and a lot more traffic there. You know, so I think that the money could be better spent. Obviously, we're into a little problem there with the end of my motion, so need 2/3 majority for this one.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Can I just get the motion read, Your Worship, so
Yes.
I know exactly what I'm voting for?
Yes, Madam
Or
Clerk?
voting against?
To remove the funding from the bike path, from the DAX, on haulage from the gas tax, and to apply it to the culvert replacement at $100,000.
So it's our understanding then that we need a 2/3 to reconsider?
We think so, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Before, sorry, point of clarification, before we even vote on the motion, is that correct?
It's a motion to reconsider, so
And then
we would
vote.
need,
Correct?
Madam Clerk, do you want to walk us through?
Just the one vote.
Okay.
It must be a 2/3 majority to pass this through.
Is that clear for everybody?
Okay.
So I'm not going to support this. I have looked and relooked at that plan. And I like that we've plowed away at it bit by bit. And it is built on a rationale that we have viewed and reviewed. And so I support that that's the order set that's supported by the plan. All in favor of the motion? Against? It's defeated. Next motion? Councillor,
Oh,
Councillor Bergeron, go ahead.
I had my hand up first, but I was looking around.
Oh, go ahead then.
I'd like to make a motion about operating
Mhm.
in our council budget, that we cut our council expenses by 50%.
Is there, everybody hear that? Is there a seconder to count council expenses by 50%? Councillor Hollingsworth?
Sure.
Debate? Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Abad.
I didn't know if this was going to come back or not, but when it occurred this afternoon, I thought, this is absolutely, it's of no consequence to the budget, because we can allocate this money, but if councillors don't tend to use it, then it's not money that's spent. But that's not a good enough reason to remove it from the budget, because every time we whittle this down lower, we discourage councillors from accessing it. And I know probably none of us comes close to actually reaching the amount, 1,200 or whatever it is. The fact is, it's there as an incentive to us if we do want to participate and get involved in things that we might not choose to spend our own money on. There are community things that Councillor Hebert mentioned that she's used her budget for, and I know I've used mine for some community things as well. And it's good that it's there, because it gives us the ability to do something we might not have otherwise. And whether we leave this money in the whole general kitty, like don't allocate it, or we allocate it to councillors' expense accounts and not spend it, it seems to me it doesn't affect our bottom line. Like, I guess I'd like to ask the CFO, if we don't allocate whatever amount of money this would be, or if we allocate it, doesn't mean we're gonna get less interest from the bank or pay more penalty for being in debt or whatever, if we don't spend it. If the rationale for cutting it is that we don't spend it, I think that goes nowhere really as far as addressing our bottom line, doesn't change anything.
Madam
Am
CFO?
I right about that?
Madam CFO?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if you're asking if not spending money in budget, what does that mean? What it means is that it's a variance to budget, just like any other variance we may have in other departments, and it becomes part of our surplus at the end of the year.
And I think there's no harm in that. So I think this really doesn't advance or save us money in any way. but it would curtail councillors' abilities to act if they chose to access it, so I think we should leave it there.
Councillor Abad?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to repeat everything I said earlier when this came up, but Council Bergeron left the room, so bear with me, everybody. So this is really like nickel and diming here. This is peanuts compared to the rest of our budget. And, you know, we likely don't use the whole thing, and I probably will never hit that limit, but it's there, just in case. Turns out, some of us live paycheck to paycheck, and so it's really nice to have that opportunity that if I'm invited to a community event that's going to cost me $100, to rely on this, to make sure that I can have groceries for the rest of the month, right? I'm sure I'm not the only one, and it not only does it allow me to be active in my community, it allows me to fulfill requests from community members. I mentioned this earlier. I've had groups ask me to pay for the rental of a room at the Benson Center so they can host a meeting. I've had groups request to have city swag for conferences, and so there's definitely a great purpose to this expense account that has already been cut. But, you know, maybe next year's the year we get extra requests and we won't have it. So why nickel and dime something when it can provide us opportunities to be more connected to our community?
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't support it neither. Many charities come and ask us for souvenirs, and whether it be golf shirts or other paraphernalia that we have for the city, and it's good because it's got Cornwall written on most of these items, and it promotes the city, et cetera, and it helps charities. So people think that we waste this money. I'm telling you, it's not wasted. It's put to good use. So I won't support the motion.
Any further discussion? Councillor Gardner?
Just a lot of times I get invitations to go to conferences or meetings that really interest me, and at the end of the day, I always look at the dollars and what's the cost of this. And a lot of times, or most times, I pay for it out of my pocket. I'm going to start using this now.
Councillor Bergeron, did you want to wrap up?
Sure. This was, to me, a pretty straightforward item in our budget, in the sense that in the past 2 years that are on record, we haven't even come close to using this. And to Councillor McDonald's point that while it just goes into the budget, the tax rate is going up, and the more we can do to cut that back, the better we are. And so to just say to the taxpayer, we're gonna tax you and we're gonna maybe spend it, and if not, it'll just be left. I'm fundamentally opposed to that, and I appreciate the arguments around the table, and it's a good conversation for the public to hear, as are all of our conversations. It's why sometimes I will make a motion so that these expressions are known. All this to say, I think I'll support it, but I also won't be bringing forward any other operating motions after this.
All in favor of the motion? Against? Defeated. Councillor Abad?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move a motion to accept the budget as presented.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, that is a reconsideration because it was not approved at the beginning, so we need 2/3 majority to pass.
Oh, really?
It's true.
Okay, well. We need a budget, so.
Mm-hmm.
Figured that was gonna happen.
So, Councillor Abad, you're making the motion?
Yes.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Elaine McDonald? Debate?
There's no debate for motion.
Councillor McDonald?
Question, if I may, of the clerk. So at what point do we need a 2/3 majority to pass the motion? Or is it a 2/3 majority to discuss it, or to even table it? I'm just unclear as to exactly.
Madam CAO?
So, It would require a 2/3 majority to pass the motion now, one motion similar to the last one. And if I interpret the first motion, I think the intent was really to allow all other motions, items raised to be tabled first. So we're
So
here.
appropriately, that original motion should have been a motion to defer.
Yeah.
Okay. So having that clarified, then I would like to speak to the motion. if I may. Well, I think we've looked at very many aspects of this budget twice. We looked at it under the direction of the managers when they pointed out to us what they recommended us to spend. And again, in the question period and in our discussions. And I don't think there's a thing that, obviously, there wasn't unanimity on cutting anything from the budget. And I think there's a great deal of support and enthusiasm for many of the points that are in the budget. So I certainly support it. And as far as saving a few dollars, so we, shave $10,000 off, it probably wouldn't even affect a percentage point. But the fact is, that money would, if we don't spend it, that money is still there next year. So it means a lower tax rate next year if you want to carry that argument to its conclusion. I think this is a good budget, and I think administration did a wonderful job of putting it together, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Further debate? Councillor Bennett?
Thank you. Obviously, this is the second one I've sat through, as an active participant anyway. And I just wanted to say, thanks to administration for putting this together as clear as it was. Thanks for being here again today for all the questions, and thanks to Councillor Bergeron for giving us the opportunity to have the conversation on operations, which we didn't do last year, and I appreciated the conversations today. And if I could make a suggestion going into next year, is that when a department manager is showing us capital, that before they leave, we just open up and look at the 2 pages of operations, just so we can have that conversation at the same time. But I certainly did appreciate the conversations that we had. Learned a little bit today, and that's always good. But I can't find anything in this budget when I went through it that I would have pulled out. Reserves are something we need to concern ourselves with. We've got roads that are in bad shape that they need to be repaired, and these kinds of things, ambulances, like all these things are necessary. So there's nothing in here that I would say is not necessary. So I'm in full support of the budget as it is.
Councillor Grant and then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll support that again. And what I'd like to say is, what I've really appreciated is how well-versed Tracy is.
Oh, yeah.
And she's got a memory like an elephant, I'm telling you. And she just spouts out these figures, and it's amazing how you do it. So it's the team?
The team.
Okay. Well, the team. Anyway, I appreciate that because it gives me a feeling of confidence in that department, and I have confidence in all the departments, but it's really great to hear that information come out so readily. Good, thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
I have to stand up for this because Maureen, your staff, amazing. I sat through budget periods, years where we were here for 2 months, a month and a half, line by line, which was a lot of it was a waste of time, but we still have to have a budget. And I need to stand up and thank all of you, the administration, for all the bloody work that you put in and put up with us when we ask you questions. So thank you very much to everyone.
Councillor DePel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'd like to thank you for chairing some great budget meetings this year. I would like to echo some of my colleagues and thank administration. I took probably 6 evenings and went over the book, and I couldn't put any motions forward to decrease it. I think it was a bare minimum budget. I think administration, Ms. Bailey, you and your team, all of the managers, division managers, department heads, Mrs. Adams, I think that it was a well-structured budget, and I think we've seen that here tonight where we couldn't find anything to reduce the budget by. So thank you to everyone.
Councillor McIntosh?
I echo same sentiments as some of my colleagues. I thought the budget book this year was good last year, it was even better this year. It was the, lack of a better term, Reader's Digest version for people like me who don't really understand numbers and everything. You know, you look at that screen, you take away court security and the new position, which we're not sure of, you got $200,000, and that would probably drop us down to just below 3. You know, the challenges we face, like the $8 million in the big box stores, and some of the other things, the downloading from the province, and it's not going to get any better. It's, you know, so it's, usually I wouldn't do a victory lap over a 3.06 increase, but especially when you do, you know, you go through like some of the big ticket items, seating at the complex, $305,000. Nobody's going to complain about that, especially the people that use the place. That's long overdue. Playground, the HVAC at the Justice Building, $1 million has to be done. It's, you know, that's part of your asset management stuff. The air recovery at the unit at the transit building, $80,000. An ambulance, $523,000. Ashbore, $300,000 there. These are all things that have to be done. We're doing them, so you know, it's a good increase, but it's the best. You know, I agree with Maurice DePel. Let's, you know, you go through this and you say, okay, you know, and we're gonna have Jamie Pollock or Ross Markle here in a couple of weeks or a couple of months, and they're gonna talk about reserves. You know, stay away as much as you can from reserves. Dean mentioned in previous former councils where it was always dipping into reserves. And it was a bogus, it was voodoo economics, really, when you come down to it. It was the shell game they were playing. Future councils had to pick up from there and clean up the mess. So anyway, I can live with this. I wouldn't have said that 2 weeks ago, but 3.09, yeah, or 6.
For the debate, Councilor Bergeron.
Thank you. I know it's been a long day, and thank you, Councillor Bennett, for mentioning that the discussions today have been worthwhile. Yesterday, when a motion was passed to not allow us to, or council decided to not go through presentations from the people sitting here, that to me was where I could no longer support this budget. And so the questions today were to figure out how to get answers to questions that I had while respecting the motion, which I try to do for the most part, or for all the part. But I have a real, you know, the motions that have been defeated tonight I respect. I respect your right to defeat them. I don't have the exact number of how many, because it changed as we were going, but suffice to say, it's pretty clear that I have a different view of our responsibility here, or how I look at the numbers behind me here. So I don't understand the priorities. Everything has been approved. To me, I really want to get a sense of, if we are building a fire hall, which I've been defeated on, then what can I adjust to, you know, to me, a waterfront plan is more of a priority than that. And so I try and adjust based on what's happening here. But when I look behind me and I see a $75 million tax levy and only $2,236 being removed, I just absolutely cannot support this. So I will not vote to support this motion.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Just a couple points, Your Worship, for perhaps to the CAO through you. It might be something to kick around, and perhaps we as a council need to. I think Councillor Bergeron makes a valid point that I don't need to necessarily line by item, like to determine, well, we spent $300 on licensing fees for managers. I don't need to be that particular, but perhaps in subsequent budgets it may be best to have the Parks and Rec do operating and capital at the same time. We can ask all the questions we need to ask. And I think the presentation part, I can read something and I think I know what I've read, but then when the discussion starts, it makes me reflect or think differently for future. Certainly administration, I know a lot of time and energy goes into this kind of thing. I appreciate the effort. Thank you very much to all of you, for sure. In terms of the 3% and a bit, the reality, I think, is that we're looking at some significant increases next year, the year after that, and the year after that. And speaking personally, I think if you dabble with the capital side, you're potentially fooling yourself for later on. Other councillors may not see it that way. They're entitled to their opinion for sure. I'm not like I have my own personal $200 million business that I run that I can draw on to say, well, this is how it works. But based on what I see in terms of projections, it's not like it's, oh, don't worry, if we can get through this year, it's all going to be fine. So while 3% I'm sure is maybe not going to be popular amongst everybody, I think it's a practical budget and is one that kind of is, it is what it is. I also will kind of leave it, your worship, on a note in terms of setting priorities. Maybe that's something the council has to establish and going forward to say, these things are the most important. And we have a strategic plan, and maybe the budget sort of loans itself to that, which I guess is sort of what's supposed to happen. But whether I want to have a ski hill versus a play structure, I'm not sure how that shakes itself out, but perhaps it might be a discussion we need to have in the fall moving forward. I'm not sure how it, I'll contemplate it and percolate it. Otherwise, I'll support the motion for the budget. I think it's kind of a necessary thing that has to happen. I didn't see a lot of things I was, at this point, prepared to just stop doing, maybe down the road perhaps, but so I'll support it as it's structured. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Yabara?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Obviously, I'm going to support this. I think a 0% increase is absolutely impossible. We will never see it. We should at least be increasing with the cost of living minimum. But beyond that, we're a city that is trying to grow. We're growing up, like Madam Mayor has said a few times. We're trying to catch up. There's so many things that I feel like we're decades behind in bag limit, that we implemented last year. That's decades behind. And so we're a city that's looking to progress and catch up, and that's going to cost money, unfortunately, and that's going to cost a tax increase. But you know, there's so many benefits to those dollars that we're adding. It never, every year when I go through these budgets, I'm always overwhelmed at the detail, and we are not even getting the full budget here, but the detail that goes into this, the effort that it takes to run a municipality. I learned so much at these meetings, but even just going through this every single year, and things that I think I should know, but I don't know yet. And it's been 5 years, and I'll continue to learn. And there's so much here, and how Ms. Bailey manages to keep it all straight and present it to us so clearly is beyond me, and I'm very grateful for all the work that you have put into this, and the team. And I'm very proud of council for what they've done this budget, and they clearly are. Everybody around this table is prioritizing our community and progress and change, and I'm really happy to be part of this team.
Any further debate, discussion? So, this is a responsible budget that speaks to maintaining our precious, very precious infrastructure. It speaks to supporting growth and planning for future generations. I support it. Madam CFO and Madam CAO, I want to thank you for leading this team. There are no questions that you can't answer. We asked, and there were more than 90 questions that were asked, and they came from every, no.
He was counting.
No, they came from every member of this team. Every one of you asked questions. Every one of you waded into pieces of this debate over these last 3 days. So I want to thank administration and the team for presenting and answering every question. I also want to thank the counselors who were on the Outside Agencies Committee. They were, can you name yourselves? Can you put your hands up? Councillor McIntosh, Councillor Hollingsworth, Councillor Bennett, led also by some good resources from the city.
Mark was there.
And definitely,
and Mark.
Mr. Wallow being part of those.
Mr. Wallow, Madam CFO, that was very helpful. We were able to focus very much on more items related to our strategic priorities and to infrastructure. So that was, this budget process was made much more efficient because of the work that you did. So I thank all of you because it did make a difference. So I'm going to call for the vote.
Can I add something? The, I'd like to, through Emma or something, we could get some public reaction to this. And I invite you, Madam Mayor, to go on the Belleville website, City of Belleville website, and the mayor gives a 6-minute explanation of their budget. I think it was bigger than ours, bigger increase than us. It was very interesting watching them going through and explaining to taxpayers why we had to do certain things. It was very interesting. I urge you to take a look at it.
I will
Maybe we
definitely.
could have something similar where, you know, people can tune in.
Mhm.
You get, you know, provincial governments and federal governments all go and sell the budget.
It's always a good idea to go to the public. I stayed late last night here and I did a Facebook Live.
She did.
Just to talk about the 2 days that we had spent and some of the debates. So I did that on my personal social media, but I understand your point, Councillor McIntosh, and certainly I can sit down with Ms. Meldrum and the CAO to see if there's something that we can do on a larger scale.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote for the budget.
Councillors Claude McIntosh,
In favor.
Elaine McDonald,
In favor?
Sid Gardner,
In favor.
Dean Hollingsworth,
Favor.
Patty Linebar,
Absolument, oui.
Councillors DePel,
In favor.
Glenn Grant, Todd Bennett,
In favor?
Justin Towndell,
Yes.
Éric Bergeron,
Oppose.
and Madam Mayor.
In favor.
So we have our 2/3 majority.
I'll take a motion to adjourn. Councillor Dupel and Councillor Bennett.
10-10.
Hooray. Well, Dean, I thought that was an excellent speech you made about the importance of reserves.
Well, to me, it's your bank.
You developed it so logically, you know?
It's your bank.